Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku, back with another fanfiction. This is the 7th part of What If Deku and Others React to For Want of a Nail. Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Now playing Shadows, the horror movie hero's heartbeat Kyoka froze as the entire cafe turned on her. The heroes weren't there yet, but they were trying to make this simulation as real as possible, so there was still a possibility that police or even a vigilante might show up. She needed to run, but the only problem was that there was a crowd of people blocking the door. She needed to get them out of her way, like 5 minutes ago. How the hell am I gonna get out of this one? Jiro groans. Her heartbeat was rocketing out of control, and it gave her an idea. Her eyes flicked around the cafe until she saw a speaker, and she immediately shot out her earphone jacks and plugged herself in before anyone could stop her. She projected her heartbeat, but the speaker didn't have enough power to blow anyone out of the way. The people in the cafe were getting even more defensive than they had been before and were becoming just as anxious as she was. Her heartbeat beat a little faster as it echoed loudly through the cafe. This wasn't good. Izuku perks up. What do you see? Jiro demands. Just wait, I need a bit more info. Izuku calms. We need to get her. Now one of the civilians cried out. When do the heroes get here? Not for a couple hours. Someone yelled. We need to take care of this ourselves. The HUC aren't usually this intense. My comments? No, they aren't. Aizawa focuses on the screen. Kyoka's heartbeat increased again, and within a few minutes, the mob surrounding her was even more frightened, and that pushed them to be even more aggressive. This was just an exercise. Why were they acting so aggressively? She unplugged one of her earphone jacks and swiveled it around to listen to everyone's heartbeats and froze. Izuku leans forward. Everyone's heartbeat was in sync with hers. What the hell? Jiro asks. Kyoka's eyes widened. She'd read a paper once that the human heartbeat will often change to match strong music or another person's heartbeat if they're near enough. Was that what was happening? There was only one way to find out. Kyoka took a deep breath and focused on calming down and slowing her heart rate. The effect was almost immediate. She'd always had some control over her heartbeat, but it seemed oddly easier today, and the mob actually did calm down in sync with her as she slowed the rhythm she was projecting. She gulped and focused on projecting a calming beat as she turned slowly to the cashier. I'm just here for some food. Give me a pastry and let me be on my way. The cashier's eyes were hazy as she grabbed somebody else's order and handed it to her. You seem like a nice young lady. Have a good day. That's such a cool enhancement one for all gave you, Izuku tells Jiro. But I thought it was just a physical enhancer. Jiro questions. You did. But Midoriya says confused. Well, you have to consider that one for all presented that way in both you and Deku's version of our senpai. Momo points out. Right, that makes sense. Izuku agrees. One for all usually triggers a quirk evolution. Like All Might told me his emperor went from floating to flying with hers. So why didn't that happen with Mr. Sunshine of the Big Three? Shinso cuts in. Permeation might be at singularity where there's just no way it can feasibly improve. Or it's already a pure physical quirk. Or one for all can't enhance transformation quirks. Could it enhance a mutation? I don't think that would be safe. The drawbacks might be enhanced too. What about mental quirks? What would happen if I gave it to Shinso? What? Izuku rambles. Headcase interrupts firmly. I'm sorry Hitoshi, but I'm afraid one for all doesn't typically react well to mental quirks. Please return your attention to the screen. Ok. Kyoka turned back to the mob, the crowd, now that they'd all calmed down. Clear me a path to the door, please. Dabi snorts so polite. There were some nods as people agreeably stood aside, and Kyoka considered her next move. It probably wouldn't take long for them to snap out of it once she stopped projecting her heartbeat. Sash unplugged and booked it, not stopping until she was down the street and around the corner. Her heartbeat had risen again, but she wasn't projecting it. So the only person affected was herself as she clutched the paper bag to her seat and sunk down against a brick wall. What the heck just happened? Welcome to the wonderful world of One for All. Izuku chutzklas. Hitoshi put his hands in his pockets and sauntered through the square while keeping an eye out for his target. He'd stashed most of the weapons somewhere safe and kept one knife and one handgun hidden away just so he didn't look too suspicious. There were a lot of pink-haired guys wandering around today, and he sighed and discreetly pressed his calm. Izuku, I need a bit more of a detailed description. Yeah, we have 2 pink-haired girls in this room, gonna need some more information. Shinso snarks. What? Izuku's voice said. Okay, oh, he's the one sitting at the fountain. His name is Hiroshi Tamida. By the way, Hitoshi looked over and, sure enough, there was a guy with pink hair sitting at the fountain. He smiled much better. Thanks, Izuku. No problem. Izuku responded. Good luck. Why are they going after some random civilian? Toro asks. Hostage, blackmail, who knows, they're playing the part of the villains. Ajuru comments. Hitoshi nodded and made his way toward his target, clearing his throat when he got close enough. Hi. Do you know any good places to eat around here? Tamida huffed in annoyance. Well, if you bothered to look around. Hitoshi took control with a smile. Walk beside me. Tamida stood up like a puppet and Hitoshi nervously walked beside him, slinging an arm around his shoulder and keeping up a stream of nonsense conversations so they looked like 2 friends despite the stilted way that Tamida was walking and his blank expression. This was the riskiest part of their entire plan. If someone were to pay attention to them or recall them acting suspiciously and tell the heroes, bad, very bad. Shiro remarks. And disappointing. Ashido agrees. Finally, they got out of sight of the street and Hitoshi breathed a sigh of relief. Hey, sorry about this dude, but I'm gonna need your token if I want to pass as a civilian. He pulled out the gun, making sure the silencer was attached correctly before he took aim. It took him a surprising amount of mental effort to actually pull the trigger. Even though he knew it was just a paint gun, he was still taking this guy out of the game permanently and it felt real. After a long moment, Hitoshi took a deep breath and fired at his heart. Who would have thought a little hero would have it in them? Shigaraki chuckles at his struggle. Dabi gives him a look. Do you honestly think heroes don't kill people? Tamura scoffs. I know they do, it's just not their go-to. At least it shouldn't be. Spinner grumbles. As they say, a few bad apples? Compress sighs. The silence in the viewing room was deafening. That's a mood. My cuffs. You've been spending too much time with teenagers. Eraserhead sighs. Did he just? Mick's jaw dropped and he looked at the others in shock. Is he allowed to do that? The heroes haven't arrived yet. That guy isn't one of the official targets. Snipe pointed out. Therefore killing him ain't an objective and normal crimes ain't technically disallowed before the heroes arrive. I do love loopholes. Nedza chirps. Yeah, otherwise that Jiro girl would have been disqualified for stealing breakfast. Midnight said. I still want to know how she did that. I know her file says she can project her heartbeat, but that was something else. My only question about Shinso is why. Aizawa leaned forward. Why kill a random civilian before the heroes have even arrived? Is it not obvious? Nedzu asks. I'm surprised you haven't figured it out yet, Aizawa. Nedzu said in delight. But perhaps this will help. He projected Tamida's file onto the screen and the teachers watched in shock as the file changed before their eyes, Shinso's face and name replacing Tamida's within just a few seconds. I believe we need to officially inform Tamida that he is now deceased. Nedzu smiled. And I suppose congratulations are in order for Shinso on his civilian disguise. Holy shit, you guys shot someone and stole his identity. Uraraka cheers. It will make things so much easier for them. Todoroki nods in agreement. Tamida staggered back and looked at Hitoshi incredulously. Oi, what the heck, dude? Sorry. Hitoshi said sheepishly. Can you hand over your token now? What? Tamida paused and listened to his calm, then burst out laughing. I can't believe you seriously just killed me. The exercise hasn't even started yet, at least he's having good humor about it. Sato remarks. Yeah, well, I kinda need to steal your identity before the heroes get here. Hitoshi shrugged. Soy our token. And thanks for being so cool about everything, by the way. No problem. Tamida flipped his token like a quarter and made Hitoshi catch it, which he did. I mean, Endeavor's my favorite hero, so people being jerks doesn't really bother me. Shoto and Dabi scowl at the man. Hitoshi deadpanned. Thanks for the vote of confidence. Tamida laughed. Okay, but you better win this. If you're forcing me out of the game this early, you have to at least have something to show for it. Hitoshi grinned. Oh, don't worry. We will. By the time we graduate, your grin will give Aizawa's a run for his money, Karo. Azui claims. Shinso smirks. Izuku breathed a sigh of relief. After completing Hitoshi's file just minutes after their first kill, he'd pointed out another target, and now they had 2 civilian tokens and the files to match a whole hour before the heroes were set to arrive. Perfect. Okay, Hitoshi, I'm gonna change out of my villain gear and try to find us a place to live for the week. Izuku said. Can you get us groceries and meet me there? Sure thing, Izuku. Hitoshi responded. And we're sitting out the mad rush at the beginning, right? That would be best. Izuku comments with a leading lit to his voice. Indeed, however observing said mad rush would be most beneficial. Ida agrees. Well, not sitting out. Izuku said slowly. Hitoshi sighed. We're watching the whole thing via the cameras, aren't we? Izuku smiled. Well, how else are we supposed to get to know our competition? I believe the term is called it. Tenya remarks. Shinso stands and stretches, turning toward the dorms labeled Others. As nice as this has been, I'm beat. Looks like everyone else agrees. Uraraka comments, getting up to head to the 1A door. Except for the villains, they seem a little busy. Mei points out. The group turns to see Toga and twice enthusiastically telling Spinner and Mr. Compress about what's happened so far. Shigaraki grabs the backs of their shirts to drag them toward their dorm without the 2 storytellers stopping. Dabi trails after them, chuckling before glancing over at Shoto and hurrying ahead, still avoiding him. After a good night's rest, the theater settles to see what comes next. Now playing Deku. I think he's some pro. Fight. Izuku had decided he didn't really do well in crowds. It was one thing if he was just another person elbowing for room in front of a hero fight, but it seemed to be another entirely when dozens of eyes were trained on him, all waiting for some sort of eloquent response. Me. Eloquent? Izuku asks to the chagrin of his friends. What's it like having All Might as a teacher? At first it was obvious he didn't know what he was doing. Tsu states bluntly he's doing marginally better though. Hey, yeah, he totally got why Eraser called them vultures now. He didn't even like All Might that much, but he couldn't say that because then everyone would hate him because who doesn't like All Might, and oh, he just should have stayed home today. He managed finally. It's fine. Midoriya gestures to the screen, pointing out how eloquent he is to his friends. The reporter in front of him huffed in frustration at his non-answer and tossed her ponytail over her shoulder. Then maybe you can help us with some other rumors we've been hearing. You're a hero course student, right? I don't like where this is going. Eraserhead comments, narrowing his eyes in suspicion. The reporter got a wicked gleam in her eye that made Izuku take an involuntary step back. Is it true that there was a quirkless student admitted to the hero course this year? Abort mission. How did they know that? Who the hell blabbed? Izuku's eyes widened. How did they know that? Were the admissions records public? They couldn't be, right? Then how did they know that there was a quirkless student in the hero course? Did one of his friends blab? One of his classmates? One of his teachers? Did they know they were talking to the quirkless student, or was this just a terribly unlucky coincidence? What if... Mayday, 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 quick, somebody take the attention off him, he's starting to spiral. Aren't these uniforms? Trace Chike. Aoyama coming in clutch. Ishido cheers. Izuku whipped his head around to see Aoyama practically posing for the media, something that the photographers were eating up. The reporter glanced at Izuku before shoving her mic into the face of a much more willing victim. I don't think I ever thanked you for doing that before, so thank you, Aoyama. Izuku turns to Yuga to address him. Non-thanks needed, Aoyama replies. Some of us are simply more comfortable in the spotlight than others. What's it like having All Might as a teacher? Well, I'd say it's absolutely spectacular. Aoyama gave a dazzling smile, and Izuku wondered if his belly button laser could give sparkle to other parts of his body. Would it be possible for him to learn to shoot lasers from his teeth or eyes? Really, Achiko sighs, earning a sheepish smile from her friend. He's such an appealing hero. A bit too muscly in my humble opinion, but that is an unfortunate side effect of strength quirks, isn't it? He gave a tinkling laugh, and Izuku took the opportunity to run past the UA gates. Aoyama caught his eye and winked as he passed him before turning back and continuing to answer the media's questions like it was what he'd been born to do. That's because it is. Yuga flourishes. Once Izuku got inside the school, he stopped running and sighed. Yeah, maybe it was a good thing he didn't get a quirk. He didn't think he'd be able to handle being a daylight hero, and he probably wouldn't have even realized underground was an option if he'd gotten an amazing quirk like All Might's. Or All Might's quirk. He shook his head. Hopefully, Tagada was really good at interacting with the media. I'll do my very best. Mirio promises once I get my quirk back. That might be a while. Eri hasn't even started quirk counseling. Amajiki reminds him solemnly. That just means we have to be patient. Nijire chirps, we can do that. Earning a laugh from Togata. Morning classes. Weren't that interesting, just picking a student rep, which Izuku wasn't interested in at all, especially not after trying to talk to the media this morning, but he did have a productive lesson with Nedzu about identifying weak points in public opinion, which was fun. Katsuki stayed away from him, ignoring him for the most part while glaring straight ahead, which Izuku could deal with much easier than him coming after him, palms blazing like he had the first day. He still seemed angry, but Izuku figured that he'd only had 1 or 2 therapy visits by now, so he probably couldn't expect any meaningful changes yet. Bakugo cringes at the reminder. Before Izuku knew it, it was time for lunch again. Ida, Uraraka, and Yaoyorozu still insisted on joining him, which confused Izuku to no end, but he wasn't complaining. Yaoyorozu also usually dragged Todoroki along with her, but he didn't seem to care where he sat either way, so they tried to include him in their conversations as much as they could. His one-word answers ranged from polite to hilariously wrong, but Izuku hadn't gotten up the courage to laugh at him yet, not when Todoroki was powerful enough to destroy him with just a thought, but he figured that if things kept going the way they were, he might be able to tentatively call Todoroki a friend somewhere in the middle of their second year. And then the sports festival happened. Izuku chirped with a chuckle. Oh yes, the trauma dump via your therapy friend, Aura. Todoroki deadpants. No joke, that's probably why I started ranting the way I did during our match. Shinso agrees. Always happy to help. Izuku reminds the group. They were just congratulating Yaoyorozu on her win as student rep when an alarm went off. Level 3 security breach. All students please exit the building in an orderly fashion. Izuku looked at the others in confusion. What's a level 3 security breach? Trespassers. Ida sighs. Uraraka shrugged and the others didn't seem to know either. A student who was eating at the table next to them had apparently overheard their question and turned to them. It means somebody managed to get inside the gates. I've been here 3 years and this is the first time it's happened. They hurried to the doors, only to get caught in a bottleneck at the entrance to the cafeteria. Your future heroes, everybody. Tamura scoffs. The snickering of the league surrounds him. I'm getting crushed, Uraraka shouted. Hold on to each other. Yaoyorozu tried to grab at the others, but a massive wave passed through the crowd and they got separated. Izuku tried to keep sight of the others, but all his energy was going into not being trampled and making sure he didn't trip. He was starting to panic, but the other bodies just kept pushing and trying to get out, so it wasn't like he could actually do anything besides maybe not die. We really should do drills for this. Midnight comments. Especially this year. All of a sudden Ida slammed into the wall above the door strong enough that everyone stopped moving. Emergency exit. Ida, it's okay, it's just the media outside. There is no reason to panic. Please move more slowly so no one gets hurt. Izuku smiled. Ida seemed like a natural-born leader, even if he was a little more uptight than his brother. The crowd started moving more carefully, at a crawl instead of the frantic push that was happening before. Kirishima and Kaminari reached up to grab Ida when they reached him and he didn't start floating again, so Izuku figured Uraraka must have returned his gravity. I really did appreciate someone stopping to catch me as I had not considered how I would get down until then. Ida states with some relief in his voice. They all gathered outside on the lawn and the class reps made sure everyone was accounted for as the students watched the media get escorted from the premises. Kaminari and Ashido decided to make a game out of it, rating each reporter on how much they resisted and how unrepentant they seemed, yelling it out and commentating it like a sports match. Izuku had the distinct feeling that if there had been popcorn available, the two would have been pelting it at the poor guys. Man, that would have been so much fun. Kaminari whines good-naturedly. Aizawa came over shortly after the media was cleared off, his expression the weird mix of exhaustion and annoyance that Izuku knew meant that he was losing patience with human stupidity and that all he wanted to do was sleep, cuddle with a cat, or possibly both. Sometimes even coffee wasn't enough to get him out of one of these moods. Noted. Kominori shirps. Yo Aizawa Kaminari yelled. Is school cancelled the rest of the day because of the break-in? Aizawa sighed heavily. No. Because we have already managed the threat, we'll be holding afternoon classes as normal. Go get your gym clothes on and meet back out here. We'll be doing joint training with Class 1B. That's different. Ojiro comments. The class hurried to obey, and by the time they got back out to the field, the rest of the school had gone back to class, just leaving them and the students of Class 1B. They were all huddled together sitting on the grass as Vlad King talked to Aizawa. So far, none of them had come over to talk to Class 1A, and no one from 1A had gone over to talk to them. As Izuku tried to figure out their quirks, he wondered if it was normal to have joint training this early in the year. Wouldn't they normally keep the classes apart until their skills were more developed? But, then again, it was probably better to have them together as much as possible to develop camaraderie and to prevent artificial divisions from forming between them. Yes, artificial division. Kendo gave Monoma a pointed look as she said this. Shut up, Deku, you're muttering again. Leave him alone, jeez. Hagakure groans. Izuku flinched at Katsuki's glare, but he just huffed and turned away rather than coming after him. Maybe the therapy was starting to kick in. Or maybe he was just being careful not to do anything overtly violent in front of the teachers since he was on thin ice right now. Thoughts like that really put into perspective how he acted those first few weeks. Jiro comments. Yes, but they seem mostly okay now. Momo comforts. All right, everyone. Aizawa activated his quirk to make sure he had all the quirked students' attention. This training is mostly so you get training going against a wide variety of quirks early on. You'll be doing one-on-one battles where you can pin, immobilize, or knock out your opponent. No support items allowed unless they are required for you to safely use your quirk. Like my lovely belt. Aoyama comments with a flourish. He pulled out his sleeping bag and fell asleep on the grass as Vlad King nodded. The way this is going to work is through a series of challenges. First, someone from 1A will challenge someone from 1B, then that person will challenge someone from 1A, who will challenge someone from 1B, and you get the idea. The class rep of 1A will start us off. What a wonderful exercise. I'll note it down for you. Nezu remarks. Izuku wished he had a notebook as he watched the fights. Class B had such cool quirks, and it was interesting to see how the students tried to counter each other, especially since most hadn't had much training in one-on-one combat, and it was infinitely different than fighting robots. Izuku already had a lot of ideas for how everyone could improve and use their quirks more effectively, and they weren't even halfway through. The students, are we gonna get rambles about us? Boys, asks with an excited lit in his voice, hyping up his classmates as well. Todoroki had just gotten called up when Izuku heard a groan from among the Class B students. I wanted to challenge him, all the others are going to be boring. Izuku turned slightly to see a blonde boy glaring at Todoroki. Damn it, Monoma, don't distract him. Setsuna scolds. Why did you want to fight him so bad? A girl with red hair asked. He looks pretty powerful, Monoma. That's the point, Kendo. Monoma said. And it's not so much that I wanted to fight him in particular, but I didn't see him at the exam, which means that he's a recommendation student, which means he has a powerful quirk that I can copy. The more powerful my opponent is, the more powerful I am. It's as simple as that. Arrogant little hero Tobe, isn't he? Spinner scoffs. Izuku perked up, a copy quirk. How did it work exactly? Did Monoma have to know what their quirk was in order to copy it? Did he automatically have mastery of the quirk he'd copied? Could the person still use their quirk while it was copied, or was it more like their quirk had been stolen? Could he copy multiple quirks at once? Izuku had so many questions. Oh, you've been so mean to him, and look how excited your quirk makes him. Kendo points out with a disappointed tone that has Monoma shrinking in his seat. Actually, 1A has 3 recommendation students this year. Izuku recognized the girl as the one with the lizard tail quirk from the recommendation exam. That's me, Setsuna declares with pride. What? Monoma asked. Does 1A really think they're that much better than us? Why do they get an extra recommendation student? Wow, that's one hell of a inferiority complex. Dabi snarks. Yes, Setsuna, Kendo said, "It seems kinda weird. I thought there were always 4 recommendation students." Setsuna shrugged, "I mean yeah, usually. They didn't really tell us why there was an extra student this year, just that there was. Don't look, but the extra recommendation student is that kid with curly green hair and freckles." And everyone immediately looks. Vlad sighs. Izuku pretended to be very busy watching the matches as the other students glanced in his direction. Maybe he shouldn't be eavesdropping, but it was kinda impossible not to since they were talking about him, plus Izuku wanted to learn more about Minoma's quirk. Really Midoriya. Shinso sighs at his new friend's obsession. Izuku-san firms. And I already have so many pages if he ever gets over himself. The squad tries not to laugh at his last comments, but a couple of snorts make it through. Minoma said incredulously. He doesn't look like much. Siro comments. Keep your voice down, Setsuna hissed. And besides, looks don't always equal power. He almost won a race against someone with a speed quirk. Only lost by a few seconds. He did. Spinner asks. Yeah, it was super cool, Toga confirmed. I certainly wish I could have seen it for myself. I imagine it was quite the satisfying win. Compress remarks. Don't tell me you're rooting for the hero brat. Shigaraki sneers. But of course, is it not the point of a story to root for the main character? Compress asks as though it was obvious. Thank you, Toga cheers. The spoil sports were being all angsty when we should be having fun. Though we are supposed to learn things, so we gotta pay attention. Then let's continue. Compress agrees, gesturing toward the screen before anyone else can chime in. Izuku could feel Minoma's eyes on him as Todoroki challenged his next opponent. What's his quirk? He never really said. Setsuna said. But I think it's some kind of enhanced agility. Either that or something that affects his intelligence. He completely destroyed the obstacle course. And cue a flustered Deku. Achiko giggles. Izuku felt a mix of pride and mortification. On the one hand, it felt good to have others recognize how well he'd done at the entrance exam, but on the other, they still didn't know he was quirkless, so they'd probably change their tune pretty quickly once they figured it out. Other me better f-king not. Setsuna warns. He shook his head and went back to watching the battles. Eventually, Minoma got challenged by Tokoyami and Izuku leaned forward in anticipation. This would be the perfect chance to see his copy quirk in action and maybe even answer some of his questions about it. Revelry in the dark. You know who said this? As soon as Vlad King said go, Minoma ran at Tokoyami but was blocked by Dark Shadow, who tried to grab him. Minoma dodged at the last minute and ran at Tokoyami again. The fight went on like that for a few minutes, with Minoma gradually getting closer to Tokoyami, who didn't seem to notice. Suddenly, rather than dodging to the side like he had been doing, Minoma ducked under Dark Shadow and grabbed Tokoyami's ankle before jumping back as a dark blue bird burst from his tee and flapped wildly. They're a different color. Izuku's face lit up. So Minoma's quirk was activated through physical touch, most likely skin to skin, since he'd grabbed at the sliver of exposed skin on Tokoyami's ankle rather than anywhere else. And he hadn't seemed to be able to copy the quirk by touching Dark Shadow. Minoma's shadow was still flapping wildly and throwing him off balance as the rest of the students watched in shock. Why can't you control it? Kendo asks. Probably because the quirk is sentient. Minoma pouts. Stupid bird. Minoma growled. Why won't you do what I want? So his quirk didn't grant him automatic mastery of any quirk he copied. Nice to know. Though Izuku figured that'd make it kinda difficult to use it in combat. Maybe there was a way to store quirks for later use so he could learn to use them. The fight didn't last much longer since Tokoyami took advantage of Minoma's distraction to have Dark Shadow immobilize him. Minoma groans, and how exactly am I going to store quirks? Vlad King called the match and Dark Shadow let go of Minoma, who was growing increasingly frantic as his shadow started trying to claw at anyone close enough, including Minoma himself. There was a groan as Aizawa sat up and glared at Minoma with his quirk, making the shadow disappear as Minoma sighed in relief. Aizawa just rolled his eyes and laid back down, except now Izuku was starting to doubt he was actually asleep. Pretending to be asleep just to spy on his students totally seemed like something he'd do, actually, now that Izuku was thinking about it. Called out Joke chuckles with a grin. You fought admirably. Tokoyami said. Dark shadow is notoriously difficult to tame. Whatever. Monoma scoffed. Just because you can't control it doesn't mean I can't. No, that's exactly what it means. Sada huffs. But you couldn't control it. Tsu said helpfully. Monoma opened his mouth to offer a scathing reply, but Vlad King cut him off before he could. All right, Monoma. It's your turn to pick your opponent. Oh, that's easy. Monoma laughed haughtily and pointed at Izuku. I pick him. Oh look, humble soup, my favorite. Monoma says with false cheer. Izuku's eyes widened in shock and he pointed to himself, me. Monoma rolled his eyes. Nice to know even the recommendation students in 1A are idiots. You do realize that you deserve what's about to happen to you, right? Shishida points out. To which Monoma scowls. Oh, Izuku grimaced as he stood. Monoma probably thought he had a powerful quirk just because he got in on recommendations. This wasn't gonna end well. He stood up slowly and walked over to Monoma. He should probably tell him, right? Least give him a chance to actually use his quirk in the fight. What a good sport. Compress comments. Hey, you might want to copy one of your classmates' quirks before the fight. He said softly as soon as he was close enough. I won't be mad or accuse you of cheating or anything. Monoma glared at him. You don't think I'm good enough to control your awesome quirk. You think you're better than me. Oof, that's a middle school flashback right there. Izuku grunts. Izuku's jaw dropped. It was like he was talking to Katsuki. No, I'm trying to help you. Monoma chuckled. I don't need help to beat you. I'll win fair and square. Just like Kaken. Midoriya shivers. Izuku siget. He tried, but if Monoma really was like Katsuki, he probably wouldn't listen to a word of what Izuku said, even if he straight up told him he was quirkless. Izuku glanced over at Aizawa, who had actually woken up to watch Izuku's fight, and he smiled slightly. Well, if Monoma was going to be stubborn about it, he may as well use his opponent's ignorance to his advantage. I'm in danger. Monoma chuckles nervously. Your student just made a huge mistake. Aizawa cracked his neck as he stood beside Vlad King and watched Deku talk to Monoma. What do you mean? Vlad King asked. Well, your student can copy the quirk of anyone he touches, right? Vlad nodded. Well, I'm guessing he challenged Deku because he's a recommendation student. He probably assumes he's got a powerful quirk like Yaoyorozu and Todoroki. Vlad's eyes widened, but Deku's quirkless. This is going to be so satisfying. Dabi grins. Aizawa nodded with a smile. Your student's about to learn an important lesson about making assumptions. Vlad sighed as the two students prepared to square off. Normally, it wouldn't be a terrible assumption. You have to admit, Deku is an exception, not the rule. Aizawa grinned. He'll still win. You're so proud. Midnight teases. It's only logical. Eraserhead defends himself to the snickers of his friends. Vlad gave the signal and Monoma ran at Deku, just like he'd run at Tokoyami, but this time, there wasn't a dark shadow to block him and Monoma slapped Deku on the arm. Even knowing how my quirk works, you still left yourself wide open. Wait, what the? Deku smiled and swept Monoma's legs out from underneath him before he could get his bearings, pinning him to the ground. Get him murked, get good justice, slaughtered your quirkless. Monoma screamed as Deku pressed his face into the dirt. I warned you that you might want to copy someone else's quirk, Deku said with a smile. Cheeky little sid ain't ya. Shinso chuckles. Hey, I earned that. Izuku retorts. Never said you didn't. Deku wins. Aizawa said, hiding his proud smile under his capture weapon. Let Monoma up and choose your next opponent. How did a weak quirkless kid even get into you? Monoma yelled. Hello, Foot. Didn't realize I'd be tasting you today. Aizawa was about to send him to the principal when Todoroki stepped in. Didn't that quirkless kid just beat you? Oh snap. Drag him. All of 1A and some of 1B started snickering as Monoma's face turned bright red. The fact that he's quirkless only makes his accomplishments more impressive. Yaoyorozu said. He earned his place at UA, same as the rest of us. Thanks, Yamamo. Izuku turns to her. Anytime, Midoriya. She replies with a smile. Aizawa noticed that Deku was starting to blush from the praise and figured he should probably save the kid from further embarrassment. I don't think I need to remind anyone here that bullying of fellow students will not be tolerated, nor will discrimination of any kind. You're trying to be heroes, so attitudes like that will only hurt you in the future. Not to mention the inexcusable damage you will do to others. So he was still a little bitter about All Might sue him. Shoyuta was just grateful that it was All Might's day off so he didn't have to see the guy or worry about keeping him away from Deku. But Yagi states simply. Monoma glared at Deku as he sat down, and some of the other 1B students looked skeptical, but he figured they'd get over it when they saw what Deku was capable of. Sorry about our other selves, Midoriya. Yeah man, this isn't cool. What they said. Alright problem child, stop wasting time and choose your opponent. Aizawa shook his head and retreated back into his sleeping bag as Deku soundly beat his second opponent and the class cheered. That kid was gonna go far. In right he will Deku can't wait to see it alright, brats Tamura interrupts. Settle down so we can move on. With a certain amount of grumbling they do, in fact, settle, much to his surprise. Well okay then. Now playing Mastermind. Strategist for hire home Izuku and Shudo were busy making katsudon in the kitchen of the apartment that acted as Mastermind's base while Toga and Twice chattered away on the couch and Dabi glared at them from the armchair. This is so domestic. Ojiro comments. And then, he had the audacity to look surprised when I stabbed him. Toga smiled widely, showing off her fangs. That makes sense. You're lying. Twice was wearing his mask inside, but no one really minded since it made him more comfortable. Izuku had a theory that breaking his arm might help Twice realize that he was real and not a clone, but that wasn't really something he was comfortable bringing up with Twice, even if they could tentatively be called friends. Can we do that? Twice begs. I want to feel real. No, you're not breaking your arm, we don't need you being hurt. And it's not like we can just go to a hospital. Shigaraki scolds. You want to break your arm? Midoriya asks. Twice shrugs. If it proves I'm real then why not? It's a stupid thing to do though. You don't think you're real? Izuku questions further. I've got no proof otherwise. Twice laments. And I don't need any except if you were one of your clones, you would have dissolved when we got to the theater since it's a quirk dead zone. He points out. There's a moment of silence before Twice turns to Headcase, who approached at some point during their conversation. Is that true? Am I real? Headcase gives the man a soft smile. Of course you are, you always were. Can I hug you? Twice tears up. Please. The entity shakes her head. I think not. Midoriya however might be inclined. She smirks, gesturing to the boy who's been inching closer as the conversation went on. He turns to her wide-eyed for a moment before hesitantly moving away from his group to sit halfway to the villains. That's where Twice meets him melting into the little hero's arms. Meanwhile, should we be concerned? Green Bean is chatting with the League. Midnight speaks her concern. Our host is hovering nearby so I doubt things will get out of hand. Nedza points out. Still though Mike remarks. And now they're hugging. Aizawa huffs at the situation, glancing at his boss and noticing the gleam in the creature's eye. I don't like that look. Nonsense, Shota-kun. I've simply realized what our dear host has really brought us here for. Nedzu chirps with a sip of tea. And I quite look forward to seeing who if anyone else realizes. Toga nodded seriously. Yep, it was such a cute expression. Too all wide-eyed and bloody. It was a shame it didn't last longer. It always ends too soon. Toga shakes her head in disappointment. Dabi groaned and threw a pillow at them. Just shut up already. Just because you decided to be best friends does not mean the rest of us want to be subjected to your crazy bullshit. Be nice, Dabi. Izuku wiped his hands on a towel as he walked in from the kitchen. I, for one, am very happy Himiko has finally found someone to spend time with that's as crazy as she is. Yeah, leave us alone, Twice scolds. Tear us a new one, Mine-chan. Himiko jumped up and threw her arms around him. That's the nicest thing you've ever said to me. Izuku laughed as Dabi rolled his eyes. Go ahead and laugh, Midoriya. It's not like you have to live with them. Hey, I'm a delight, Toga chirped. Shudo came up behind Izuku and raised an eyebrow at his brother. I'm pretty sure you're just jealous, 'cause there's no one as crazy as you. Oi burn, snort. That's it. Dabi jumped up and grabbed the seat cushion from his chair and ran at Shudo, whose eyes widened as he dodged Dabi and grabbed a pillow from the waiting Twice. Get at him. Todoroki kick his, but Dabi grown as children, I swear. 10 out of 10 hit him harder. You're so weak, Twice cheered. Go Shudo, go Dabi, be nice you too. Stop fighting, so childish. Whack him, aim for the face. Himiko and Izuku were holding their sides laughing as Shudo and Dabi chased each other around the apartment. From what Shudo had said in their text conversations, Izuku had gathered that Endeavor hadn't ever really let either of them just play around and be kids, instead insisting they train constantly while isolating them from their other siblings and from kids their own age. Kami, here start listing a bunch of games and stuff to show Todoroki when we get back. Ashido demands, shoving her notebook at him. Yes ma'am, he salutes, moving the notebook between him and Siro to jot down some ideas. Meanwhile, a King pillow fight. Mirko shrieks at Endeavor. You wouldn't even let them have a pillow fight. How much of their childhood did you steal from them? They needed to focus on their training and didn't need the distractions. The man snaps defensively. Hawks can barely manage to grab Mirko's waist as she lunges for him. Meanwhile, hey Dabi, I think Mirko is about to fistfight Endeavor for your honor. Spinner points out. Dabi turns toward the hero section to see Hawks desperately trying to hold Mirko back while everyone else ignores the situation. And I'd pay to see that. Once the rest of the league had discovered this fact, they had taken it upon themselves to introduce the two to everything they missed out on during their childhoods, resulting in them being the second and third most immature members of the league. First place still went to Shigaraki. Shigaraki grumbles quietly to himself. Just because it's true doesn't mean you should say it. Izuku ducked back into the kitchen to check on the food. Alright you two, calm down and come set the table. Food's ready. Dabi reluctantly put his cushion back and Shudo looked like he was about to do the same, but at the last minute hit Dabi in the face while he was unarmed. Iha swerved. Hey you little puss, Izuku said warningly. Oh no, Deku's using his mom voice. Uraraka giggles, earning a squawk from the boy. Shudo stuck his tongue out at Dabi before tossing the pillow down on the couch and walking to the kitchen. Himiko handed Dabi a stack of plates before turning to fix Shudo's hair, which had gotten disheveled during the pillow fight. He'd cut it shortly after joining the league and it was now an undercut which he usually wore up in a pompadour style. The way he styled it made the red and white swirl together while still remaining mostly distinct. It's not a bad look for him. Momo comments. Yeah, not gonna lie, it looks good. Jiro agrees. The first time Izuku had seen it was when he'd gone over to the league's new hideout about 3 weeks after the move and he'd promptly had to leave until he'd gotten his blush under control. Himiko still hadn't let him live it down. Oh no. Midoriya groans knowing what's coming. Finally Ashido cheers. Place your bets. Who asks who out? What's their first date? How long will they pine? Considering this world, their first date might include crime. Jiro chuckles. Nah, that seems like something you'd build up to. Hagakure counters. Girls, we shouldn't be holding up the viewing. Momo scolds gently. Besides, they'd clearly prefer something with less pressure. Like a coffee date perhaps. They would be trace adorable. Aoyama agrees. Now hush. Dinner at his mother's house was always a quiet affair. Just the two of them, but dinner with his friends was loud. Between Toga's laughter, Dabi's sarcasm, Twice's personalities, and Shudo's conspiracy theories, it couldn't be called dinner so much as controlled chaos, but Izuku wouldn't have it any other way. Not unlike any meal at the dorms. Ida comments. I'm telling you, Shudo pointed his chopsticks at Dabi, there is an extra-governmental group constantly watching our every move through Feel-Good Incorporated satellites, really Todoroki. Izuku sighs fondly. Dabi sighed and took another bite. Why in the world would a multi-billion-dollar tech company sell out to a secret organization? Maybe they were promised power. Shudo shrugged. But they already have power and they already have money. Izuku said. What could this hypothetical secret organization possibly have to offer that would convince a respectable company to do something so illegal? I could think of a few motives. Eraserhead comments. Respectable. As if Twice said. I've never heard of a better company. Oh, Toga pounded on the table as her face lit up. What if it's not just Feel-Good Incorporated? What if there are all sorts of big companies helping them and it's like the latest fashion trend for the rich? Those don't make any sense either and some of them should be illegal. Todoroki leaned closer to the screen with interest. Shudo looked at Toga, awestruck, while Dabi groaned. Toga, don't encourage him. I like the way you think. A small smile stole across Shudo's face and Izuku felt his heart skip a beat. He took another too-hot bite. Maybe he'd be able to pass his blush off as the heat. I take it you're staying here until those girls stop shipping you. Twice asks the hero student who's still sitting next to him. Get away from me, yes. Girls everywhere. By the end of dinner, The theory had somehow grown to include a worldwide conspiracy and aliens that worshipped the ancient Egyptians. Toga, along with Izuku and both of Twice's personalities, thought it was hilarious, and Dabi looked exhausted. He looked at Shudo incredulously as he finished wrapping up a convincing argument that Officer Sansa from the police department was actually an ancient cat god in disguise and thus the reason that the aliens had chosen Japan as their home base. Tsukachi snorts, "I've got to tell Sansa about this one. How are we even related?" Shudo smiled and shrugged, gathering up the dirty dishes and heading over to the sink. Toga volunteered to dry since she was finding Shudo's theories too entertaining to stop. The others put away the leftovers and went to go watch the news. "Toga, can I ask you a question?" Shudo asked as he handed her a plate. Toga hummed, "Does it have to do with if I'm an ancient cat god too?" Shudo chuckled, a reaction that was becoming more natural the longer he was out from under his father's thumb. "It's a nice laugh, Karo." Tsu compliments. "Thank you." Todoroki says simply, "No, but we should come back to that another day." He busied himself with scrubbing a pan, trying to work out exactly what he wanted to say. "Why have you been spending so much time with Twice?" Toga thought for a minute. "I guess I didn't really think about it. We're best friends. And I feel really comfortable around him, so yeah." "Well, that and," she shrugged, "like Mine-chan said, it takes a special kind of crazy to want to spend time with me. Twice and I have that in common, so it feels like we've gotten really close because of it." She shrugged again. "I don't know, but have you got your eye on someone you want to spend a lot of time with?" "I knew they read as romance." Ashido whispers excitedly. Shudo took his left hand out of the water so he wouldn't accidentally boil it. "No, why would you think that?" Ship. Hagakure chants. Toga cackled. "Yeah, sure Shudo, you're just bringing up romance for no reason." She winked at him. "If it's any consolation, I think he likes you too." "I know he does." Himiko chirps. "I don't have any idea what you're talking about." He denied it but knew it wasn't very convincing, considering the fact that his face was bright red. Mei pats Todoroki's arm to comfort him. Toga laughed. "Sure you don't." Himiko, "We need to leave." Twice came in and hugged her from behind. "We have plenty of time, there's always tomorrow." Toga gasped in excitement. "Oh yeah, I saw this super cute boy earlier that I want to kill. Come on Jean, let's hurry." She grabbed his hand and dragged him out the door, giving Izuku a quick hug on her way out. "And there's the murder date." Ojiro sighs. Shudo finished up the dishes, then joined Izuku and Dabi, who were sitting at the table, wiping his hands nervously on a rag as he sat down. Even though he and Dabi had spent weeks discussing this and Shudo was sure it was what he wanted to do, it was still nerve-wracking. Tamura perks up. "It's that conversation." No one bothers answering. Dabi looked at him and raised his eyebrows, asking for silent confirmation. When Shudo nodded, he turned to Izuku. "Midoriya? We actually wanted to talk business for a bit, if that would be okay." Izuku looked a bit surprised, but nodded, leaning forward in his seat. "What's up?" Shudo took a deep breath. "No going back now. How much would you charge us for a plan to kill Endeavor?" "Whatever the plan, they will fail." Endeavor declares. Izuku hummed and nodded. "I was wondering when you two would ask. Will the rest of the league be participating as well, or will it just be the two of you?" "Efsugeof, he's mine." Dabi growls. "Just the two of us if possible," Dabi said. "We already cleared it with Shigaraki, since it'll probably be associated with the league whether or not the other members are there, but this is personal, so we want to do it ourselves. I'm sure you can understand that." "Over beach," Izuku says under his breath, earning a snort from his neighbor. Izuku nodded again. "Yeah, I get it, it was the same for me with Overhaul." He turned to Shudo. "It's a pretty big crime for your debut, Shudo. Are you sure you don't want to start with something smaller? Go big or go home." Spinner encouraged. Shudo shook his head. He'd considered it just starting off with robberies or something until he got used to being a villain, but I want my debut to have an impact. If the first thing I do as a villain is kill my father, then it sends a message, not only to him but to all of Hero Society, that he's the one who drove me to this. It wouldn't have the same effect if I started off with any other crime. Endeavor does not like the look on Nedzu's face. I think a hero student turning villain would have an impact either way, Izuku smiled, but I agree that doing it this way will be the most impactful. He pulled out a notebook and pencil. I'm proud of you, Shudo. The girls coo at the interaction between the two. Shudo smiled at the praise. Thanks, Izuku. It means a lot. So, Dabi looked at Izuku. How much is this plan going to cost us? Izuku looked at him like he'd grown a second head. Oh, I wouldn't dream of charging you for this one. Wonderful. Tsukachi says sarcastically. What? Shudo couldn't believe his ears. Surely Izuku wouldn't help kill the #1 hero for free. Izuku smiled. You're my friend, Shudo, and you deserve payback for what that BSD did to you. He started scribbling down ideas. Does he have to be so generous as a villain? Mount Lady scoffs. Shudo said. It's too much. At least let us pay you something. Izuku laughed and shook his head. Nope, just consider it an early birthday present or something. That might be worse. Koda whispers. Shudo glared at him. My birthday isn't for months. Izuku shrugged. Maybe it's for Dabi's birthday, then. His birthday is after mine. I don't care. Izuku looked at him as Dabi lost control of his laughter. Seriously, Shudo. It's the least I can do. Most of the villains are at least chuckling at this point and the rest of the room isn't doing much better. Shudo pouted but knew he wasn't going to be able to change Izuku's mind. Izuku smiled widely as he realized he'd won. So, have you thought about a villain alias yet? You should probably have that picked out before your debut. Shudo shook his head. Honestly, I hadn't really thought about it. I've just been going by Shudo. Oh, that just won't do. Mr. Compress says in disappointment. No, that just won't do. Izuku shook his head. You need a name that strikes fear into the hearts of your enemies. Think about what you'd want on your wanted poster. Shudo just looked at Izuku confused. Why? Wouldn't any name strike fear into people's hearts if I do things people are afraid of? I'm so sorry, Dabi, your brother might be hopeless. Spinner says solemnly. Izuku groaned and hit his head against the table while Dabi laughed. No, I've got the perfect name for you, Peppermint Boy, Ubi. The dual-element user scowled. Shudo scowled and Izuku raised his head up to reveal a terrifying glint in his eye. No, what about Endeavor? Someone needs to say that to Endeavor's face. Shinso comments. Dabi grinned. Daddy issues father killer ice princess. Don't I get any say in this? Shudo grumbled. Nope. Izuku and Dabi said in perfect unison and then Dabi gasped in delight. I've got it, Isethought. I'm so using that one. Bakugo grins. Izuku had tried taking a drink of water, but ended up snorting it out his nose. You two are terrible. Shudo shook his head. We should just leave now and prevent a disaster. Besides, Shigaraki doesn't want us home too late. And now he's deflecting. Dabi rolls his eyes. Dabi didn't stop laughing, but stood up and grabbed his coat. See you later, Midoriya. Don't get into too much trouble. Me. Trouble? Izuku said innocently. I would never. Bullshit, lies, false. Shudo shook his head. Yeah, 'cause you're just a paragon of perfection. Izuku gave him a bright smile that made his heart skip a beat. Obviously, I'll send you the completed plan within the next week or so and we can go over it and see if you want to make any changes. And keep thinking about a villain name. I'm gonna have to come up with a hero name, aren't I? Todoroki asks in resignation. Alright, I get it, Shudo said. See you later, Izuku. The door shut behind them and Shudo pulled up his hood to hide his distinctive hair. Beside him, Dabi had already pulled a medical mask over his scars. Hiding distinctive features like that must be a hassle. Uraraka comments. He must really like you, you know. Dabi said as they started walking. Shudo looked at him in confusion. What? Dabi rolled his eyes. Midoriya? He never gives plans away for free. And he lets you call him by his first name. If that isn't love, I don't know what is. Like you'd know. Tomura scoffs, earning a scowl from the temperamental fire user. Shudo sighed. With our family, I don't think either of us would know love if it bit us in the butt. Dabi shrugged. Fair enough. But still, he must really care about you, even if it's just as a friend. Shudo paused and looked up, back at Izuku's apartment building. I hope you're right. Well, kid, you should probably get back to your friends. Twice waves Izuku away. Don't leave me. Izuku chuckles as he stands. Thanks for keeping me from the shippers. Anytime. Never again. They both settle into their friend groups as the next chapter started. Now playing Viridian. The Green Guide fight show. Yuta watched as some cops dragged away the mugger he'd just taken down, then used his capture weapon to pull himself up onto the rooftops to look for more problems. He wondered if Viridian would call him today before dismissing the thought. He didn't have to talk to the problem child every night. It's not like he was the kid's dad or anything. Denial. Midnight teases. He was just about to jump onto the next rooftop when he felt something small and strong bounce off the back of his head. Immediately, he activated his quirk and whirled around, gripping his capture weapon in preparation to deal with whatever threat had managed to sneak up on him, only to see the DMN problem child, smiling brightly and waving at him with a goddamn broken arm. I agree with your incredulous reaction. Ida sighs. Kid, is your arm broken? Okay, so that probably wasn't the best thing to say, considering that the cast was fairly obvious, but sue him, it was the first time he'd seen the kid in over a month and he shows up with an obvious injury. Of course, Shoyuta had the right to be a little shocked. And what was the kid doing out with a broken arm? DMN cabin fever gets everyone into trouble at some point. Izuku laments. At least the kid had the decency to look embarrassed. Well, not anymore, at least I don't think. The kid tugged on his sleeve in a belated attempt to hide the cast from view. It should be pretty much healed by now. But don't worry, I'm not actually planning on getting into any fights tonight, but, we need to go so that you can get into a fight. Of course he found a fight. Shigaraki groans. This kid really is a trouble magnet no matter the world. Spinner comments with a bit of concern in his voice. Shoyuta sighed heavily, lead the way, problem child. The kid smiled and took off. In his defense, Izuku hadn't been looking for a mugging. He'd been planning on finding Eraser first thing, but then he'd heard a scream and he couldn't just leave it alone. Oh well, he'd just have to talk to Eraser about the bee after the fight. Thankfully, because he'd been looking for him in the first place, the mugging wasn't that far from where he'd found Eraserhead, so it didn't take long at all for them to reach it. Yes, lucky that. Aizawa comments dryly. He was about to jump down onto the street out of habit when Eraser glared at him. Stay put, problem child. Izuku laughed sheepishly. I wasn't going to join the fight. Sure. Shinso drawls sarcastically. Eraser simply looked at him with a tired skepticism, and Izuku could almost feel him rolling his eyes behind his goggles, but he just sighed and jumped down to take care of the villain. Izuku got out his notebook and started scribbling down the different techniques that he used, most of which Izuku was familiar with from watching previous fights. There was only one guy, and he was obviously a little drunk, so it didn't take long at all for Eraser to take him down and restrain him. That was anticlimactic. HeadcaseKiller comments. Was it though? Ojiro questions doubtfully. Wait, now that the villain was restrained, the cops would probably be coming soon to take him in, and Izuku probably shouldn't still be there when they came, seeing as how he was a vigilante and all. Izuku put his notebook back in his pocket and stood to leave, only to be wrapped in Eraser's capture weapon before he could jump to the next roof. Shouldn't he be arresting this kid? Spinner asks. Technically, but he won't. Dabi shrugs. Why might that be? Compress wonders. We have no idea. Toga chirps. We think it's the dad vibes Eraserhead pretends he doesn't have. Well, alright then. Spinner just accepts the answer and moves on. He looked up at Eraser, who was glaring at him with his quirk activated. Go home, problem child. Please do. Listen. Just go to bed. Izuku couldn't help pouting like a petulant child. I've hardly left my house in 5 weeks. Eraser am going stir-crazy running around with a broken arm is irrational. Eraser countered. I've only been outside like 3 times in the last month, Izuku pleaded. Now that he was actually out and running around, he didn't want to go back home. And one of those was to go to the grocery store, so it doesn't even count, please. Just let me have this, go to a park then. Shinso snarks. And get bullied and or addition, Izuku points out. Shinso huffs. Eraser simply tightened his capture weapon slightly. Do I need to see you home? I'm a vigilante, remember? Izuku pointed out. I've got a secret identity to protect. Where was all this confidence coming from? Since when did he get so comfortable with Eraserhead Tao's this sass? Or were they just arguing? Either way, Izuku wasn't used to acting this way with anyone, much less with an adult. Maybe it had something to do with the fact that Eraser had missed him when he disappeared, or the fact that he actually seemed to care about what happened to him, even if that care manifested in a protectiveness for his broken arm. He's getting comfortable with you. All Might grins, addressing Aizawa with fondness in his voice. He sasses you. Aizawa replies skeptically. On occasion. Yagi chuckles. But, oddly enough, Eraser didn't seem to mind it. He wasn't getting mad at Izuku for back-talking him like his teachers would. He wasn't blowing up like Kaken would. He was just taking it in stride like this was how Izuku was supposed to act toward him. It was weird. Oh no, honey, you're a teenager, you're supposed to talk back occasionally. It's how you grow. Amplifier comforts. Eraser was still holding him tightly and Izuku knew he probably wouldn't let go until he promised to head straight home. Well, Izuku could probably use the sleep, considering that he'd been up all night researching though Izuku had forgotten that he still needed to tell Eraser what he'd learned about the bee and he had so many questions about that rash of instant villains in Narahata. If he was correct, Eraser had been involved with those ones too. Yes, but I shouldn't talk about it. Aizawa remarks tiredly. He said finally. I'll go home and rest, but only if you answer some of my questions. Shoyuta rolled his eyes, but nodded and unwrapped his capture weapon. This kid was gonna be the death of him. Going out and looking for fights with a broken arm. He had zero sense of self-preservation, which Shoyuta probably should have expected, considering that the kid was likely suicidal, but it was one thing to theorize about it and another entirely to see it in action. The only comforting thing about this whole situation was that looking at the timeline of Viridian's disappearance, he probably went off the grid because of his arm, not his depression. And he was acting more confident than usual, so maybe the break had been good for him. Leaving that city school, doing well on his online classes, Monoma comments snidely. Yeah, the break did him some good. Viridian's eyes lit up. I want to know more about the instant villains. Shuda's eyes widened. Where did you learn that term? Did I mention it? Are you panicking? My guess. Little bit, yeah. Aizawa groans. Viridian shook his head. No, I was just looking up stuff because there have been a couple times that groups of people have gotten dosed with trigger, but I never actually saw them shoot up. I ended up going to the place where that group last night got dosed, and I found this. The kid dug in his hoodie pocket for a moment before pulling out a Ziploc bag and handing it over. Shoyuta looked at him in confusion, then looked at the bag and his BLD ran cold. A tiny mechanical bee. He'd considered the possibility that Queen Bee could be involved in this, but he'd hoped that they'd succeeded in destroying all the bees after that whole fiasco with Pop Step, but apparently not. Don't talk about it, Eraserhead. Tsukachi begs. It belongs to a villain named Queen Bee, who was heavily involved with the instant villain incidents a few years ago in Narahata. Viridian frowned. Well, I don't actually have to tell you that, considering that I'm pretty sure you were on the case back then. Wait, were you on the case back then? I'm so sorry for assuming and… Viridian's insecurities were back. Shoyuta cut him off before the kid could work himself into a panic. Yeah, I was part of that investigation. In fact, I still am, that's why I'm one of the heroes tracking Trigger. A suicidal kid's insecurities, no better way to get information from a hero. Puck's jokes. Viridian sighed in relief. So anyway, once I found the bee, then it was pretty easy to trace it back to Narahata. Were the victims back then random, or were they picked for any specific reason? They were random. Shoyuta responded. Well, some of them annoyed the host or bought the drags to get high, but most of them were just in the wrong place at the wrong time. And that's terrifying. Sato remarks. That's what I thought. Viridian pinched his lower lip in thought. And of those instant villains, a few disappeared after the incident, only to return as the modified next-level villains, right? Shoyuta nodded. It would appear you are talking about it, Aizawa-kun. Netsu comments. I can see that. Aizawa deadpants. Viridian sighed. That's what I was worried about. The bees have orders to target any random citizen as long as they're loaded with the drag. The kid had managed to lose him. How do you know what their orders are? The kid looked surprised. Oh, I hacked it. He says as though that's not a weird thing to be able to do. Rocklock mentions. Shoyuta had to have heard that wrong. You hacked the bee. Its quirk created, how did you hack into it? Viridian shrugged. Well, I knew that it had to have some way of communicating with the queen when it was alive, and since it seems to have the characteristics of a robot, I assumed that it was communicating wirelessly. Honestly, it was just a lucky guess. More like a brilliant deduction. Nedzuchoretsts. Shoyuta grinned. Knowing the bees could be hacked could be a game changer. What did you find, kid? Well, most of the files were corrupted when the bee was destroyed. Viridian frowned. Or maybe it has more to do with being cut off from the hive. Well, Anyway, I was able to view its directive file, which basically ordered it to target anyone. I'm just concerned because the last time this happened, well, I don't have to tell you because you were there and… The kid was mumbling again, problem child. Viridian flinched, then took a deep breath. The last time there was an outbreak of instant villains like this, whoever was behind it seemed to be looking for candidates for next-level villains. But the thing is, it's been months since this started in Yuzurifu and we should have seen at least one next-level villain by now if they follow their old pattern. But what if next-level villains aren't their ultimate goal and they're moving on to the next phase of their experiments? And that's a terrifying thought. Aizawa stresses. Shoyuta swallowed, then there's a possibility that these victims are in danger. And when they came back, they'll be permanently modified and even more dangerous. Viridian followed. I have a theory that they're most likely trying to permanently strengthen a person's quirk, but it's just a theory. I know that it's probably not feasible to put every instant villain under police protection, but if we just knew the kinds of quirks they were looking for, then he's getting too close. Aizawa comments, clearly worried. The kid was digging too deep. Shoyuta didn't know who exactly was behind the villain factory. He was still really skeptical of the whole all-for-one myth, but he knew they were powerful enough to kidnap a witness out of a police interrogation room. Viridian was a teenager. A smart teenager, a teenager with a death wish and zero sense of self-preservation, but a teenager nonetheless. However valuable the kid's investigation was, his involvement was going to catch the attention of all the wrong people and put him in danger. He had to put a stop to this. And won't Sensei be surprised when he meets him? Shigaraki remarks. He cut off Viridian's ramblings. I need you to stop looking into this. Viridian looked at him in confusion. Why? You're meddling in things you have no way to understand. Shoyuta said. If you don't drop this, you're only going to put yourself in danger. He doesn't care about that. Izuku murmurs. But if I can protect people? Eno Viridian flinched at his yell. Shoyuta cursed softly. He shouldn't have done that. The kid obviously had some trauma, and his yelling wasn't going to help the kid trust him at all. He forced himself to take a deep breath. Viridian, you're a kid. You should be worrying about going to the mall with friends, not about drag rings and kidnappings. See, that would require friends. Izuku comments, much to the dismay of his current friend group. Viridian was silent for a long moment. I never had any friends to worry about. Before Shoyuta could apologize or ask what he meant by that, the kid ran and jumped onto the next roof, then disappeared into the shadows. Shoyuta could only hope that he actually went home like he'd promised. Well, that could have gone better. Mike remarks. This is why I say I'm not good with kids. Aizawa sighs. You do better than you think, Sho. Midnight comforts. Now playing cheat code. Support strategist strength on the one hand. Izuku probably shouldn't have snuck out of the house at dawn to get to UA early and work on the analysis packets for the hero course. On the other, Mei was already in the lab when he arrived, so it couldn't be too bad. Great minds think alike. Izuku comments as Mei grins. But fools rarely differ. Shinso sasses, earning himself an elbow to the ribs. Making up for lost time. Izuku laughed when he saw her. If you missed inventing so much, you should have taken me up on my offer yesterday. Let's not. Ida groans. Oh, shut up, Isaac, and Mei swatted at him, but Izuku simply grinned and sidestepped as she grumbled. It's not like breaking in when security was down for improvements would even be a challenge anyway, hopefully not the only reason. Majima grumbles. Izuku raised an eyebrow. Are you saying you want to break in another day? Maybe test their new defenses. Ida groans. Mei's eyes widened. Do you think Nedzu would give us permission? I could make so many babies for it and you could practice your hacking, and can you ask him? Nedzu merely chuckles, much to Powerloader's dismay. Maybe after the sports festival. Izuku laughed. But don't you still have to fine-tune your support items for that? And we both still have to help Shinso get ready. Yes, let's not forget about me. Shinso drawls. Is that why you're here so early? Mei asked. Preparing for the sports festival. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck awkwardly. I couldn't sleep. Mei looked at him with pity and a level of understanding that made Izuku feel slightly guilty. Neither. Nightmares. Can relate. It happens. Totally normal. Izuku sighed and nodded. If I had, well, I wanted to come in and maybe get an abbreviated packet done for each student. If they'd had them a few days ago, they still wouldn't have had time to implement your suggestions. Mei interrupted. You know that, right? Logically yes, emotionally no. Izuku remarks. I know but... Izuku groaned in frustration. But I just can't help but wonder. If maybe their support items were better, then maybe they wouldn't have had to go through that. Mei finished. Achiko puts her hand on the girl's shoulder. It threw Izuku for a loop, but for the first time since he'd arrived, he actually looked at the invention she was currently working on. It was something like a taser but didn't have a power source, meaning that it was most likely designed for someone with an electricity quirk, one that the user couldn't consciously direct or control. Izuku saw a stack of blueprints under that one, and he guessed that if he looked through them, he'd see one for most members of 1A and maybe some of 1B as well. You couldn't sleep either. Kaminari says weakly, not sure what to say. I just need to make sure they have the best babies they can get. Mei said it like that was all there was to it, but even though he really hadn't known her long, Izuku could still tell she was using pragmatism to hide the tangled mess of emotions underneath. Isn't that what a support engineer does? Gives a hero their best chance? They said together, then ended up laughing. Perhaps UA would be better off connecting support and hero courses earlier on. Yamamo considers. We're a mess, aren't we? Mei asked. Yeah, a little. Izuku said. But hey, where's the fun in life without a little chaos? I'll be in my workroom if you need me. I still have that blanket if you need it. Oh. Mina teases as Midoriya buries his face in his hands. Izuku felt slightly hot and figured it was from the lack of good sleep. Mei nodded and turned back to her newest baby. It probably won't do much good, but thanks. The thought counts, Karo. Izuku nodded and left toward his room when Mei spoke again. Thank you, she said softly. I don't know what I'd do without you, Aizen. Izuku smiled softly, me neither. He left his door cracked open and they spent the time before their classmates arrived in companionable silence, working on their own projects. Sometimes you just need a bit of quiet. Ajuru comments. Shudo sat in the back row, half listening to his classmates talk about the USJ attack while mostly lost in his own thoughts. When the villains had shown up, he had mostly just been annoyed. Was that the right word? But it was expected, wasn't it? Villains attacked heroes. It was what they did. It made sense. What didn't make sense was the mysterious third party that had seemed intent on helping them. Someone taking over the rescue facility is certainly unexpected. Tokoyami comments. Shudo wasn't the only one curious either if his classmates' before-class conversations were any indication. Figures 1A would be so easily distracted. Minoma comments quieter than usual. It was kind of freaky, honestly. Ojirio told HeadcaseKiller, who seemed to be hanging on his every word. It was like the building came alive all of a sudden and the fire was on my side. Every time I started going in the wrong direction, it would block my path and it would catch any villains trying to sneak up on me before they even had a chance. It was creepy but in a cool way, if that makes sense. Does. HeadcaseKiller chirps. Cheat code is a force of darkness. Tokoyami said seriously. I cannot describe my experience in any other words than that it was as if a benevolent supernatural entity was haunting the rain itself and bending it to their will. Thank you. Izuku comments. Shut up about that F-King coward. Bakugo exploded and glared at everyone. If this cheat code F-Ker really wanted to help, he should have shown up in person rather than hiding behind a microphone like a scared little sheep, and he should have let us destroy the DMN villains. Attitudes like that get people killed. Aizawa growls. Good thing you're teaching them that right, show. My comforts. Come on, Baku bro, you gotta admit it was kinda manly how he protected us like that. Kirishima hit his fists together with a grin. I wanna meet him. Izuku smiles to himself once again, considering learning to hack as it seems like a useful skill. And that was the other weird thing, wasn't it? Everyone else who had ended up caught in the zones had said that the building kept fighting them until the very end unless they headed toward the entrance. But cheat code had allowed Shudo to get close enough to save Aizawa. Why him? Why not Kirishima, who was arguably kinder and more likely to listen? Was it just because Shudo had a more powerful quirk? But Bakugo was powerful enough to fight as well, so if it was just about power, he should have been allowed to reach the plaza as well. If it was about effective rescuing, wouldn't Uraraka have been a better fit? She wanted to be a rescue hero and she could have floated Aizawa out of there. If I could get to him. Yuruka points out. Todoroki nods in agreement. That is a good point. So what made Shudo different? Why choose him out of all of his classmates? Apparently, that was a question for another day because Aizawa chose that moment to walk in. One of his arms was in a thick cast and there was a large piece of gauze taped beneath his eye, but overall he seemed a lot less injured than Todoroki had expected. He flinched as the class erupted into loud cheers. He's not a mummy, many of Class A cheer. Aizawa-san, see, you're alright, Ishido exclaimed loudly. We were so worried when we saw Todoroki leading you out. I'm fine. Aizawa interrupted. It would have been a lot worse if the villain's full attention had been on me or if Shigaraki had managed to hit me with his quirk, but as it was, the old lady was able to heal most of it. Aizawa gets a cane to the knee as Recovery Girl scoffs out a rude. Is 13-sensei? Yurarka asked, worried. They're still in recovery. Aizawa said. Let that be a lesson to you to always be aware of your surroundings. Quirks are dangerous, even and especially your own. Always expect someone to use every weakness against you. You got lucky this time. The thugs the League of Villains sent were low level, and cheat code protected most of you from the inner circle, but when you get out onto the streets, you're going to meet villains who are prepared to do whatever it takes to kill you. If you're not prepared for that, leave now. I guess they don't treat heroics as spinner starts. Flippantly. Compress suggests. Yeah, they don't treat it as flippantly as we thought. Nobody left. Not that Shudo was surprised. It probably hadn't really hit them yet, he supposed. Shudo didn't leave either. His father could have killed him hundreds of times over if he wasn't so worried about losing his masterpiece, so Shudo was used to the threat of. Not to mention that the threat of death would become that much more real if he were to refuse to be a hero. That I am concerned. Speaking of cheat code, Tsu asked tentatively, who is he? Aizawa sighed and muttered something that sounded like problem child before addressing the class. He's an analyst. How descriptive. Midnight remarks sarcastically. Aizawa raises an eyebrow at her. Would you out the identity of Nedzu's personal student to your class? She concedes. Kaminari and Ishido tried to interrupt, probably to whine and beg for more info, but Aizawa silenced them with a glare and Todoroki couldn't help but notice that he didn't activate his quirk like he normally would have, so he must not be completely healed yet. He is an analyst and that is all the information you will be getting. The UA staff has decided to keep his identity under wraps to protect him for now, since I think you each can understand why we wouldn't want villains getting their hands on him, so no, I will not be telling you who he is. Maybe he'll tell you himself eventually, but until then, you'll just have to deal with your curiosity. However, Aizawa used his good arm to pull a stack of papers from his capture weapon. He did stupidly decide to be overactive and give you these. Come up when I call your name. How are those pages not wrinkled? Toga asks. It doesn't. Tamura start. Actually, I'm kinda curious about that. Who's brave enough to ask? Dabi challenges. Compress cuts off any response. The room instantly dissolved into whispers as Aizawa called up Aoyama and handed him a few papers. He read through them and swore softly in French as the other members of the class were called. When Shudo's name was called, he received a packet with 2 papers stapled together. The first section gave a brief description of his quirk, while the other sections gave bulleted lists of strengths, weaknesses, and suggestions for improvement. At the end was an imprinted sticker with some kind of logo and cheat code's name. Diminmei, you work fast. Shinso remarks. Of course I do. She cheers. These are abbreviated analyses of your quirks and fighting styles. Aizawa explained once all the packets had been handed out. You'll apparently be receiving full versions near the end of the semester, once cheat code has had more of a chance to see you in action. He went to Nedzu early this morning, however, and insisted we give you these. Use them wisely. Analysts can be a hero's greatest ally or greatest enemy, depending on how you treat them. Case in point, mastermind. Tokage comments. Whoa dude, Siro yelled. These are awesome, there's more where this came from. That's super cool, more like super freaky. Mineta complained. How does this guy even know so much about us? Shut up, Mineta. The class looked toward Aizawa for an answer, only to find that he had already cocooned himself inside his sleeping bag and was slumped against the wall asleep, so he'd be absolutely zero help. Shudo looked more closely at his packet and frowned as he read. Strengths: ice power, ice control, strategic thinking. Weaknesses: left side is left open to attack, danger of hypothermia suggestions. Use fire, half of quirk. He's not going to like that, Todoroki states. The analyst only had part of the picture, but that didn't make Shudo feel any less annoyed at yet another person telling him to use his fire. He didn't have to listen to someone. Shudo froze. Hadn't he decided to trust cheat code in part because Endeavor wouldn't have? Ignoring his advice completely would be exactly what Endeavor would do, but he still couldn't use his fire. Do something he'll hate, Dabi suggests offhandedly. There was a loud explosion and Shudo looked up to see Bakugo throwing the remains of his smoking packet out the window. I don't f-king need this loser to tell me what I already f-king know. I don't have impulsivity issues. Are you sure about that? Is he serious? Aizawa crawled out of his bag, grabbed another packet from his capture weapon, and slammed it down on Bakugo's desk. He mentioned you might do that. Be careful with that one. If you explode it, you won't be getting a third. Just take the packet. Bakugo growls. Bakugo reached for the papers, sparks already leaping across his palms, but Aizawa snatched the packet out of his reach. What the f-seek, old man? Bakugo, Aizawa said sternly. If you don't want to be a better hero or a hero at all, I don't usually approve of your expulsion threats. Mike sighs. Bakugo huffed, but grabbed the papers without setting them on fire and slumped down in his seat, staring at the packet like it had personally offended him. Shudo could relate. Snort, really? Ha, if only we could actually meet this analyst in person, Ida lamented loudly. I have a great many questions on how to improve my quirk's functions and… Suit yourself. Jiro shivered. It was freaky enough knowing that he could make the ground collapse beneath us at any moment. My money's on him being even scarier in person. Hey, Izuku exclaims. Sorry, Midoriya. Jiro apologizes. What a mad banquet of darkness. Tokoyami muttered. What he said. Dark Shadow teases. It had already been a long day by the time Hitoshi reached the gym after school and started stretching, considering that Midoriya was probably still trying to pull Hatsum away from whatever invention she was currently working on. Hanging out with the two yesterday had been fun, but his foster parents had yelled at him when he'd gotten home, accusing him of going out and trying to join a gang despite the fact that he'd tried telling them he was going out with friends before he left. Too bad they wouldn't actually let him talk to them. Or at all. All I need are names. May remarks cheerfully. And then all everyone was talking about was the hero course. Those lucky students with the perfect quirks and everything laid out for them without having to fight tooth and nail and convince everyone that he deserved every chance that they did. Even his kidnappers had spent the day focused on them, which was annoying, even though he really didn't have any right to be angry, considering that those two had been involved with the attack. At least they didn't think he was a villain. You're not a goddamn villain, Izuku hisses. A slight sound behind him had Hitoshi jumping to his feet and whirling around to see an injured hobo nodding at him approvingly. Good situational awareness. So your cheat code's extra credit project. Yeah, apparently. Shinso drawls. Oh no. Hitoshi froze as he realized that this wasn't just any injured hobo. He was talking to Eraserhead. Eraserhead knew who he was. Good to know I'm not the only fanboy now. Izuku teases. Hitoshi forced himself to snap out of his hero worship, for lack of a better word. Yes, Sir. Eraserhead looked at him appraisingly. You're doing physical training. Yes, sir. Hitoshi nodded quickly. I'm mostly focusing on speed and flexibility for now, since I don't have time to gain a lot of strength before the sports festival, but there'll be time for that later. Aizawa comments. But there'll be time for that later if you get into the hero course. Eraserhead finished. Don't underestimate stealth either. You'd be surprised how often it can come in handy. Hitoshi's eyes went wide. Was Eraserhead really giving him advice? He didn't know what to say. What was someone supposed to say when their favorite hero gave them tips? Probably start with thank you. Todoroki deadpants. Too long moment where Shinso was freaking out. Midoriya burst through the door, his jacket covered in some sort of oil that must have exploded from Hatsum's most recent experiment. Shinso, sorry I'm late. Meijin, Eraserhead, I didn't know you'd… Breathe, problem child. Aizawa rolls his eyes. Eraserhead interrupted Midoriya's rambling by bowing, and Midoriya instantly turned bright red and started sputtering. What? Eraserhead, sir, I don't what? You helped save my students. Eraserhead straightened. Thanking you is only logical. What's with this guy and logic? Spinner asks. It's one of his few personality traits. Dabi snarks. Midoriya looked to Hitoshi helplessly, but he was still reeling from Eraserhead giving him advice. Midoriya turned back to Eraserhead and bowed back. I apologize for not doing more. You didn't have to do more. Midnight coos. Eraserhead snorted. I knew you'd be a problem child. I don't know what else I expected. He turned to leave, but stopped at the door and fixed Hitoshi with a look. You have potential. Don't waste it. It's not going to be easy to claim the extra seat in my class. Challenge accepted. Shinso brains. That challenge was apparently what it took to snap Hitoshi out of his trance, and he couldn't help smirking slightly. It won't be easy to be a hero either, but that doesn't mean I'm not going to do it. Right answer. Joke cheers. Eraserhead gave a creepily wide grin and left, allowing the door to swing closed behind him. When he was sure he was gone, Hitoshi deflated. Midoriya, I think I just met somebody even scarier than you are. Not strong to do. Izuku snarks. He ignored Midoriya's sputtering denials as he went back to stretching. He had a sports festival to win, after all. Where were we in shadows? Himiko asks. The exercise is starting. Dabi reminds, or at least it should be. Finally some action. Shigaraki grouses. Now playing shadows. The horror movie heroes rush. Mom smiled as the clock struck noon, the exact time that the heroes were set to arrive in the fake city. Okay, Sparky. It's go time. They jumped off the roof, and Denki looked over to see the rival group of villains they'd seen earlier doing the same thing. Mom grinned. I'll take care of these guys. You go in and hold up the cashier. Yeah, 'cause that's the easy job. Kaminari whines sarcastically. Denki gulped. What? Just use your electricity and threaten them a little bit. Mom shrugged, her own hand coated in electricity. It's just like the movies. I believe in you. She's so supportive of your life of crime. Ashido giggles. Denki exhaled slowly. Okay then. Good luck. Mom smiled. You too, Sparky. Knock him dead. But not literally. Jiro jeers. Hey. Denki gave a jerky nod of affirmation and ran through the glass doors of the bank, his entire body sparking. This is a robbery. Give me all your money. He winced at how stupid he sounded, but the teller leaped into action and started shoveling the money from the register into a little bag. They probably knew they'd get robbed in the first few minutes. Once the money was in the bag, the teller tied the bag shut with a ribbon, and Denki noticed a little badge hanging off it. It was around the size of his hand and emblazoned with a large number 8. That must be how they identified the objectives. Designing those tags will be a bit of fun. Netsu comments. The teller shoved the bag onto the counter. Just take it, don't hurt us. Did you get the money, Sparky? Mom came bounding through the door and her eyes zeroed in on the bag of cash. Good work, Yuhia. Denki nodded and gave her a thumbs up as she grabbed the cash. Easy as pie. Sure. Bakugo snorts. She looked out the window as there was a giant crash down the street. Now for the strong part. The heroes are here. Scatta run F King Book It. Kyoka largely ignored the heroes as she made her way around the city, her villain token firmly hidden in her pocket. She still couldn't figure out what had happened back at that cafe. How had she even done that? She'd never been able to control others using her heartbeat before, so it must be a new development because of One for All. She'd thought that it was supposed to make her punch stronger, but apparently, it had manifested in a different way than it had in All Might. She took a deep breath and ducked into an alley as a group of heroes ran past her. She wasn't too worried about the actual objectives at the moment. She had her own objectives to complete, namely, figuring out this new ability before she actually had to fight anyone with it. Smart girl. Gran comments. She should get some portable speakers, but she'd have to find a place that didn't ask for her tokener. She'd have to steal them. Kyoka huffed. Of course, she'd have to steal them. Speakers, however, weren't always very subtle. If she was projecting her heartbeat, there was a chance the heroes would be able to block her influence with earplugs. If she could figure out a way to do it quietly, then she might be able to get what she needed without actually fighting for it. But how can she pull that off? Midoriya mumbles. She waited until the heroes were out of sight before stepping out of the shadows and walking up to the nearest civilian. An older woman who seemed nice, but also seemed like someone Kyoka could overpower in the case of an emergency. Unless she took after Recovery Girl, in which case, it had been a good run. She jogged up to the woman and focused on calming her own heartbeat. "Hello, how are you? Good to know I can still strike fear into these young ones' hearts." Chio remarks. "Oh, I'm fine, sweetie, how are you?" The woman smiled, but she didn't have that blank quality the people in the cafe had, so Kyoka assumed she was just choosing to be nice, not being forced into calmness by her quirk. She'd have to try something else. "Never thought I'd be so interested in quirk experimentation," Spinner comments to himself. "I'm fine." Kyoka slowly snaked one of her earphones over and jabbed it into the woman's arm, immediately focusing on projecting a calming heartbeat. "I need your help with something. Just stab a beach, why don't ya?" Kaminari teases. "You're lucky you're out of range at the moment." Jiro snacks back. The woman struggled for a moment, but calmed down almost immediately, her eyes taking on the blank quality that meant her emotions were now under Kyoka's control. "Of course, sweetie, what can I help you with?" "Nice to not be the only one with mind control for once." Shinso comments. Kyoka swallowed thickly and looked around. "Actually, that'll be everything, thanks." She unplugged and ran. The woman sat there dazed for a few seconds before letting out a blood-curdling scream. "Villain, it's a villain, where are the heroes? Sitsi run osi." Kyoka rushed down an alley and focused on stealth and keeping to the shadows as she hurried away. "Okay, so that worked-ish, now to find an electronics shop. This is going to be a disaster." Jiro groans. Momo lays her hand on the punk girl's shoulder to offer some comfort. Nijire was feeling a lot of emotions right now, but most of all, she was excited. Sure, Tamaki might be nervous about fighting the fake villains and Mirio was concerned about stopping as many villains as possible, but Nijire was mostly thinking about how exciting this all was. They fought villains during their work studies, of course, but never all together as a class, so all she could think was how much fun this was gonna be. Hato Aizawa says in a scolding tone. "I promise I'm taking things seriously." Sensei Nijire defends herself. Their class was an interesting mix. Aizawa had expelled a lot of them during their first year or at least demoted them to general studies, so they'd ended up with some transfer students from other schools or from different departments. As long as they had the determination to be true heroes, Aizawa could work with them, but if they didn't, well, Nijire was just happy that she and her friends had made the cut. How has Mineta made the cut? Most of the girls think to themselves. Their class president had taken charge and sent half of them to protect an objective right from the start, while the other half had gone to the fake hero agency to get everything set up. Nijire and her boys had gotten sent to a museum and she and Amajiki had both been hoping that they'd have some time to browse through the exhibits first, but no luck. As soon as they'd arrived, the alarms had started going off and Mirio had had to phase through the wall in order to stop two villains who were trying to steal a vase. Which you should have expected. Amajiki whispers. Nijire and Tamaki had caught up to him quickly, of course, but by that time, Mirio had already managed to corner the two against a wall. They took their places on either side of him and got into battle stances. "Oh, these two idiots." Aizawa sighs with dread lining his posture. The two men, who were similar enough that they could be brothers, looked at each other and one of them grimaced. "We're gonna have to run, aren't we, Ichiro?" "Yeah, Jiro, we are." Ichiro sighed. "We're not allowed to use trigger in this exercise, so there's no way we'll be able to lift this huge thing after we activate our quirks." Sure, just casually mention trigger in the middle of a school exercise. That makes perfect sense. Aizawa groans. "What are you talking about?" Mirio smiled. "Aren't you here to give us a fight?" Ichiro laughed. "No way, we're just here to annoy Eraser and make sure he doesn't forget about us, if only." Aizawa pointedly ignores the snickering going on around him. "Yeah." Jiro laughed. Here catch Tamaki barely managed to transform one arm into a tentacle and catch the vase before it shattered. When Nidri looked back toward the villains, they were gone and the only thing she could see in their place were two little grasshoppers running on two legs. Transformation types. Izuku asks aloud. "Eat our dust," one of them screamed in a high-pitched voice. How to jump, they both jumped over the heroes' heads and were out the door before Nijire could even wrap her head around their quirks. They would never be able to keep track of something so small long enough to give chase. Which is why I have to deal with them. Aizawa sighs once again. Tamaki sighed, well at least we got the vase. But I wanted to catch them. Nijire pouted. What even is this thing anyway? It looked like any fancy terracotta vase, but instead of a scene from mythology painted on it, it was a giant number 2. Nijire smiled as she remembered what Power Loader had told them about each of the objectives having a number, so we just need to protect this from the other villains. You say that like it'll be easy. Tamaki whines. Mirio nodded. Yeah, we'll take it back to the agency so it can be better defended. It's definitely the second objective. How many were there again? For the villains? 13. Tamaki shuddered. But they get extra credit for any heroes they kill. Mirio grinned. Well then, we just won't let them kill us. Famous last words. Let me know how that turns out. Pride before the fall. That poor fool. You can certainly try. Good luck with that. Now playing Deku. I think he's some pro these sit, here we go again. Kaminari comments. Uraraka patted Ida on the back as he whined about the bus's open layout. Izuku shook his head. Hopefully Ida would calm down a little as time went on. Izuku thought it'd be very stressful to be so uptight when most of the other students were so lax, but then again he'd insisted on being a hero for years even when everyone around told him to give up, so he didn't really have room to talk. You really think that? Ida asks. Izuku shrugs. I know obsession, I get it. Hey Midoriya, Azui said, did you really work with pro heroes before coming to UA? Izuku smiled sheepishly, but, it really wasn't intentional. I just kinda reached out to give them quirk analyses, and it grew from there. How is this kid so humble? Poxes. A decade plus of discrimination. Mirko scoffs. That's so manly, Kirishima said. But why did you decide to be a hero rather than just being support? Yeah, Kaminari said, doesn't seem to make much sense cause you're. Jiro hit him in the eye with one of her jacks. Don't pay any attention to him, Midoriya. You don't have to explain yourself if you don't want to. Thanks, Jiro. Izuku says. Can't even be mad. Kaminari comments. But it is kinda a question. Kirishima said. Even those of us with quirks might not make it. Take me for example, my quirk's strong and good in a fight, but it's not flashy at all, so I'll probably never be very popular. Headcase snorts. Bakugo gestures to her, making sure Kirishima caught her reaction to that comment. Well, I'm not trying to be popular. Izuku said quickly. And besides, I think your quirk looks really cool. Many entities do. Headcase comments. Am I really that popular in the multiverse? Kirishima asks. Oh yes, I think you're 9th. Yes, you're 9th in popularity. Headcase tells him. Like in the class, right? He clarifies. Overall actually. She informs the crowd that includes heroes and villains as well. Whoa, people like us. Dabi says incredulously. Well, a tree within the multiverse isn't really worth much without a decent villain or two. What are our places? Toga begs. Headcase rolls her eyes. We can't go over all of them and only the top 20 are recorded. Top 3, then we move on. Bakugo bargains. The entity sighs. Bakugo, Midoriya, and Shoto. She cuts off any more questions. But you think so? Kirishima grinned. Sure seems like it'd be easier if I had a flashier quirk. Like mine you mean? Aoyama sparkled as he struck a pose and Izuku vibrated in excitement as he realized that passive sparkle probably was really part of his quirk. Did Aoyama realize he was doing that? The sparkle dimmed slightly when Ishido mentioned his quirk's drawback. Did that mean that aspect of his quirk was linked to his emotions? What emotions would make the sparkle brighter? Happiness. Or could fear potentially do the same thing? Sensei is right, I really must improve my situational awareness. I did not even realize Aoyama comments. Katsuki pouted in the back of the bus. Seriously, why was there always so much fuss over Deku? Hadn't he always been useless? He didn't even have a quirk, much less a flashy quirk perfect for being a hero like Katsuki. All he had was way too much stubbornness for his own good. So perhaps I shouldn't bring up the times he's become a god or faced one in the multiverse. Headcase remarks to herself. Those that overheard her chose not to comment. Well, Kirishima sighed, if any of our classmates have pro quirks, it's Todoroki and Bakugo. Yeah, Tsu said, but Bakugo will never be popular with his temper. The polls say different. Bakugo shouts at the screen. Katsuki was about to blow up at her, show her what a temper really looked like but stopped. Aizawa was sleeping at the front of the bus, but there was no guarantee he wouldn't wake up if Katsuki exploded. But what had Hound Dog said? He was allowed to be a jerk, but couldn't hurt people. Something like that? Why did this have to be so complicated? Progress. The Baku squad cheers. Shut up, frog face there, that wouldn't get him in trouble, would it? I've been called worse. Tsu dismisses. Such as? Midoriya asks. I'd rather not get into it right now, Karo. Yeah, Bakugo. Kaminari laughed. We've only known you a few days, but we already know your personality is a flaming pile of garbage. Wow, a hero kid said sit like that. Shigaraki scoffs. Katsuki grit his teeth and jumped to his feet. So much for not being hurtful. This idiot had to know his place. I'll kick your butt, you idiot loser. You're going to regret ever applying to UA Bakugo. Aizawa said warningly, and Katsuki huffed, sitting back down. Whatever, these idiots were just obstacles in his path anyway. I know we're the villains and all that, but I think losing his temper like that is justified. Himiko suggests. Izuku stared at the exchange with wide eyes. There was something different about Katsuki. Yeah, he'd blown up at Kaminari, but, while he'd been rude to Azui, he was much tamer than Izuku had ever seen him. It was almost as if he'd been trying to hold himself back, or maybe it was just because Azui was a girl. That'd make sense, but Izuku didn't think he'd ever seen Katsuki hold back before, regardless of who his target was. What was going on with the world? Katsuki was getting teased and holding himself back while Izuku was getting praised. Had he been dropped in some sort of alternate universe by accident where nothing worked like it was supposed to? And now I know why you looked like you were having an existential crisis on that bus back then. Ochako chuckles at Izuku. Yeah, it was an experience. He agrees. The bus slowed to a stop in front of a giant training facility, and the class piled out to see 13 standing on the steps, and Izuku grinned widely. 13 was one of the heroes he'd never had the chance to work with since they were a rescue hero and didn't need his analysis. We might ask for personal analysis if he ever gets to that point. 13 informs their fellow teachers. With the help of our esteemed counselor, I intend to help him reach that point. Netsu claims with certainty in his voice. Oh my goodness, Uraraka squealed. 13 is one of my favorite heroes. Do you think they'd give me an autograph if I asked? Hello students. 13 gestured for the students to follow them inside. I created this training facility to help you deal with different types of disasters. You can call it the USJ, or the Unforeseen Simulation Joint. Really wanted to match that acronym. Mirko snickers. Hey, shouldn't All Might be here already? Aizawa slouched lazily as he walked up to 13, who pulled him to the side and said something Izuku couldn't hear while raising 3 fingers. Izuku felt his heart sink. He'd thought there were too many articles on All Might this morning. He knew he couldn't tell All Might to just not save people, but he also had a responsibility as a teacher, didn't he? I was more worried about All Might back then, though to be fair he'd already apologized for being callous when we first met. Izuku mentions. Did he ever tell you why? Shinso asks. He did, and we aren't talking about it unless one of these stories brings it up. Izuku says firmly. Aizawa sighed loudly. We should just get started. Excellent. 13 sounded like they were smiling. Before we begin, I'm sure you're aware I have a powerful quirk, black hole, that can SCK up anything and turn it to dust. I use it to save people from all kinds of disasters, but it could just as easily be used to kill. Wait. They addressed this during their second heroics class. Spinner asks, seeming to question himself more than anyone else. With all the regulations on quirks in our superhuman society, we often forget how deadly they can be, so make sure you keep in mind not only the good you can do but also the harm if you aren't paying enough attention or make a wrong move. But today, you'll be learning to use your quirks to help people, because that's what being a hero is all about, or it should be. Compress agrees. All right. Settle down. Aizawa's tired voice cut through the class's applause. Now that that's over. The class gasped as the lights went out and the fountain started to malfunction as a dark purple mist gathered in front of it. Izuku's eyes widened as he noticed a pair of yellow eyes and far too many hands emerging from the mist. Go boss. Toga cheers. Stay together and don't move. Aizawa ordered. 13, protect the students. What is that thing? Kirishima asked. It looks like some sort of warp quirk. Izuku made sure his muttering was loud enough for Aizawa to hear. It doesn't appear to have any limit on space, and from here it's impossible to tell if it has limits on distance, but I don't think it does, or else villains would have to infiltrate inside UA's walls first and the alarms would have gone off. Speaking of alarms, they're probably using a quirk to jam the signals, and that's why the lights went off. That person was probably warped over first and could be hiding anywhere. In the mountain zone, as a matter of fact. Tsukachi agrees. Aizawa nodded as he took in the info. Most of the students were still confused and hadn't quite realized they were under attack yet. There were some whispers that they hadn't known the training would start quite so soon, and wasn't it supposed to be rescue training. A few of the braver students tried to step forward, only to stop as Aizawa yelled at them. "Stay back, those are villains. Context clues, kids, use them." Mirko snarks. The class gasped and looked at the intruders with new eyes, but Izuku was already too busy forming his analysis and figuring out weaknesses he and Aizawa could exploit. Perplexing. The mist villain said. "It appears our information was wrong. All Might should be here." All Might flinches. Knowing it was coming, not making hearing it any easier. "So you used the press as a cover and sneaked onto campus." Aizawa gripped his capture weapon. "But we went through the trouble of bringing so many friends. The villain with all the hands seemed to be in charge. Maybe he'll show up if we kill a few kids." "Forgive me, Shigaraki, but what was the logic there?" Compress asks. "That's how it works in games." Tamura states, earning himself a few looks. "I know," he retorts defensively. "They chose this isolated facility at a time a class was being taught." Todoroki said. "They've thought this out, so they must have an objective, but what is it?" "Me." All Might whispers dejectedly. "Kaminari." Aizawa didn't look away from the villains. "Try contacting the school." 13, get them out of here. Izuku ran up to join Aizawa. "I'm coming to fight with you." Aizawa glared at him. "No, Deku, it's too dangerous. You're leaving and that's an order. Please listen to me." Aizawa begs his friends, too tense to tease him for it. "But your fighting style." I said no. They glared at each other for a long moment before Izuku huffed and looked away. "Fine, but if you die, I will kill you myself." Snort makes sense. Giggle sure. Eraser nodded and leapt down the steps, taking down all the villains in his way. Izuku turned to 13, "We need to get out of here. Is there a closer exit?" When 13 shook their head, Izuku cursed and led the class in running toward the doors, but the mist villain cut them off before they could leave. "Go Giri, run FCK off. Hello, we are the League of Villains. I know it's impolite, but we invited ourselves here to say hello. Isn't this a fitting place for the symbol of peace to die?" I never saw him in action outside of redirecting our attacks, but Kurojairi is intimidating as hell. Dabi says, a little impressed. Kirishima and Katsuki didn't waste any time as they ran at the villain, but when the smoke from Katsuki's explosion cleared, the villain was still standing tall. "Well, that's not gonna work." Twice comments. "It's super effective. That was close," he muttered. "You live up to your school's reputation." "The mist villain has a weakness," Izuku muttered. "His real body is protected by metal plating. If only I was calm enough for that in our own world." Izuku bemons. "You two, out of the way right now," 13 yelled, but it was too late. The mist villain had already surrounded them with tendrils of dark smoke, then Izuku was falling. He just barely had time to take a deep breath before he plunged deep into the rescue pool. He immediately started swimming upward, but his eyes widened when he saw a shark swimming toward him and he froze. "No, don't freeze," Uraraka shrieks. Hey, I'm right here." Midoriya reminds her with a hand on her shoulder. There wasn't anything he could do. He wasn't used to fighting in water and he was starting to run out of air. Izuku flinched as the shark opened his jaw, but then Azui managed to kick the villain in the face and wrap her tongue around Izuku. She was already holding Mineta under one arm. "Suchan, well done." As Susan Froppy to the rescue, she tossed Izuku up to the deck of the shipwreck, then tossed Mineta up a few seconds later, much less gently. Deserved. She's too good for this world. Izuku shook his head. It wouldn't surprise him if Mineta had managed to say something inappropriate even in a life-threatening situation. He did, Karo. Tsu reminds. "I remember." Izuku sighs. It was only the first week of school and Izuku had already noticed all the girls hated him. Hopefully being around the strong women of the hero course would teach him a little respect. All the girls and some of the boys expressed doubt at this. Azui crawled up the side of the ship and Izuku smiled at her. Thanks Azui, you saved my life. I told you to call me Tsu, Azui croaked. As Izuku frantically apologized, Azui looked out at the villains who were gathering in the water. This is turning out to be a terrible day of class. No sit. You think? Oh really? Yeah, Izuku frowned. I keep thinking about what that villain said. They planned this to kill All Might. But that doesn't matter, Mineta smiled. As soon as All Might shows up, they're toast. A good chunk of the audience winces knowing for a fact how untrue that could be. I'm not so sure. Azui said thoughtfully. If they plan this to kill All Might, they probably have a way to kill him. We should probably focus on not getting tortured to death, though. Dabi snorts when she puts it that way. He chuckles. No, Mineta was starting to panic. Tell Frogbubs to shut up. Mineta suddenly finds himself pelted from all sides by any manner of snack wrappers and empty cups. Izuku glared at him. Even Katsuki's nicknames weren't that bad, and at least he wouldn't panic and make an already difficult situation worse. Mineta responded by screaming again when he saw how close the villains were getting to the ship. There's just one thing that doesn't add up though. Izuku pinched his lower lip in thought. They sent you here, Ainisu? It would have been better if I grabbed the class roster too. Shigaraki groans. I get it. Why does it matter that she's here? Mineta screamed. Izuku looked at the other two. Mineta was starting to cry, but Azui was looking at him curiously. Izuku took a deep breath. It means they don't know your quirks. You're right. Azui pointed at the fire zone. It would have been better to send me there, but they didn't. She points out the fire zone. Izuku nodded. Maybe we can use that to our advantage. For all they know, the three of us could be super powerful. Oh, don't do it, Kaminari says. But you're not super powerful, Mineta yelled. You're quirkless. What are you supposed to do? Oh my god. Kaminari continues. Izuku froze. Mineta was right, wasn't he? What could he do? He was a quick thinker, but how was that going to help here? Was he really useless in this situation? I'm Mineta, he'll figure something out. Azui slapped Mineta over the head with her tongue. Be quiet. Midoriya has to think if we want to get out of here, and he can't do that if you're insulting him. Shinso snorts. You better thank her for that one, Midoriya. I was about to. Izuku pouts. Mineta opened his mouth to protest, but shut up when Azui slapped him again. Izuku took a deep breath. All right, let's talk quirks. What can you two do? I can jump far, cling to pretty much any wall, and stick out my tongue about 20 meters. Azui said. I can also spit out my stomach so I can clean it and secrete a poisonous mucus that just stings a bit. Mineta had started drooling when Azui mentioned mucus. Really? Spinner asks with a scowl. But he came back to earth with another slap from Azui. These sticky S on my head pop off and stick to anything, but their strength depends on how I'm feeling that day. They don't stick to me though, I just bounce right off them. He stared at the others for a minute before he started sobbing again. This is why I told you we should wait for the real heroes. My quirk is useless for combat, great for traps though. Izuku mumbles. The boat shuddered as a strong blade of water cut through it, then started to sink. That's what happened to the ship. Eureka demands. With how close the three had gotten to the leaders, no one had the guts to ask them much of what happened that day and are now sorely wishing they had. I'm starting to get bored, one of the villains yelled. Azui looked skeptically at Mineta, who had started screaming again and was launching his S at the villains in panic. Mineta, are you sure the hero thing is right for you? It's weirder not to be scared right now, Mineta cried. I can't believe I'm gonna die without ever touching Yaoyorozu's bubs. Seriously. Azui sighed and Izuku looked at the villains. Wait, they're afraid to touch the man they're sure of their victory, which means they're bound to make a mistake. What are you talking about? Mineta sniffed. Izuku smiled. I have an idea. Mineta, give me your scarf. Any ideas? Shinso asks quietly. Maybe a chain with his scarf and us. Izuku suggests that sounded weird. Azui pulled the scarf off his cape when Mineta hesitated and handed it to Izuku. Izuku pulled out his grappling hook and wrapped the scarf around it. Alright Mineta, create a chain using your S and stick it to the scarf. We're going to shoot out the line with the sticky chain attached, then bring it back to capture the villains and stick them to the boat. Not a bad plan. Gran considers. Azui frowned. I think it'd be better if I jumped out into the water and swam around the periphery with the chain before shooting the gun at the grip to tighten it. That way we can capture all the villains, not just a few. That's risky. Aizawa frowns. Izuku nodded. It'll be dangerous though. Are you sure you can swim faster than they can? Ashui shrugged. I can try. And if I can't, I'll just shoot the gun back at the boat early and ride it back up. Always good to have a backup plan. Nezupraisis. Mineta made a chain about the length of the boat, pulling it tight as Ashui jumped down into the water and started swimming. Mineta kept adding as fast as he could pull them off as Ashui swam farther, rocketing past the villains, who were jeering at her for leaving her classmates behind. Most of them were so busy jeering that they didn't notice the chain, but the ones that did notice just swam a few feet back so they weren't touching the S. Something tells me this is going to be more effective than it should be. Todoroki states. When Ashui finished her loop around the villains, she shot the hook back at the boat, which tightened the loop suddenly, catching most of the villains by surprise and immobilizing them as they got stuck. Izuku looked out over the water as Ashui unwrapped the scarf from around the hook and hopped with it once around the boat to tighten the loop further. There were a few villains who had escaped, but not enough that they couldn't beat them in shallow water. Ashui shoved Mineta unceremoniously under her arm and wrapped her tongue around Izuku, then jumped as far as she could toward the shore. A few villains followed them, but Izuku shot them with RBB bullets before they could get too close. Not me, briefly forgetting Midoriya had a gun in this one. Shiro murmurs. Let's get back to the entrance. Ashui said. We can go around so we don't run into the villains Aizawa is facing. Izuku clenched his fist. I know how Eraser fights. He won't last much longer against a big group like that, and he's just going to get hurt because he was trying to keep us safe. I'm gonna go help him. I still don't know if I regret that decision or not. Izuku mentions. Get that kid? Tsu agrees it's like we were in danger, a lot of danger, but Sensei might not have Karo. Mineta stared at him incredulously. Are you trying to get us killed or something? I'm not saying we should jump into the middle of the battle or anything. Izuku said. But maybe we could find a way to pick off some of the weaker ones so Eraser doesn't have to worry about them. I wish he'd just go to the entrance. Aizawa laments. They crouched behind the lip of rock on the shoreline once Izuku promised that they'd run as soon as things got dangerous. Izuku winces knowing that isn't likely to happen. Eraser was still doing okay and he still looked as intimidating as ever, but Izuku could tell he was slowing down, panting between villains and letting his hair stay down for a few milliseconds longer between erasures. As Izuku watched, the hand villain rushed him and laid a hand on his elbow right when he blinked. Eraser's elbow began to flake away as the sleeve and skin disintegrated under the villain's touch. A disintegration quirk. Probably 5-point if the hands were any indication. So since he survived, he will survive. Eraser managed to keep fighting even though his injured arm was flapping uselessly at his side, but the hand villain just laughed. You really are so cool, Eraserhead, but I'm not the final boss here, Nomu is. A giant man with a bird beak slammed Eraser into the ground with one punch and broke his already injured arm. Sensei, this is awful. Please be okay. Eraser, no damn it, problem child, Aizawa calls out. I didn't yell back then, why? Izuku questions. Your sensei wasn't your friend back then. Mei reminds him quieter than normal. The hand villain looked over at him and Izuku swallowed as he saw Eraser's panicked expression as he struggled to lift his head up, only to have his face ground into the floor again by the villain. Ashui was tugging at his arm, trying to get him to crouch back down, but Izuku didn't even remember standing up. The hand villain grinned beneath the strange hand mask on his face. You must be Deku. Sensei gave me a side quest for you. What? No, it ends there. How dare. No, stay away from him. Everybody shut up so we can get back to this sooner. With some reluctance, the crowd settles in for the next chapter. Now playing Mastermind. Strategist for Hire Endeavor. Oh, come on, Endeavor was hosting a press conference. This'll go well. Dabi comments sarcastically. He practically growled when yet another reporter had the audacity to question his property damage. Seriously. Who cared if a few buildings burned down as long as he put those villain scum where they belonged? Well, that's uncomfortably familiar. Bakugo grumbles to himself. He wouldn't even be holding this press conference, but his PR team insisted that it was important to be visible if he wanted to maintain his place as the #1 hero, especially since some idiot wannabe reporter had released his sealed property damage reports yesterday. He was going to find whatever idiot thought that was a good idea and ruin their career, but first he had a press conference to get through. 1,000 yen says Mastermind hired La Brava to release that. Izuku suggests, "That's a sucker's bet and I ain't no sucker." Yurika scoffs playfully. "Endeavor, what do you have to say about your missing son, Shudo? Are you any closer to finding him?" Todoroki lets out a huff that might be a laugh. Endeavor grits his teeth. Of course, they were trying to bait him by reminding him that his masterpiece was still missing. There have been no leads at this time, but I assure you that I will find Shudo and bring him home. Those villains are going to regret taking my son. Sure. Dabi drawls. Well, that's rather rude, isn't it, father? All eyes went to the speaker and Endeavor's eyes widened as he saw his son walking up behind the mass of reporters, the villain Dabi smirking beside him. "If you wanted to talk to me so badly, you could have just asked. No point in making threats if you can't follow through with them." Ooh, the timing. Kaminari chutkles. "You good dude?" Shiro asks. Kaminari answers, still smiling. The reporters parted to let Shudo and Dabi through, most scrambling to get out of the way of a known villain while the braver ones shoved mics in Shudo's face. Both kinds were ignored as Shudo and Dabi continued moving toward Endeavor, staring at him steadily. Endeavor cursed. He wanted to attack Dabi, but couldn't risk harming Shudo, not to mention the impact it would have on his rating if any of these stupid reporters ended up as collateral damage. Yes, because the ratings are so important. Mirko growls, clearly annoyed with the entire situation. Shudo had changed since he last saw him. He'd cut his hair, for one, wearing it in some ridiculous style that was popular among the uncultured masses for some reason. FCKU, he looks hot uncultured. Like you're one to talk. Oh. Endeavor scowled. He'd have to make sure Shudo grew his hair out again so he looked dignified and set himself apart from the rabble. He also carried himself with more confidence, which Endeavor would be almost proud of if his masterpiece wasn't walking side by side with a villain without attacking him. Crude gestures are thrown at the screen. Shudo's outfit was frankly ridiculous. It was almost as if he'd picked it out to match Dabi, but that couldn't be right. His masterpiece would never sink so low, so it was probably some horrific coincidence or something the villains had forced him into. Oh, just wait. Dabi chuckles. He wore a dark red tank top and black jeans with holes in them. He'd paired the outfit with a billowing navy overcoat similar to Dabi's, except without sleeves, showing off his muscular arms. Another unfortunate choice Endeavor would have to beat out of him. "You won't get the chance," Toga sings. Shudo felt powerful. He could hear whispers running through the crowd, wondering if he'd escaped and what he was doing. With a member of the league. Out of the corner of his eye, he could see a few horrified expressions as some of the smarter reporters connected the dots. And it's barely begun. Shigaraki grins. Endeavor was scowling at him, most likely judging his new aesthetic and fantasizing about the best way to beat it out of him. "It's sad how predictable he is," Shinso remarks. Too bad he'd never get the chance. He could see Endeavor mentally weighing the benefits of flat-out attacking Dabi right then, but Shudo knew his father wouldn't be able to without risking his ever-important popularity rating. Endeavor was predictable if nothing else. "He's got your number." Hawks teases. It was going to make him easy to kill. Endeavor scoffs. "Shudo, I give you permission to freeze that villain." Oh, so that's how Endeavor was going to play this, huh? Just give Shudo emergency permission, then he won't have to worry about his popularity going down even if there was collateral damage, because what father wouldn't encourage his son to protect himself? "Mine." Izuku mumbles. "What?" Todoroki asks. "I said a bad one." Izuku responds smoothly. Shudo gave his best innocently confused expression, but, "Father, why would I attack my own brother?" Snort, "Oh my god." Whispers broke out among the reporters and Shudo glared at Endeavor. "Oh, that's right. I don't think you ever told them about Tuya, did you? After all, he didn't have the perfect quirk like I did," Shudo spat. "He was just another one of our mother's failures." "Isn't that what you told us growing up?" This is savage." Shinso remarks. Dabi smiled. "Did you miss me?" "Dabi, why?" Spinner asks, barely holding back laughter. "Why not?" Smirks. Some of the reporters were on their phones, trying to figure out if Tuya Todoroki really existed. The records wouldn't be too difficult to find. Izuku had made sure of that. Endeavor himself looked like he'd seen a ghost, which in a way, Shudo supposed he had. It must be difficult to have the runaway son you'd written off as dead come back into your life as a villain. No one notices Endeavor's flinch. Except for their host. By the way, father, I won't be, how did you put it? Ah, that's right, coming home anytime soon. In fact, I don't intend to come home at all. He felt a thrill at Endeavor's enraged expression. I'm not just Shudo anymore. Shudo said, tossing his arms out to his sides dramatically as he stared down his father, I go by Freezerburn now. Oh, now that's a villain's name. Chills, literal chills in unison. Both he and Dabi shot fire at Endeavor, who simply scowled and remained unmoved. Some of the smarter reporters started to run away and Shudo rolled his eyes and froze them in place. Their plan relied on having a captive audience, after all. Well, that's one way to weaponize the media. Aizawa remarks. Show Mike scolds. You threaten the vultures on a regular basis. Don't start with me. Aizawa snaps back. Midnight cackles. He's got you there. We can't have that. Dabi sent a jet of superheated flame out to the side and ignited a trail of gasoline they had set before the press conference, creating a massive wall of flame around the area. The reporters started to scream and push against each other as they realized they were boxed in. That's going to have damaging effects on Japan's media presence. Tsukachi whines. Give up this childish rebellion, Shudo. Endeavor's voice rose above the sounds of the flames. I don't know what poisonous lies this man been telling you, but I created you to be a hero, not whatever this is. Don't ruin your future. He is actively rejecting his position of your heir and you're going on about creating him. Minoma scoffs. The media had started to calm down despite the hostage situation and had their cameras trained on Shudo, waiting for his next move. He returned his father's glare. What future? My future as a hero. Or a future as your masterpiece. Endeavor's eyes widened minutely. Either way, it's no great loss. I didn't ask for either one. I didn't ask for his help. Todoroki comments. I still want to be a hero. We know that, Todoroki. Midoriya assures. Shudo. Endeavor growled, but Shudo ignored him, making sure to speak loud enough that the cameras could hear him. You were the one that forced my mother into a marriage she didn't want, just to get your hands on her quirk. You were the one that isolated me from the world from the moment my quirk manifested so that others wouldn't get in my way. You were the one who beat me black and blue every day of my childhood and called it training. Drag him, preach, send him to the shadow realm. The only sounds that could be heard were the roar of the flames and the approaching sirens. The media held their breath as they waited to see how Endeavor would respond to his accusations. Komeom, Shuto. You will become a hero. Not even denying it. Rocklock growls. If these kids don't kill him, the public might. Amplifier jokes. Shudo sighed and shook his head. If being a hero means being like you, I'd rather be a villain. He looked up at his father. At least I'm being honest about who I really am. Zero TSKS. Enough, Shudo. Endeavor growled. I will not stand for this. Then fall. That smooth motherfucker. Living up to his villain name. Shudo stomped down with his right foot and sent a river of ice toward the podium his father was standing behind, encasing it in solid ice. Endeavor simply kicked the block, knocking it to the floor where it shattered with an icy crash. He ran at Shudo but had temporarily forgotten about Dabi, who came at him from behind, barbecuing his back with blue fire. Situational awareness, dumbass. Aizawa growls. Endeavor turned toward Dabi with contempt. Did you forget that never worked when you were younger, Tuya? Oh, I'm just warming up, Dabi taunted. Besides, you can't even go all out right now because of all these reporters, so you can't hurt me either. Wanna bet? Endeavor growls. Shut your mouth, you flaming trashcan, Mirko hisses. Endeavor shot a flame at Dabi, who dodged to stand beside Shudo in front of the reporters, effectively using them as a shield. If we're going to fight, let's fight, Endeavor yelled. Only cowards use hostages. And only cowards beat their kids, so I guess that makes us even, Dabi yelled back. Truth, what he said, he has a point. The sirens were getting closer now. They'd probably arrive in under a minute along with at least a handful of heroes. Shudo and Dabi exchanged a look before turning around and firing into the crowd, superheating the air, but being sure to keep their attacks weak enough that the reporters would only be injured, not killed. Arriving heroes wouldn't be distracted by rescuing corpses, after all. Shoto winces. I hate that that's the reason he's not killing people. Especially when we can't be sure how much any of us will care about collateral damage. Izuku agrees. Endeavor tackled Dabi, obviously seeing him as the bigger threat. Shoto rolled his eyes and switched to ice. Might as well create a variety of injuries for the heroes to deal with when they arrived. Dabi and Endeavor grappled on the ground for a few moments before the fire trucks arrived and water started falling. A few hoses focused on carving pathways through the wall of flames, allowing some heroes through. They took one look at the 100 or so injured, screaming reporters and cursed. They're using the phrase prioritize the rescue against us. Ectoplasm comments. Let's take this elsewhere. Dabi smiled. You wouldn't want to get in the way of the rescue efforts, would you? He got up and ran away with Shoto on his heels, letting Endeavor chase after them. Apparently the area of the city they were in had already been evacuated, because they didn't run into anyone else. The other heroes apparently trusted that Endeavor could take care of his sons and didn't come to help. Everything was going according to plan. Of course it is. Izuku sighs in disappointment, though not an ounce of surprise could be found in his voice. You were right, you said his arrogance would get him killed before. Ida comments, no doubt remembering their dinners now filled with theorizing bets and predictions. The entity won't let them discuss possible spoilers in the theater, but she never enters the dorms. Shoto caught Dabi's eye and they headed into an evacuated office building, making it a few floors up before turning around and letting Endeavor catch up to them. Endeavor burst in through the door, rage mixing with betrayal in his eyes, which just made Shoto angrier. What right did he have to feel betrayed after what he had done to them? The audacity of this beach. Who am I supposed to rout for? You're weak, boys. Endeavor advanced with flames in both his hands. I thought I raised you better than this. Dabi replied, this is what you raised us for. Ooh, this kid just called Endeavor a villain. Hawks says in a taunting manner one would hear from a child seeing someone else get in trouble. To be fair, the little Sid is right. Mirko snarks. Endeavor sent a stream of fire at Dabi, who returned it with one of his own. The enclosed space turned into an oven as the flames burned hotter and the heat was unable to escape. Shoto used his right side to cool both himself and his brother but left Endeavor to overheat. This doesn't look good for Endeavor. Midnight comments. Doesn't look good for any of us. Mike agrees. The question is, how bad is this going to get? Aizawa sighs. I've indulged you for far too long. Let's finish this. Endeavor said. It's a shame to have to damage my masterpiece, but it's worth it to get you back on track. Flash fire fist. Prominence burn. It's that type of thinking that landed us in this situation in the first place. 13 remarks frustrated. Shoto created a massive dome of ice just in time to shield them from the attack, but it was vaporized almost instantly. The jet of fire ripped through the wall behind them and pushed both him and Dabi out onto the street. Shoto could dimly hear a helicopter recording the fight from above. Oh God, this is going to be broadcasted, Amplifier exclaims with dread. And here I thought they'd gotten away from the cameras. Rocklock sighs. Dabi, are you okay? Shoto crouched next to his brother, who was kneeling on the ground and cooled the air around them. I'm fine, Shoto. He grunted, standing up. It's not like I'm not used to it. Surrender now. Endeavor ordered, jumping down to the street and walking toward them. He was breathing strong and sweat had soaked through his costume, which was only made worse by the raging fire behind him. Shoto gave Dabi a small smile, who returned it with a grin and created a firewall around the three of them. He's on his last legs. Shigaraki grinned, glancing at his team and noting Dabi unresponsive as the burnt man's eyes are locked on the screen and a deranged grin spread across his face. Not that Tamura has any right to judge. Seems like you're looking a little worse for the wear there, huh, Dad? Dabi taunted. Isn't Prominence Burn one of those special moves that make you overheat? It doesn't matter, villain. Endeavor kept advancing. This fight won't last much longer. Are you sure about that? Shoto stood up straight and frosted over his left side. I can go on for hours. The perfect balance of fire and ice. Tsukachi sighs sadly he got what he wanted. Yes, Yagi agrees, shame it will likely be his end. Endeavor scowled and shot another fire at Shoto, who blocked it with an ice wall, The more you use your fire, father, the more I can use my ice. You should know that, considering that it was you're the one who wanted this quirk so badly. I think I'm going to be sick. Momo whispers. Just gotta remember ours is right here with a real and good support system. Jiro comforts. I should have known I was there. Momo counters. Jiro asks Yamamo if this was going on before you met. Then he already had practice hiding it, and you've said yourself he's never been social. How could you know? Yes, you're right, but Momo hesitates. I know. Jiro comforts the girl. Endeavor was panting now, but stubbornly kept up his attacks, even letting loose another prominence burn, though the second was much weaker than the first had been. Shudo smiled slightly when Endeavor went to take a step, but stumbled, swaying slightly as he regained his balance. Shudo nodded at Dabi, who shot another fire at Endeavor's back. His heat exhaustion made him too slow to dodge it, and he cried out as the flames burned him. How do you like that, Dad? Dabi spat. How does it feel to burn as you're forced to overuse your quirk? Sweet catharsis. Dabi grins, beginning to chuckle. Endeavor just grunted and shot another attack. Shudo glanced up at the news helicopters circling above them. They needed to wrap this up before more backup came. Yeah, come on, isn't there going to be any BLD toga cheers? Well, father, Shudo stared Endeavor in the eyes when his father whipped around to face him. I'd say goodbye, but it's really more like good riddance. Burn that's cold. About time he slammed his right foot to the ground and sent jagged spears of ice toward his father. Endeavor's eyes widened and he tried to dodge, but between Dabi's flame wall and his own relentless attacks, he had gotten far too hot to continue the fight. A thick icicle hissed as it struck his tea, but as soon as it melted, it was replaced by another, each one penetrating deep into Endeavor's torso. Toga cheered as Dabi started cackling uncontrollably. Dabi extinguished his firewall and watched as Shudo's ice stopped melting immediately and instead turned red as it was coated with BLD. He went to stand next to Shudo and watched their father's face as his angry expression turned to one of pain, then faded altogether as the life left his eyes. Silence. The only sound is Dabi's laughter. Even the League remains silent, letting him have his moment. There was a long moment where everything was silent. Shudo couldn't hear the roar of fires, the sound of the helicopter, the approaching sirens, or even Dabi asking him if he was okay. The only thing he could think was what he had just done. Shudo had actually killed that BSTRD for what he'd done to their family. Suddenly, he threw his head back and laughed. As strong as he tried, he couldn't stop it as he ran out of breath and felt his cheeks start to ache as Dabi joined in. He was free. The theater remained mostly silent, the vast majority conflicted at the death of Endeavor. Former number 2, current number 1. A classmate's abusive father. A hero to Japan. A villain to Shoto. It takes a minute or two, but eventually, each person turns to the only person making noise. Dabi's cackling had changed. Each person that turned to him had intended to quiet him, but what they saw stopped them. The laughter went from cruel to hysterical. He finally got what he wanted. His father was dead, at least in one world. So why is he crying? Headcase quickly throws up a barrier between the League and the crowd and began speaking with him. What the hell, what the hell? Dabi asks no one in particular. He's dead, he's finally dead. It was so satisfying, so why do I feel worse than before? What now? Headcase asks gently. Dabi starts very confusedly. What now? He's dead, now what? You don't have any family. You put up such walls that the League is barely in the doorway. All you had was your revenge, and now you, or at least a version of you, have it. What comes next? Dabi has a look of dread and confusion on his face as he whispers, I don't know. And that's okay. Just think on that, I'm sure you'll find your way. She gestures to the group to come a bit closer together as she steps back up to the controls. She starts the next chapter, pointedly ignoring the questioning gazes of everyone else. Now playing Viridian. The green guide, just try, you should go mingle. Katsuki rolled his eyes at Amplifier. Yeah, 'cause a 5-minute conversation with an a-hole is really gonna help these extras reintegrate into society. Well, you never know. Ciro remarks. They were currently doing an exercise where the villains had broken into smaller groups to talk about what they'd done wrong, something about admitting their mistakes out loud, or something to give them the power to fix them. Katsuki thought it sounded fake, but maybe that was just because he was too big of a coward to admit what he'd done. I don't like him calling himself a coward. Izuku grumbled. I get that. Shinso agreed. Guys like that have a strong enough time with emotions without regret weighing them down. I'm just saying, Amplifier nudged his arm gently, you've been coming to these meetings for weeks and still haven't made a single friend. Bakugo opens his mouth to comment but is stopped by Kirishima. I swear if you start going off about not having friends there were reasons for that. 1. Katsuki didn't want to do anything to jeopardize his chances of being a hero. Well, anything more than he'd already done. This was what led him to his second reason for keeping these extras at arm's length. They were better than him. How silly was that? A bunch of convicted villains with tracking bracelets on their legs were better than the great Katsuki. Bakugo. Sure, they'd done bad things, but at least they had good reasons, be it discrimination, money troubles, or even just bad friends, but Katsukiya was just a jerk. Sure, because every teacher we ever had never gaslight you into believing it wasn't just your right but your duty to put me in my place. Izuku hisses, and just because he never got physically violent like in these worlds doesn't change what he did do. Maybe this whole volunteering thing had been a mistake. These people didn't need someone like Katsuki dragging them down. Hell, if he was going to admit that though, and he had made a promise, so he was gonna f-king keep it. That's the spirit. Hawks comments questioningly. Go on, Amplifier smiled at him encouragingly. If you go and talk to one of the groups for 3 minutes, I'll let you brood for the rest of the time. Duh. Snore called out. Snicker, I'm not brooding. Katsuki glared at her, but Amplifier just smiled. Dammon, that face always worked on people at school, even the adults. Katsuki was gonna have to step up his intimidation game. Good luck, Amplifier. Cheers. Eventually, he sighed, you'll stop beaching at me to be social. She will. Mina teases. What happened to all that tension keeping everyone quiet? Bakugo groans. This whole experience is great practice for compartmentalization. Kominori shirps. She nodded, still smiling that infuriating little smile that meant that Katsuki had lost and she knew it. Still grumbling, he made his way to the group with that tentacle-haired freak that kept trying to talk to him. What was his name? Ogawa. Whatever it was, it didn't matter, because Katsuki was just there to get Amplifier off his back and then he'd be able to go back. Toit wasn't brooding. Goddamn it, keep telling yourself that. Dabi forces out, blatantly ignoring the raised eyebrows aimed at him. Katsuki grabbed a chair and sat on it backwards so his arms were resting on the back. The villain who always wore pigtails, she said it had something to do with her quirk, was just finishing her story. So yeah, she shrugged, I robbed a couple of places, what are you gonna do? They were insured, so it's not like I hurt anybody. At least there's that. Tsukachi sighs. Katsuki scowled. Yet another way he was even worse than these scum. Even when committing crimes, they didn't hurt people, whereas Katsuki had spent 10 years hurting people for fun. He sucked. No argument here. Minoma mutters. I don't think that's really the point. Ogawa said. Just because no one ended up hurt in the end doesn't mean that stealing was the right thing to do. Maybe it has more to do with what effect our actions have on us, you know. Like what kind of person are we becoming? Toga fidgets in her seat, unsure of so many things. Katsuki couldn't help scoffing. Never took you for the sentimental type. Ogawa grinned. Haven't spoken to me enough to really make a judgment, have you? He has a point. Shiro comments. Whatever, Katsuki huffed, so what about you? What kind of person did your actions make the great tentacle-haired extra? The other villains in the circle laughed at the nickname, but Ogawa simply frowned and thought about the question for a minute. I think it made me lost. My crimes were never very big, like, I never committed any felonies or anything, booty don't know, I was just obsessed with the thrill more than anything. I think my mistakes made me selfish. That's really insightful. HeadcaseKiller comments. I think he's gonna make it through this. Ajuru agrees. And what's wrong with being a little selfish sometimes? The Frankenstein-looking villain asked. Katsuki really needed to learn these people's names or at least come up with better nicknames for them. It'd be nice if he could do that for his classmates. Aizawa grumbles. Nothing's wrong with it, Ogawa said quickly. It's just not who I want to be, you know. I don't want to be the kind of guy that only thinks of myself. Should we remind HeadcaseKiller that she didn't want to get attached to this guy? Jiro suggests. I would say it's already too late. Momo answers. What about you, Bakugo? Pigtailed Beach asked. You ever made a mistake? Yes. Too many to count, Katsuki thought as he glared at her. You F-curs might be comfortable wearing your hearts on your sleeves, but don't you drag me into this. Dear boy, compressed comments you volunteered. Technically you dragged yourself. Ogawa laughed. Unlike the rest of us, you volunteered to be here. Yeah, well, how else was he gonna learn not to be so city, huh? There was only so much someone could improve from a Google search, and someone like him didn't deserve to be a hero, much less number one. But again, he wasn't gonna just say that, FCK off. This is getting sad. Midnight worries. Things always get worse before it gets better. Mike agrees. Oh, Pigtails said, looks like we hit a nerve. So what did you do? 'Cause with a reaction like that, it sure as hell wasn't nothing. If he wasn't so defensive, Shoji comments. Indeed. Tokoemi agrees. Maybe I've never made a mistake in my life. You ever thought about that? Katsuki snapped. Or maybe I just don't like you. Frankenstein gave a booming laugh. Yeah, I'll believe that. Hey, lay off him for a minute. Ogawa put a hand up to stop the teasing. It takes a lot of trust to open up like we have been, and we can't scare Bakugo off when he's just gotten up the courage to talk to us. So much for stopping the teasing. Shigaraki chuckles. FCK, you give it some time, Bakugo. Frankenstein said. We're not so scary once you get to know us. I'm not a goddamn coward. The lie tasted bitter on his tongue and he hated it. Why was he so f-king weak? You're not. Mirko scoffs. What's this? Hawks teases the Mirko being supportive. I've truly seen it all. FCK off bird brain, she shouts back, smacking him in the back of the head. Thankfully, amplifiers saved him from further pestering by calling their attention to the front. Katsuki was about to go back to his place standing against the wall, but before he could stand, Ogawa looked at him and seeked one eyebrow knowingly. Smug BS dirty. So Katsuki scoffed and settled back into his chair, determined to prove that he wasn't scared. He'd already lost to Amplifier when she accused him of brooding, so there was no way he was about to let Ogawa win by saying that Katsuki was too scared to be social or some sit. He'd stick around, get to know them, still hate them, and that would prove that smug little tentacle-haired BS already wrong. Katsuki already hated himself, so it's not like he had any pride left to lose anyway. I don't know which part to laugh at. Kaminari mentions. None of it, Bakugo yells at the same time. Zero says all of it. Picked at his dinner, not feeling hungry despite how good the food looked. Mom had somehow picked up on his mood and come home a little early to make him katsudon, which only succeeded in making him feel even worse. First, he'd gone out with a broken arm, then he'd gotten in a fight with Eraserhead, and then he couldn't even hide his guilt enough to keep his mom from worrying. He was the worst. She's your mother, she's supposed to worry about you, Rurika practically shrieks. But Izuku starts. No buts. Mei scolds. I think I'm going to save this for later. Izuku said finally. I'm not really hungry right now. Mom frowned at him, but nodded. Is everything all right, baby? There are not any problems with your new school, are there? No school's great. I don't think I've ever enjoyed school more, Izuku said frantically. Tell me I'm not the only one who cringed at that. Hagakure whined. You're not. Koda whispers. I'm glad. Mom gave a small, genuine smile. But you don't have to hide things from me, baby. I know you hid the bullying because you didn't want to worry me, but I want to know what's going on in your life. I'm strong, I can take it. Careful what you wish for. Izuku mumbles. Midoriya, Karo. Tsu says in a warning tone. Sorry. Izuku laughed as Mom flexed like all might, pushing up the flab on her arms so it looked like muscles. After a moment, Mom couldn't keep a straight face and started laughing too. It was moments like this that were almost worth living for. Almost. Damn it, kid. Aizawa grumbles. Izuku bit his lip. He couldn't tell Mom about the whole thing with Eraserhead, because that would mean telling her about the vigilantism, which she didn't deserve no matter how strong she was, but maybe he could hint at some of it. Well, there's this guy who I run into online sometimes. Well, online was pushing it, but he did talk to him through the computer whenever he hacked into the hero comms. We run in a lot of the same circles. A boy. Mom teased. Should I be worried about someone stealing my baby's heart? GGEW, EW, 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 EW. The implications. Izuku blushed and grimaced. You know it's not like that at all. He's like he a grumpy old uncle or something like that. Gross. No. Midnight cackles. Grumpy old uncle. He says wow show, he really knows you. Mike laughs. Aizawa just rolls his eyes at their antics. Mom chucked, alright. Still, you need to be careful about people you meet online, even if romance isn't involved. I don't want some creep showing up at our house all of a sudden. First thing Eraser does the moment he discovers Viridian's identity. Joke giggles. Don't worry, I'm very careful with my identity. Izuku smiled briefly at his inside joke before letting his face fall as he continued, but we kinda got in sort of a fight, and now I'm scared that he's disappointed in me. An irrational fear. Yagi sighs. Mom sat down next to him and started rubbing circles on his back. What makes you think that? He thinks I should be worried about having friends. Izuku muttered. But I don't have any friends to be worried about. Mom's eyes started shining like she was about to cry. Oh, baby? And it's fine, Izuku said quickly. I mean, I haven't had friends in years, and online school is great, and like I said, I run in the same circles as this guy, and they don't seem to hate me yet, which is better than I usually get. But I just can't help feeling like I've disappointed him because maybe I just haven't been trying strong enough. Friendship isn't easy, but it shouldn't be so difficult. Kendo sighs. Mom was silent for a moment, still rubbing his back. Well, you don't have to do anything, but if you wanted to go out and try to make a friend, then I'd support you. If it works, then problem solved, and if they're a jerk, then at least you can tell this guy you tried, right? Yes, that Eureka points at the scene incessantly. To guess that could work, Izuku said slowly, but who would I even? He didn't know a lot of people outside his middle school, and anyone from there wasn't going to work for this experiment. Who else did Hio? There was that electric kid that worked at the hardware store who seemed kinda nice. He glanced up at the clock. Yeah, the store should still be open for a couple of hours, so if he left right now, he might be able to run into him. Oh. My god, first friend, Kaminari starts shouting and bouncing, suddenly unable to keep still. I'm gonna be his first friend, don't FCK this up. Other Miyazuka hopped, making Mom yelp in surprise. I gotta go, I'll text you if things work out. Mom blinked a few times, then smiled. Alright, just don't get home too late, I don't want you walking around in the dark. Good luck. Baby Izuku grinned at her as he left, then closed the door and took a deep breath. Thanks, he said softly, I'm gonna need it. Nah, Kaminari's too nice for that. He's a good friend. Dude, you're gonna do great. More words of encouragement drift through the room before the next chapter loads. Now playing cheat code. Support strategist projection. Hitoshi restlessly curled his toes inside his shoes as he tried not to move his head. Are you guys actually sure this is safe? Of course it is. Extra credit Kuin, dramatic much. Eureka teases. He couldn't see Hatsum, and it was honestly kind of freaking him out. He knew his kidnappers wouldn't hurt him on purpose. An accident though was another thing entirely. And wasn't that a comforting thought to have while strapped to a brain scanner? Please tell me I'm there. Recovery Girl demands. Don't worry dearie. Recovery Girl's voice came from the same general area as Hatsum's. My machines actually work without blowing up. That's good. Ida sighs. Hey. It's part of my creative process. They shouldn't be. I'll accept that when you and your classmates stop coming to me with burns. Now that's just wishful thinking. May points out. Most of them give those burns to themselves. Hatsum insisted sullenly. Their inventions blow up too. Not as much as yours, dearie. Not as much as yours, dearie. None of this was actually comforting. Recovery Girl may be kind and grandmotherly, but she was honestly just as intimidating as Hatum and Midoriya were in her own way. She'd taken one look at the bags under Hitoshi's eyes and immediately threatened to physically knock him out if he didn't take better care of himself, all while muttering something about almost worse than Aizawa under her breath. It was scary. Really, Chio? Aizawa drawls. She raises her eyebrow at him. Are you going to argue against it? He huffs. I'm not an idiot. Don't pay any attention to them. Midoriya at least could understand his predicament, considering that he was lying in a machine right next to him. It's gonna be fine. Recovery Girl, are we ready to start? See, it's not so bad. I wouldn't ask someone to do something I wasn't willing to do. Izuku grins. That is part of the problem. Shoto deadpants. Izuku just looks confused. Yes, dearie, let me just. There was a concerning pause, and there you may begin. Alright, Shinso just asked me a question. Why are you all like this? Hitoshi deadpanned. Good question. Jiro snarks. Like, warehouse Midoriya's voice sounded genuinely confused before Hitoshi took control of him and mentally ran through the commands they had discussed beforehand. Alright. Blink twice. You know, before this I never thought I'd be interested in quirk experiments. Tokage comments. Yeah, but it's so interesting. Tsuburaba agrees. He couldn't see Midoriya obeying the command, but he must have because Hatsum made a very interested noise. Oh, which is which? This one is Shinso's and this one here is Midoriya's. Recovery Girl responded. This is fascinating. Hey, show us two, Ishido demands. Am I good to keep going? Hitoshi asked. Yes, Hatum yelled. Do it okay? Hitoshi said hesitantly. What's your name? Midoriya stayed silent. Obviously. Shinso huffs. Next, Hatum ordered. Hitoshi rolled his eyes. He didn't know why both these questions had been on the list, considering that they were the same question. Tell me your name. Izuku Midoriya. What the FCK? Hitoshi asks in shock. Hitoshi startled, sitting up and staring at Midoriya in shock, half expecting him to have somehow broken free of his control, but no. Midoriya's eyes were still glazed over and empty. Show the brain scans, Izuku begs. Blink twice. Hitoshi ordered. Midoriya blinked. What the FCK? Hitoshi whispered. Two can't control upper brain functions. He shouldn't be able to answer that. I didn't tell him to say Izuku Midoriya, so he should have stayed silent, straight to the existential crisis. Huh. Yururika teases. What the FCK? Shinso whispers. You ruined it, Mei complained as she went and pinched Midoriya's arm. You weren't supposed to move. Hitoshi was too shocked to respond, but Midoriya couldn't shut up as soon as he had control over his mouth again. I was right, Recovery Girl. Did you get the pictures from that last question? So what were you right about? Shinso turns to Midoriya. I thought you wanted to wait until after all this to see my analysis. Midoriya lifts his hands in surrender. Yes, but Shinso growls, turning back to the screen. Yes, of course, I did, dearie. Recovery Girl sighed and looked sternly at Hitoshi, though we're lucky that you didn't move before those were processed. What if they blurred? That's why you don't move during brain scans, though not truly. Their Shinso calms a bit from the scolding. Hitoshi was still just trying to process everything as Midoriya went to go look at the scans, and he may as well have been the one brainwashed, judging by how he obeyed when Midoriya waved him over to come to look as well. I can see that. Is that what it feels like? Alright, so here are the pictures from our conversation before you activated your quirk. Midoriya pointed to the screens. When you were talking, your brain lit up like this, and when I was talking, my brain lit up. Makes sense? Himiko nods, putting a serious face. Midoriya nodded to Recovery Girl, who pulled up another set of brain pictures. Now these are the ones from that last experiment. In these two, you're giving the order, but in these, I'm responding. What do you see? Hitoshi looked at the pictures and frowned. You said that these two are when you were responding. Midoriya nodded. And this is my brain. Hitoshi pointed at the screen as he talked, and this one's yours. Yep, Midoriya smiled knowingly. But why is my brain lit up when you're talking? Hitoshi was so confused. Are you sure you're not getting them mixed up? Shouldn't your brain be lighting up like it did when we were talking before? Mental projection, like some kind of weak of mind. I wonder if you called Izuku starts mumbling. Exactly. Midoriya grinned. I think the reason why it takes so much effort to maintain your quirk's connection without taking control is that your brain is actually connecting to their body. Rather than simple brainwashing, it's almost as though you literally put yourself in the driver's seat, almost like a projection of your own consciousness. I wonder if you could learn to see through Therno. Not right now, we can explore that later. The big thing is that even though you didn't tell me exactly what to say, I was still able to respond because you know my name. How does that help? HeadcaseKiller asks. Hitoshi's mind was whirling, but that still means that my quirk is useless for information gathering. They can only tell me things I already know. For now, Midoriya said. But we've already been practicing having a partial connection when you wait to activate your quirk, so now we just need to see if you can give that partial control back to the person you're brainwashing. You'll still be in control of their mouth, but they'll be able to access their own memories. In which case, both your brains will light up, Hatsum added. I wonder if there's a baby that would make that easier. No brain machines, Majima cries out. I'm not having any of your babies near my brain. Hitoshi said quickly. No, not happening. Mei whines in disappointment. Oh, you're no fun. Hatsum pouted. But you're gonna need a lot of practice. Hitoshi nodded in determination. He'd never thought being a hero was going to take anything less. Alright, wait to go, that goes for all of us and understood. So I hear you've taken an interest in my problem child. Hizashi said over dinner, looking like he wanted nothing more than to have a wide smile as he said it. Shinso isn't a problem child. Aizawa disagrees. He's not a problem child. Shoyuta said stubbornly, glaring at his husband. And if he was, he'd be Majima's, not yours. Hey, he's in my class. Mike argues. Just because the 2 students that keep kidnapping him are support course students doesn't erase the fact that he's in my homeroom. Hizashi paused and grinned at him. For now, nice to know he thinks I'll transfer. Shinso remarks. Shinso has to prove himself at the sports festival before he can join my class. Shoyuta said. If he keeps up with the determination I saw the other day, he might just have a chance, but only if he doesn't think his quirk is an ace in the hole. My students aren't stupid. They'll figure out his quirk sooner rather than later, so relying on that alone won't be good enough. Not if I have anything to say about it, Izuka challenges. Oh, don't be such a spoilsport. Hizashi threw a pea at him, which Shoyuta dodged. Give the kid a chance, maybe he'll surprise you. He does have 2 of the top support students in their year on his side. You know, it made cheers. Shoyuta sighed, that's what I'm worried about. Shinso may not be a problem child, but those 2 definitely are. What kind of first year helps with a villain attack and makes himself a target when he doesn't have to? That's just who he is. Headcase comments fondly. Aminyinevu. Hizashi suggested helpfully. Shoyuta snorted, no. He's still nicer than the rat. In this universe. Lady grumbles. I'm glad you like them. Hizashi smiled. It's been a while since you've actually taken a liking to a student. My job is to keep them alive. Shoyuta pointed out. Not to like them. Snort sure. Keep telling yourself that. Still, I'm glad you're starting to take Shinso under your wing. Hizashi said, turning back to his food. I'm not taking. You are. Hizashi cut him off. And that's not a bad thing, Sho. You know that, right? You're so stubborn, Shota. Midnight scolds playfully. He has potential. Shoyuta tried to defend himself, but his husband knew him better than that and simply gave him a mischievous smile. Oh no, he didn't like where this was going. You know, I know you said that our students keep us busy enough that we don't need kids of our own, but, Hizashi said suggestively, we are not adopting Shinso. Shoyuta said firmly. Even if we had time to adopt a child, which we don't, Shinso has parents of his own. Not in your world apparently. Shinso comments. Actually, he doesn't. That made Shoyuta do a double take. What? I said he doesn't have parents of his own. Hizashi frowned. I didn't ask the details, but his file says he's currently in a foster home. So if you wanted to, no Hizashi, stop it, Aizawa scolds. Make me Mike laughs. Joke cackles at the banter. We're not adopting him. Shoyuta insisted. He's probably very happy where he is and there's absolutely no reason to uproot him from a good situation to move in with 2 of his teachers, which would be weird enough, but then those 2 teachers also work 2 jobs each. 3 in your case. About that Shinso starts. Hizashi whined playfully. You do care about him, Shoyuta glared at him. Never mind. Shinso has been officially upgraded to problem child and it's entirely your fault. Mike-sensei, how could you? Shinso asks sarcastically. Ah, don't be like that, Hizashi laughed. I mean, we could be a very happy. Still not adopting him. So how long, till Shinso gets adopted? Ashido posits. Place your bets, Kaminari calls out. After a cacophony of sound, Aizawa manages to get the room to quiet down with a few strategic glares just as the next chapter starts. Now playing Shadows. The horror movie's hero's hot potato Denki's eyes widened as a hero came barreling into the bank and grabbed both of them with tentacles that were growing like hair out of his head. He immediately started struggling against the hold, which just made the hero smile. Hey man, that's not gonna work. I'm Agawe, sorry, I don't really have an official hero name yet. But anyway, I'm here to stop you. Oh hello, young hero. HeadcaseKiller purrs. Audra rolls his eyes. I see how it is. As a villain you can't get attached, but he turns up in a hero event and you practically start drooling. I have no idea what you're talking about. She huffs, turning away from him and pouting. Luckily her tone made it obvious she was teasing him back rather than being genuinely insulted. Just follow my lead, Sparky. Even though she was as trapped as he was, Mom grinned. Eat our sparks, your mom's a little feral there. Mina comments. Yes. Kaminari replies. She electrified herself and Denki only hesitated a moment before doing the same. The hero seized and stumbled back, loosening his tentacles just enough that Denki could wriggle his way free. Mom bolted out the door and Denki shoved the objective under his arm as he scrambled after her. It didn't take long for the hero to recover from their joint attack, not nearly as long as Denki had expected, and they only had a few seconds head start down the street before he was chasing after them. Denki could see the other villains from earlier watching them from the surrounding rooftops and gulped as he gripped the objective a little tighter against his body. If this was what being a villain was like, why would anyone choose that? They were surrounded by enemies on every side who wanted to live like that. Idabi starts. I didn't. Toga whispers. It's not fun. Twice agrees. It's been a blast. Shigaraki hears each of them and isn't sure how to respond. One of the villains was absolutely huge and Denki caught a glimpse of him throwing himself off the roof and onto the hero. Denki didn't look back to make sure the hero was alright, though, because he was too busy worrying about the other two villains, a man and a woman, who had just dropped down to block their path. He skidded to a stop beside Mom, who was already in a fighting stance staring down their new opponents. I don't recognize these ones. Amplifier comments. Bound to happen eventually. Rocklock points out. Yes. Amplifier concedes. I'd give up now if I were you, fellas. Mom smiled. You couldn't beat me earlier, you can't beat me now. We weren't trying our best earlier. The woman smirked and pulled out a dull knife coated in red paint. But now that your boy there did the work of getting the objective, it's a different story. And they're gonna target me. Kaminari sighs. Well, they are villains. Zero reminds him doesn't mean I have to like it. He grumbles. Toss me the bag. Mom said without looking at him. We'll split up and meet at the rendezvous point, got it. Denki nodded quickly. Go. He tossed her the bag, but before she could catch it, a gust of wind picked it up and carried it toward the male villain. Got ya? Denki said quietly. Well, that's not good. Jiro snorts. You think? Electricity quirks, most likely related, and the ages point to a mother-son duo. Izuku muttered under his breath. Fairly standard strength enhancement. I wonder if it's like fat gums and has to do with body weight. Something to do with knives and obvious wind manipulation. I wonder how far that goes. One sentence and I'm already terrified. Kaminari comments. That's fair. Kirishima agrees. Hitoshi shook his head as Izuku muttered to himself. They had managed to find a nice apartment for themselves without too many neighbors, and so far no one had noticed that they weren't supposed to be there, which was good. The other villains were running around completely unaware that Izuku was tearing apart their quirks through the cameras and Hitoshi was doing his best to do the same with their personalities. The electricity quirk users would be strong to turn against each other, but he might be able to do it if he took control of one and gave just the right orders. Making them fight each other in general would also be effective emotional manipulation, so there were plenty of things he could do. That is so much worse. Kaminari stresses. You poor thing. Ashido fake pouts. Just wait until they get to you. Kaminari warns. The heroes had managed to arrest a couple of the minor villains right off the bat. The ones with the grasshopper quirks had gotten away, and it still remained to be seen who would end up with the bank objective and if any of those villains would actually get away. If anyone did, Hitoshi was betting on the older of the two electricity users. She seemed to have the most fighting experience out of everyone there. Yeah, no sit. Hitoshi snarks. Hitoshi had doubted that the heroes would actually take the objectives to the agency, but the trio who had protected the vase had immediately decided to do just that, which meant that their plan was on track. Hitoshi glanced over to Izuku and sighed. Nobody but Izuku was crazy enough to come up with that plan. Aida starts. Are you planning to break into a hero agency? That is what it sounds like. Midoriya comments, just as surprised as his friends. Jiro hadn't taken part in the initial rush either, but that didn't mean that she'd just been sitting around. She'd been looking for something as far as Hitoshi could tell, and she'd been camped outside a tech store for a few minutes now looking for a mark. At least, that's what Hitoshi assumed she was doing. She kept looking at the people passing by and almost approaching them before chickening out. She somehow still managed to keep mostly out of sight, which meant that no one had noticed her suspicious behavior, but she needed to act quickly and do whatever she was planning soon, or else she was going to get caught. It appears you're attempting to acquire some speakers. Momo comments. Now if only I could pull it off. Jiro cringes, not confident in her other self's new power. A young man a few years older than them walked by her hiding spot, and Jiro took a deep breath before strolling out of her hiding spot, carefully looking as normal as possible as she trailed after the guy. When he was almost at the store, he suddenly went rigid before relaxing, and Hitoshi leaned forward to get a closer look at the screen. It was strong to see, but it almost looked like Jiro had stabbed one of her earphone jacks into his hand, but he couldn't be sure because it wasn't a second later that they started moving, him walking right beside her the whole way. Looks like she's refining her control. Shinso comments, leaning forward, or at least she's trying to. Hey, Izuku, can you get me any visuals inside the electronics store? Hitoshi asked. I think Jiro's making a move. Izuku absently pulled up the cameras and went back to watching the other villain fights. Tell me if she does anything interesting. She's doing something interesting. Shinso says, grinning at the deadpan look it earns him. Hitoshi nodded and watched as Jiro walked with her victim through the store, picking up some high-end speakers before whispering something to the guy and walking up to the counter. She didn't have to say another word. The guy flashed his token and paid for the speakers, and Hitoshi's jaw dropped as he realized that she was somehow controlling him through her earphone jacks. Hey, Izuku, I think you're going to want to see this. He pointed to Jiro, who was simply walking out of the store with her victim like nothing was out of the ordinary. I'm not the only brainwasher here. Really? Izuku watched for a moment and then started muttering again. This is perfect. If we can convince the police and heroes that she's committing your crimes, then we won't have to be as careful. Not that we won't be careful in the first place, obviously, but it'll give us some leeway. Hey, Jiro complained. He trailed off and started scribbling in his notebook. Hitoshi kept watching as Jiro got partially down the street and then yanked the speakers out of the guy's hand and started booking it as her victim screamed. He winced. Amateur. Shigaraki grumbled. And by the way, Hitoshi grimaced. She might need a little more quirk training. Snort, really? No, the guy with the wind quirk smirked at them as he tossed the objective up and down. He was too far away for Denki to hit with his electricity, but it looked like Mom had it covered. She ran forward, hands already sparking, until the woman with the knives threw one at her face. She managed to dodge, barely, but had to turn to fight the woman instead of the stupid guy who was now running away with the objective. Denki looked back toward the hero, who was still fighting that big guy, and swore. It looked like it was up to him. He bolted after the wind quirk user, who suddenly stopped when he ran into a crowd of people. Denki didn't have time to stop before barreling into him. It took him a split second to think to activate his quirk, which gave the wind guy an opening to throw the bag over to the big guy, who caught it. The hero, though, responded by wrapping him up in his tentacles, and he had to wriggle out of them to toss the objective again. Really putting that chapter title to good use. My jokes. That was awful. Aizawa deadpants. Sure. Mike grins cheekily. Mom shoved the knife lady to the ground and jumped to catch it, then threw it to Denki. Run, Sparky. Book it. Listen to her ruin. Denki almost fumbled the bag, but managed to catch it just barely and ran as fast as he could. He skidded around the corner and grinned. He'd done it. He'd gotten away. Don't stop, you're not out of the woods yet. Don't celebrate too soon. There was a burning pain in his lungs, and Denki stumbled to a stop, completely unable to breathe. What was happening? Was he dying? Was this a medical emergency? Had he punctured a lung? He collapsed onto the ground, dropping the objective as his fingers lost the strength to grip it. What was going on? The wind user Midoriya hissed. That was a pretty good shock there, Sparky. A voice said, and Denki tried gasping for air as the wind guy knelt in front of him and grabbed the objective. Too bad my quirk is air control. It works on the air in people's lungs too, as I'm sure you already figured out. I'll let you breathe in a minute, but, I'll be keeping this for safekeeping. Leave before you kill the child, recovery girl scolded. He winked and disappeared into the darkness at the end of the alley. Denki had no idea if the time after was actually a minute, but if it was, it felt like the longest minute of his life. His vision was starting to go dark before he felt air flooding back into his lungs again. He coughed and gulped, desperately trying to get enough oxygen. At some point he felt a hand rubbing his back and his mom's voice trying to calm him down, but it was kind of hazy. That was terrifying. Kaminari grumbles. Bakugo rolls his eyes. It's just a school exercise. Kaminari snaps at him a bit. So was the battle trials, USJ and sports festival, and people still got seriously hurt. Yeah man, I mean it was mostly Midoriya but Kirishima trailed off. Wow, Midoriya has gotten a serious injury during every major school event we've had, hasn't he? When you put it like that, Zero can't quite find the words. After he finally managed to get his breathing under control again, he looked up to see Mom looking at him in concern. Are you okay, Sparky? I'll get back to you on that. Denki rasped. Wind guy got away. Mom nodded, so did the lady with the knives. The big guy got caught by the hero though. Let's hurry and get away while he's still busy with the arrest. Smart lady. Toga chirps. Denki nodded and shakily got to his feet. Why would anyone want to be a villain? This time the villains kept quiet, waiting silently for the next chapter to begin while the others refilled their food and drink for the next round. Now playing Deku. I think he's some pro-powerful. Izuku stared at the hand villain in shock and fear. A side quest. What did that even mean? How did this guy even know who he was? Of course, info on Deku leaked to the villain's side. Eraserhead growled. He helped too many to keep himself a secret. Mike sighed. I guess I haven't introduced myself, have I? The hand villain sauntered closer. You're supposed to do that for non-NPC characters. My name is Tamura Shigaraki. You're pretty famous, Deku. Did you know that? All sorts of people are in prison because of you. Not the best start if you're trying to recruit him. Compress criticizes. What do you mean? Tamura scratches at his neck. That kinda sounded like a threat. Spinner points out. Shigaraki blinks, scrunches up his nose, and turned back to the screen. Didn't stop the lot of you. Izuku swallowed strong and looked to where Eraser was lying broken on the ground, still underneath the Nomu. He didn't know if backup was coming, but there was a good chance All Might was on his way by this point. If Izuku could stall the villains, even temporarily, he might be able to keep them from hurting Eraser even more. I'd prefer you get to safety. Aizawa comments. I doubt he could stomach leaving you like that. Midnight mentions. I know I wouldn't. Mike agrees. He gave Shigaraki a shaky smile and stepped up into the plaza. Yep, that's me. I hope my other self catches on to you stalling, Karo. Tsu comments. Me too. Izuku agrees. Shigaraki grinned. Sensei says you're pretty smart. That's what they keep telling me. Izuku shrugged. But I really don't think I'm anything special. Shigaraki scratched at his neck. That's not what Sensei says, he growled. Really boss? Dabi deadpants. You seem to be doing better. Compress comments. I have no idea what you're talking about. Dabi denies. Compress just hums disapprovingly. Izuku froze. Downplaying his intelligence was obviously stressing Shigaraki out, which might make him more likely to attack. I mean, I don't actually know my IQ, so I can't tell you objectively that I'm actually smarter than anyone else. But if I wasn't, I probably wouldn't be at UA so. Smooth. Shinso teases. What do you want from me? Izuku whines. Shigaraki stopped scratching and smiled. Yeah, that's what Sensei said. Sensei's even smarter than you are. Theh. At least it worked. Ida questions. The mist villain appeared next to Shigaraki. My apologies, but despite my best efforts, a student escaped. The heroes are no doubt on their way. More distractions. Toga complains. Can we get back to the fighting? Shigaraki scratched violently at his neck. Kurogiri, you idiot, if you weren't our warp gate, I'd kill you right now. What wonderful loyalty. Dabi drawls. What was that? Shigaraki growls. Dabi goes to snap back when Compress interrupts. He said he's going to pick fights with anyone and everyone he can just to avoid thinking about himself. Hey, Dabi rounds on Compress. The man just raises an eyebrow. Am I wrong? Yes, Dabi snaps. If you say so. Compress dismisses. Izuku tried to calm his breathing and keep his hope in check. Heroes were on the way, but that didn't mean they were out of the woods yet. His best bet was to keep stalling Shigaraki and keep him from doing anything too violent until All Might arrived. Maybe we should kill Shigaraki, Izuku said loudly. You said something about a quest for me. I'm sure your sensei wouldn't be too happy if you didn't let me know about it. Sifi didn't say that. Mineta shivers. Ah, yes. Shigaraki turned to look at him again. Sensei is so excited to meet you. Who is your sensei? Keep him talking. Shigaraki pointed at the Nomu. I'm sure you've noticed my Nomu isn't exactly normal, right? You could say that. Izuku snarks nervously. Izuku nodded. Keep him talking. I've noticed he's pretty powerful, and that he seems to obey your orders. Shigaraki nodded. He is pretty powerful, but sensei makes him seem like a mid-level boss. He cackled. Nomu here has multiple quirks. He's got regeneration, shock absorption, not to mention super strength. The quirks mess with his brain a bit, but he shrugged. What can you do? What can you do? Does he not realize how horrifying what he just said was? Minoma remarks incredulously. How long has he lived with villains to think like that? Kendo questions. Izuku's mind spun. He wanted to say it was impossible for someone to have that many quirks, but Tagada had 2 quirks, didn't he? If there was a quirk that could be passed down like All Might's, was it possible that there was a quirk that could bestow multiple quirks? Oh, dang, he was probably supposed to respond, wasn't he? The one time his mumbling doesn't kick in. Bakugo shakes his head. How did Nomu get all these quirks? Izuku did his best to look intrigued. I'm assuming he wasn't born with them. Nope. Shigaraki grinned. That's my sensei's quirk. He can take quirks from whoever he wants and give them to his loyal followers. That's where you come in, Deku. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Izuku felt slightly nauseous. He hoped he was wrong about where this was going. Shigaraki nodded. Sensei promised that if you come with us and use that big brain of yours to help the League, he'll give you a quirk. Wouldn't it be nice to not be quirkless anymore? Oh god. Izuku swallows nervously. There's worlds where I've done that. Headcase winces. Is it better or worse that most of the time it isn't senseless and usually backfires? Izuku pauses a moment. I have no idea. Shut up, Tsu shouted from behind him. He's a villain, Midoriya. You can't believe a word he says. I know that now. Get away, Izuku cries out. Izuku cursed and tried to wave her away. Why were they still there? He had to keep control of the situation. Izuku glanced toward the door. Just keep Shigaraki occupied a little longer. What kind of quirk are we talking about? I don't think I'd need an intelligence quirk. Like you mentioned, that's already in my arsenal. And I'm a decent quirkless fighter. What quirk could Sensei have that could tempt me? I don't think Tsu is going to leave. Buchako worries. Shigaraki shrugged. Any quirk you want. Sensei's got a lot of options, but I bet that even if you pointed out a random quirk off the street, Sensei would be happy to steal it for you. I might throw up. Kaminari mentions. Ashido silently hands him a barf bag. Don't listen to him, Mineta screamed. What he's saying is impossible. Everyone knows that. Shut up, Mineta. Shigaraki scowled and started scratching at his neck again, and Izuku wished his classmates would stop trying to help. No, he's not lying. He looked Shigaraki in the eye. I know that it's possible. That's a dangerous thing to say. Grand scoffs. Shigaraki smiled. Then you accept. FCK no. Izuku replies immediately. Izuku took a deep breath and hesitated. He could keep playing along and say yes, but he didn't think it was smart to let the villains think they'd won him over. They might try to kidnap him or even seek him out after this if they thought he was interested in joining up. But All Might was on his way, so Izuku wouldn't have to deal with Shigaraki's wrath for too long. Hopefully. Shigaraki remarks, I wonder if that glowing lady will let us see some of those worlds where Golden Child got a quirk from Sensei. He said finally, I've gotten this far quirkless, and I don't think I want a quirk anymore. Izuku clenched his fists. I don't need to be powerful to be useful. Shigaraki, what he said tell him demonstrate. Shigaraki's face twisted in rage and he screamed as he ran at Izuku, who rolled to the side just in time, but Shigaraki was already attacking again. Izuku grabbed a handful of dirt and threw it in Shigaraki's face, scrambling to his feet and grabbing a knife as Shigaraki growled and rubbed his eyes. Yurika grips Midoriya's hands as she watches another encounter with the man that laid his hand on her friend's neck that day at the mall. You little brat. The sand didn't distract him for as long as Izuku hoped, but this time when Shigaraki ran at him, he was prepared. He gripped his knife. a little harder in preparation for what he was planning, and ignored the little voice in his head that screamed he was going too far, that there had to be another way. But Izuku didn't know what else to do. He was outmatched, his opponent was faster and stronger than he was, and 5-point disintegration quirks needed 5 points to work. "Oh, sit!" Dabi exclaims, the first to clue into the plan besides the boy himself, who can only bring himself to stare at the screen. As soon as Shigaraki reached for him, Izuku pivoted and swung his knife, flinching at the BLD as he sliced through the muscle and bone of Shigaraki's left pinky. Izuku almost threw up when he saw that the finger was still hanging on by only a small piece of skin and muscle. He'd done that. He'd hurt him, and likely caused permanent damage just to disable a quirk. "I didn't see that coming." Shinso remarks, "Probably should have, but still. That was necessary. I don't want to hear anything about that being too far," Eraserhead demands. Shigaraki screamed in rage and pain, reaching for Izuku and grabbing his forearm with his uninjured hand. Izuku gasped at the pain as his skin and muscles slowly flaked away. He tried to yank his arm away from Shigaraki's tight grasp but was unable to until Shigaraki was distracted by a loud bang. "I am here, to save you. Thank you. Finally, it's about time. Took you long enough." There was a rush of wind and Izuku found himself standing outside the with All Might looking down on him with concern. "Are you alright, my boy? Go help the others," Midoriya shrieks. Izuku nodded. "I'm injured, but fine. Go fight the villains, but beware of the Nomu, he's got multiple quirks." All Might frowned. "You're injured. Maybe I should—" "Hello, 2 useless arms left alone with the main villains here," Eraser scolds. Izuku grits his teeth. "I'll be fine, but the other students are in danger." "Save them." "Yeah, do that please." Mineta cries out. "But you—" "Go." Izuku hit All Might's he with his uninjured arm. "They are here to kill you, All Might, which you would know if you didn't waste all your time this morning when you were supposed to teach today. Go save the others. They need you just as much as I do." "Listen to him," Yagi yells at his other self. All Might's face hardened. "The others can take care of themselves." "No bull, sit, we cannot. It's the first F-King week. Pull your head out of your—" "But no, they can't," Izuku screamed. "They're students. All Might, now stop wasting what little time you have left and get in there. Leave me and go." "For the love of," Yagi buries his head in his hands. All Might hesitate another long moment before disappearing back into the facility. Izuku scowled and made his way back into the UV. He needed to make sure Eraser and the other students were safe. At least someone has the right priorities. Recovery Girl sighs. Ashido and Uraraka were trying to patch up 13 when he saw them, and he ran to help Azui and Mineta, who were struggling to carry Aizawa up the stairs as All Might traded blows with the Nomu. They laid him next to 13 and Izuku could feel tears welling up as he took in his injured friend. He's too young for this kind of situation. Eraser grits his teeth and grips his armrest with his full strength. "Midoriya." Azui put her hand on his shoulder. "Are you alright?" Izuku nodded. "I can hardly feel the pain right now, but we need to find the others and get out of here. Hopefully, All Might can handle the villains. Focus on what you can do." Netsu agrees. Mineta pointed a shaky finger down at the plaza. "I don't know if he can." Ida sighs. "You're about to jump in, aren't you?" "Probably." Izuku agrees. Izuku looked to see All Might bleeding from his side and slowly being pulled through a portal after he'd apparently tried to suplex the Nomu. Izuku grimaced and started running back down to the plaza as the others yelled for him to stop. Hopefully, Aizawa would forgive him, but the world couldn't lose its symbol of peace yet. Controversial opinion. May warns we wouldn't be having the society on the brink of collapse problem if it weren't for relying on the symbol of peace. Or at least if we didn't forget he was and is human at some point. Todoroki of all people agrees. Izuku can't bring himself to respond. There was an explosion right as he reached the plaza and Izuku stopped as he saw Katsuki pin Kurogiri and Todoroki freeze half the Nomu, allowing All Might to escape as Kirishima ran at Shigaraki, who was still cradling his injured hand. Kids these days really are amazing. Can't have that. Nomu, practically missing a finger and still quipping. Twice praises. Is this really the time the Nomu pulled itself back through the warp gate and tore off its frozen limbs, regrowing them in seconds? Izuku nodded. If he'd created something with multiple quirks, regeneration would definitely be one of them. The others, though, were shocked. What is this? All Might was still clutching his side. I thought you said his quirk was shock absorption. Izuku summoned his writing desk just so he could smack his forehead on it. Izuku scowled. He'd warned him that Nomu had multiple quirks. Had All Might even listened to him? Apparently not. Yagi groans. Nomu's been engineered to take you on even at 100% of your power, Shigaraki said, gritting his teeth through the pain. He's basically a highly efficient punching bag that hits back first things first, though we need to free our method of escape. Nomu, get him, Izuku gasped as the Nomu ran for Katsuki and a massive cloud of dust billowed from the impact. Katsuki, I'm right here, you idiot. Katsuki was sitting beside Kirishima, dusty and bruised from being tossed. But okay. Ashido rolls up her notebook and smacks Bakugo on the head with it. A bioengineered superweapon just charged you at full speed. Why the FCK are you pissed? Someone is concerned for you. I don't f***ing know anymore. Katsuki snaps back. Mina stops and looks at him as seriously as she could before grinning. That's better than the start of the year. Bakugo rolls his eyes, hiding a smile as he turns back to the screen. But then, Kirishima looked over toward the Nomu. How'd you get over here? Isn't it obvious? Todoroki pointed to where the dust was clearing to reveal All Might, his arms still raised to block the punch. When you put it like that, Kirishima grumbles playfully. These are kids and you didn't hold back. BLD was starting to leak from the corner of All Might's mouth. I thought I was seeing things back then. Todoroki comments. I swear half the reason it took so long for All Might's small form to be public was denial. Izuku sighs. He was pinning my warp gate, so it's not like I had much choice. Shigaraki said. And besides, these kids are no angels. He held up his mangled hand. That one even tried to cut my hand apart. What kind of hero does something like that? One that cares more about lives than clout. Rocklock growls. Katsuki looked at Izuku incredulously and he grimaced. Yeah, it really did sound bad when Shigaraki put it like that. What other way could you put it? Shigaraki teases maliciously. Be happy it was just a finger this time. Headcase comments offhandedly. Dabi snorts as Toga giggles. The rest of the room had various reactions as the young villain grumbled about heroes and excessive force. All Might cut off Shigaraki's monologue about heroic violence. I think you're just doing whatever you want and trying to hide it behind values. Shigaraki chuckled. You figured me out, huh? No, kill him. Wow. Spinner deadpans, a little disappointed. Filled the plaza as Nomu and All Might started fighting. If he's designed to defeat me at 100%, All Might gritted his teeth, then I'll just have to go beyond that plus ultra. I'm not feeling it. HeadcaseKiller comments. I wonder why. Jiro remarks sarcastically. He sent the Nomu flying through the ceiling, then turned to Shigaraki. I guess I really am getting weaker. That took more than 300 punches. Don't say that, you idiot. Grand scolds. Shigaraki was scratching at his neck with his good hand. Cheater, how did he beat Nomu? How is that cheating? Maets. It's not, he's just a sore loser. Izuku remarks. What villain? All Might looked as powerful as ever, but Izuku could see steam mixed in with the dust. He was out of time. I thought you were going to kill me. Bluffing doesn't look good on you, Toshinori. Tsukachi sighs. Didn't have much of a choice. Yagi defends weakly. Shigaraki screamed and threw himself at All Might, and Izuku knew this was how it was going to end. All Might probably couldn't move or he'd reveal his true form, and he was probably willing to die to keep that secret, considering how long he'd kept being a hero despite his condition. But if the symbol of peace were to be killed here by villains, crime would skyrocket all over Japan. The world couldn't lose its symbol like this. I imagine you had a slightly nicer thought process in our world. Shinso remarks. A bit more personal too. Izuku agrees. Izuku cursed and started running. All Might not reveal his true form to save himself, but he would to save someone else. And who better than the kid he already thought was weak and defenseless? Oh, that's underhanded. Dabi comments, a little impressed. Hero route might be growing on me. Did you just call it a route? Spinner asks. Dabi scowls. The boss is infecting me. He claims, earning laughter from his teammates. Midoriya. No. All Might grabbed him and rolled to the side in a puff of steam as Izuku ran into Shigaraki's line of fire. All of a sudden, gunfire rang out and Shigaraki screamed again. Izuku looked to see him disappear into a warp gate right before his view was obscured by one of Cementoss's walls. Well, that was nerve-wracking. Achiko comments. Yeah. Izuku sighs, exhausted. Just 4 more and we can sleep. Shinso reminds them. Wonderful. Ida groans. All Might glared at him as the steam of his transformation finally cleared. That was incredibly reckless, young Midoriya. Izuku met his eyes. So was letting yourself die just to keep a secret. All Might's face softened. I'm just glad you're all right. He put his hand on Izuku's shoulder. After today, young Midoriya, I hope you've seen how reckless it is for you to be a hero. There's no shame in dropping out of the hero course now that you've seen what real villains are like. Oh, FC off, just stop for the love of shut up. Izuku knocked All Might's hand away and his eyes hardened. Up until this point, Izuku figured he'd kinda been in the denial stage of grief, mourning the loss of the hero he'd grown up admiring. But he'd forgotten that anger was a stage of grief too, and that's all Izuku felt as he looked at a hero who would crush his dream even after he'd saved his life. Good thing Izuku had new heroes now. What time? Eraser grumbles. Izuku stood and started stalking back toward the entrance before stopping and looking back at All Might, who was still standing there, pleading with his eyes for Izuku to just give up and stay safe. I really want to smack him. Brave growls. I already knew what real villains were like, All Might, he said lowly, but you'd know that if you'd ever bothered to get to know me, rather than deciding I'm weak just because I'm quirkless. Then tell him, preach. Toshinori watched Midoriya's back as he walked away. What had the boy meant when he said he already knew what villains were like? How had he remained so calm when other students were panicking? Had Midoriya really been the one to cut off Shigaraki's finger? He couldn't have. He was quirkless, right? Helpless, just like Toshinori had been before Nana gave him her quirk. Excuse me? Eraser asks with an unnatural level of calm. Or was he? You projecting, motherfucker. Eraser turns toward Yagi. I know. Yagi says. Do you? Eraser demands. After Midoriya learned of my past quirklessness, we had a very long discussion about it. And that's all I'll say about it without his permission. Eraser frowns. Fine. Now playing mastermind. Strategist for higher reactions. Ishido slammed the doors open and ran into the common room. Ida sighs. Ida jumped up from his place on the couch. Please be respectful of school property. Have you seen the news? She leaned down with her hands on her knees as she caught her breath. Does it King look like we're watching the news, Pinky? Bakugo rolled his eyes. Dude, we all have cell phones. Zero points out. Turn it on Channel 5. Kirishima ignored Ida's protests that they should be doing homework instead of watching TV as he grabbed the remote and switched channels. Thank you, Ishido exclaims. Won't be. How did you put it? Ah, that's right, coming home anytime soon. In fact, I don't intend to come home at all. A chill went through the room and even Ida shut up as they watched Todoroki stare down Endeavor, a member of the League of Villains by his side. I go by Freezerburn now. Oh, this is gonna be rough. My comments can't be implying. Yaoyorozu glanced toward the others, who were all staring at the TV with horrified disbelief. A short scream from Uraraka drew her gaze back to the TV, where Todoroki and Dabi had released fire on Endeavor. Reacting while being watched, reacting by the multiverse. Joy. Kaminari stresses. No. Kirishima shook his head. It's gotta be a body double or they're threatening him or something. Todoroki wouldn't turn villain. He just wouldn't. I appreciate the confidence. Todoroki deadpants. How do you know, Ribbit? Azuri said. None of us were very close to him and he never really showed a lot of emotion, so he could have been considering this for months and we wouldn't have known. Todoroki says before Tsu can apologize. As much as I hate to agree, Shinso drawled, Tsu's right. None of us know him well enough to know if this is real or not. That's fair. Todoroki comments. Bets on how many times he'll need to stop someone from apologizing. Shinso suggests. Well, Uraraka frowned and clenched her fists at her sides. Shouldn't we be giving him the benefit of the doubt? I choose to believe he's being forced, and this is all just an act. As soon as the other heroes show up, they'll save him. Oh honey. Uraraka says toward her other self. Come on. Uraraka. Kaminari gestured wildly to the TV, where high walls of flame were keeping the reporters in place. He's holding people hostage. What kind of a hero does that? A desperate one. Twice says don't think they're above that. Sit as a hero. Or my future as your masterpiece. Either way, it's no great loss. Apparently a hero who doesn't see himself as one. Shinso said. You can stop now. Shinso comments. The class listened as Todoroki described the abuse he'd suffered and they felt their hearts sink. It did sound like a realistic motivation if Todoroki really had decided to become a villain. Dabi asks. That can't be true. Kirishima said. He's gotta be lying. I know Endeavor isn't the nicest guy, but child abuse just isn't manly. And yet, Mirko growls toward Endeavor. They all waited for Endeavor to deny that he had beat Todoroki, and the mood in the room crumpled when he didn't even bother. Yururika burst into tears while Azui and Yayorozu hugged her. Bakugo's hands started popping with tiny explosions as he yelled at the television set, and Kaminari accidentally shorted himself out. Suffer. Shigaraki grins. The other heroes should be showing up soon, right? Jiro asked hesitantly. Oh yeah, Sato said. But will they be able to do anything? They've taken over 100 hostages. Is that why Endeavor isn't fighting back? Zero asked. Normally he'd have barbecued Dabi by now. He probably doesn't want to hurt Todoroki. Doesn't sound like that stopped him in the past. Shinso grumbled. Shinso Ida scolds. Just because dark humor isn't your coping mechanism doesn't mean I can't use it. Shinso argues defensively. Not the time Mei pushes the two away from each other. Todoroki ran at Endeavor, trying to catch him in ice, while Dabi came in with a sneak attack from behind. Ashido couldn't tear her eyes away from the TV. Acting like a villain. Bakugo finished. No sit. Dabi snarks. The room exploded in yells when Dabi and Todoroki turned their fire on the hostages, and some of the students jumped to their feet as though they thought they could do anything to stop the fight. The footage erupted into chaos as the cameramen and reporters were injured and some of the cameras stopped working due to the heat. I hate this. Midnight growls. F-King changed the channel, Bakugo yelled. One of these stations has got to have a working camera. Part of me wants them to stop watching this. 13 comments. It took a minute of channel surfing until they managed to find another station. This one had obviously not been at the press conference but had shown up for the fight, because they were standing outside the police line as flames raged in the background and an entire fleet of ambulances drove by. Figured it'd be a mass casualty event. Recovery Girl remarks sadly. There do not appear to be any fatal injuries at this time, although from what we are seeing almost everyone present was injured. The villains responsible for this attack are Dabi, a known member of the League of Villains, as well as Shudo Todoroki, who was going by the name of Freezerburn. Until recently, Todoroki was assumed missing after he was kidnapped by the League of Villains at a UA training camp over the summer. All previous attempts to rescue him have ended in failure, and well, now I guess we know why. The reporter held a hand to her earpiece for a moment, then nodded. Dabi and Freezerburn fled the scene shortly after opening fire on the hostages. The number one hero, Endeavor, is currently in pursuit. We'll take you now to our chopper for a bird's eye view. It's still weird to hear him being called the number one, Karo. Tsu comments. Forever number two. Achiko agrees. Izuku snorts. You can say that again. Well, we currently have eyes on a building that Endeavor chased the villains into just a few minutes ago. It appears that the fight is taking place in City. Oh my god, a massive jet of flame erupted from the side of the building and Endeavor jumped down onto street level. The camera zoomed in on Todoroki and Dabi, who were both crouched down the street, looking a little worse for wear. They stood up slowly and stared down Endeavor, and the students held their breath as they saw Todoroki frost over his left side. Here it comes. Hagakure emotionally braced herself. They've got to give up now, right? Kirishima asked. I mean, they're facing Endeavor. They can't win. Oh man. Kirishima groaned. Endeavor shot a fire at Todoroki, who blocked it with an ice wall and created an opening for Dabi to attack Endeavor. The students gasped when the attack not only landed but appeared to hurt Endeavor. Thank All Might he's not a villain in our world, Momo suggests. Literally. Jiro agrees. I hate to say this, the reporter in the helicopter said, but it looks like Endeavor might need a little help with this one. Where are the other heroes? Are they all still on the rescue? Or they thought he could handle it and now it's too late? Todoroki remarks. That's what we're all wondering, Shinso said. That's probably why they attacked the reporters in the first place. Oh my god, the reporter couldn't even bring herself to give any commentary as Todoroki slammed his right foot down and shot knives of ice at Endeavor, who couldn't dodge fast enough. The dorm room went silent. the only sound the reporter's frantic muttering at the scene below her. Silence once again overtook the theater, the villains chattering blocked off by another soundproof barrier. At first, Endeavor was burning hot enough that the ice melted, but after a few seconds, the ice stuck and from the angle the helicopter was recording at, they could clearly see the massive icicles going in his tea and coming out his back coated in BLD. Todoroki stood still for a long moment after Endeavor went limp and the class wondered what he was going to do. Would he regret it? Would he turn himself in? Would he just disappear? If only. Mina whispered. On the screen Todoroki threw back his head and laughed. He was surrounded by ice, fire, and BLD, standing in front of the person he had just killed, and he laughed. The class sat frozen as Dabi joined in his laughter and pulled him through a familiar purple portal just moments before the heroes arrived at the scene. They looked at each other as the horror and realization of what had just happened set in. That was the first time they'd seen him laugh. Suddenly Dabi found himself in a strange mood, facing the fact that he had thought his brother had a perfect life. It took being kidnapped by an otherworldly woman to see how wrong he was. What about Fayumi and Natsuo? He's having a very strong time thinking of why he hated them. Tsukachi straightened his tie and let out a long exhale as he sat down across from a reporter from the most popular newspaper in Japan. Normally in a situation like this, he'd hold a press conference, but well, many of the nation's top reporters were still in the hospital being treated after yesterday's attack and the rest were understandably nervous about being targeted, so a private interview it was. On the one hand, this is awful, Tsukachi says. On the other, less meant from the press. Tashinori pats him on the back. Hello, Detective Tsukachi. The reporter was a pretty woman with blue skin, lavender hair, and perfectly straight teeth that looked vaguely threatening from Tsukachi's spot in the hot seat. My name is Chitose Kazuki. Thank you for having me today. Even a smile, pleasant as it may be, can be a weapon if one only knows how to use it. Tokoyami rumbles. Dark Shadow nods along. Tsukachi nodded, thank you for coming. I understand the media's hesitance to attend a press conference considering the situation. You mean how the reporters on the scene were viciously targeted by Dabi and Freezerburn during yesterday's attack? She laughed. It's an occupational hazard. If you're chasing the biggest stories, you're always going to be the biggest target. We all knew that when we signed on. Bullshit. Bakugo scoffs. Tsukachi was slightly taken aback by her slightly laissez-faire attitude toward the injury of her colleagues, many of whom were undoubtedly her friends as well as rivals, but nothing she said registered as a lie, so she at least was honest about her attitudes. Small mercies. Tashinori suggests. All right, so let's begin. Kazuki leaned forward eagerly. So, there were a few juicy revelations yesterday, weren't there? What do you have to say on the subject of Dabi's identity? Tsukachi groans as Dabi chuckles. We are unable to confirm or deny Dabi's claims of being a Todoroki at this time. Tsukachi replied calmly. Endeavor did have a son named Tuya Todoroki who was reported missing about 5 years ago. Tuya did have a fire quirk similar to Dabi's cremation as well as similar eye color, but his scars make facial recognition impossible. So, there is a possibility Dabi really is Endeavor's oldest son, but there is no way to know for certain until we can obtain a sample of Dabi's DNA. Hold on, just let me spit on somebody next time. Dabi snarks. W. Toga whines. I do not want to hear that from you. Dabi hisses. Toga giggles. But don't you have a lie detection quirk? Kazuki asked with a gleam in her eye. Surely you can tell if he was telling the truth from the footage. Normally, that would be the case. Tsukachi nodded. His words registered as true according to my quirk, but there is always the possibility that he is delusional and simply believes that he is Tuya Todoroki, in which case he wouldn't be lying, at least from his own perspective. Therefore we are waiting on genetic testing before we can confidently confirm Dabi's identity. Midoriya frantically takes notes. He could verify an insanity defense so easily. Kazuki nodded, satisfied. Alright, next question. Both Dabi and Freezerburn accused Endeavor of abusing them as children, including accusations of him participating in a quirk marriage. Did Endeavor abuse his family? And there's the million-dollar question. Aizawa sighs. Tsukachi sighed heavily. Unfortunately, according to the evidence we have gathered in the past 24 hours, those accusations do appear to be accurate. We are still in the process of taking official statements from Endeavor's 2 remaining children as well as his wife, but the evidence as well as my quirk indicate that Dobby and Freezerburn were telling the truth. No sit. Dobby asks sarcastically while most of the league snickers. He didn't want to give those details to the media. Already there was a huge public outcry against the Hero Commission and the Hero system at large even without confirmation of Endeavor's abuse, but the fallout would be so much worse if they tried to cover it up and it got out anyway. Tsukachi knew that there would be inevitable changes in the Hero system as a result of Endeavor's abuse and Todoroki's turn to villainy, but hopefully, they would be able to do enough damage control in the next few months that they could curb the worst of it. Why do I suddenly feel jinxed? Tsukachi asks. Because you've been paying attention. Torino remarks. Kazuku was smiling slightly and he could see the hunger in her eyes. So I guess here's the million-dollar question. How did a child abuser get to be the #1 hero? Corruption. Money. Sabotage. Nepotism. Intimidation. We are currently running internal investigations of both the police force and the Hero Commission to find the answer to that question. Tsukachi said. That being said, it appears to have been a mixture of bribery and people's willingness to turn a blind eye out of the belief that Endeavor could not be guilty of crimes simply because he was a hero. His violent attitude, which would have been a red flag under other circumstances, was glorified and popularized in the media because we most often saw his violence directed toward taking down villains. It is also important to remember that the hero ranking system is based not on the Hero Commission's data, but on popular opinion polls. We, as law enforcement, have to take responsibility for the fact that Endeavor was allowed to remain a hero in spite of his crimes, but society at large is responsible for putting him in the #1 spot. See, this is why the hero ranking should have categories. Midoriya mutters. So, Tsukachi, you said that the responsibility lies both with the Hero Commission and with the people who voted for them. Kazuku leaned forward. Do you believe the hero system is broken? Yes. Absolutely. I have ideas. I would not go that far. Tsukachi replied. But I can confidently say that reforms are obviously needed if we expect the system to fulfill its responsibility to keep the people of Japan safe. Part of the purpose of our ongoing investigation is to determine what reforms need to happen so that nothing like this happens again. I get the feeling this is coming too little too late. Jiro comments. Yes, I don't see everything getting better before getting worse. Yamamo agrees. Kazuku smiled. Next question. In the last year and a half, a majority of hero deaths have been linked to Mastermind, most notably the death of the former #1 hero, All Might. Do you believe that Mastermind was behind Endeavor's murder as well? Obviously. State the obvious, why don't ya? Tsukachi grit his teeth at yet another reminder of his failure. Mastermind has been known to work extensively with the League of Villains, of which both Dobby and Freezerburn are members. There were also a lot of moving parts in the operation and the plan relied on exploiting the weaknesses of Endeavor's quirk, both of which are hallmarks of Mastermind's murder plans. So while we have not recovered any written plans tying Mastermind to Endeavor's murder, it is safe to assume that yes, he was most likely involved. Unfortunately, Ida sighs. The police and media have known about Mastermind's existence for quite some time. Kazuku smiled. So why hasn't he been caught yet? He is obviously a serious threat to society, and isn't it the hero's job to eliminate those? Hey, we're kinda being held hostage here, Hawks remarks. Not interested in seeing myself die anytime soon. Mirko agrees. Tsukachi clenched his fists. He couldn't let her get to him. We have people working around the clock to uncover Mastermind's identity because we believe that is the only way we will be able to safely resolve the situation without risking more lives, especially since Mastermind has proven time and again that he is willing and able to kill both heroes and civilians. However, the same qualities that have enabled him to kill so many top-rated heroes are the ones that make him so difficult to find and catch. He is highly intelligent and extremely careful, but we have heroes working the case that are able to match him in intelligence, so it is only a matter of time before we catch him. I would prefer it not be taking so long. Nedzu remarks calmly. All right, Kazuki said. I believe we are almost out of time, so this will be my last question. In the last 6 months, we have lost 2 #1 heroes to Mastermind, who is beginning to be called the #1 villain in Japan. How do you think this bodes for hero society as a whole and, more specifically, Hawks, who is next in line for the #1 spot? Oh sit, Hawks exclaims. Tsukachi shook his head. I honestly can't say. Both heroes were killed by villains who had a distinct reason to target them, All Might because he was the symbol of peace and endeavor because of a personal grudge. Mastermind himself, however, is not purposely going after #1 heroes, so I do not believe Hawks is in any more danger now than he was a few months ago. As for society, we will simply have to wait and see. Oh, that was a jinx, wasn't it? Hawks asks. I'm so dead. Kizuku nodded and stood. Perfect. Thank you again for this opportunity, detective. I hope to see you again. Tsukachi gave a strained smile and walked her out. Gave a sigh of relief as she got into a car that was waiting for her at the curb. He never wanted to do that again. And I will have to, I just know it. Tsukachi remarks. He went back inside and got out the mastermind file, even though he'd practically memorized it at this point. It had been months since All Might's death and still, they were no closer to catching him. Netsu had complained that his fur was losing its shine because of the stress of the case, but he was the only one capable of getting inside Mastermind's head. Tsukachi shook his head and closed the file. Maybe it was time he got a little sleep. Good luck with that. Preaching to the choir. What's next? First friend now playing Viridian. The Green Guide friendship, all the confidence that Izuku had felt as he ran out the door with the intention of making a friend had slowly dissipated during his train ride to the hardware store. He didn't even know if Kaminari was working today, and even if he was working, what was Izuku supposed to say to him? Just about anything. I'm very friendly, Kaminari claims. Yeah, he'll be a great friend, Ishido agrees. No pressure. Shiro adds. Friendship is manly, Kirishima agrees. Hey, sorry if this makes me sound like a stalker, but I'm not actually here to buy anything. I just wanted you to be my friend because I'm desperate and lonely. Wanna hang out? Be like shadows. Lean into the stalker vibes. Shinso suggests Midoriya shoves him over a bit in retaliation as the boy grins. Yururika snickers as Ida pointedly looks away from the group. Izuku grimaced. Yeah, that wouldn't be creepy at all. Maybe if he had an excuse to be there he could use this as an opportunity to update his gear, right? When he'd gone out last night, had his gear all been in good shape? His pipes were fine, he hadn't needed his knife, but it was probably still sharp since he didn't actually use it all that often, and his slingshot was still good. What else did he even need? Armor preferably. Aizawa grumbles. But that would be illegal. Mike mentions. Damned loopholes. Aizawa grumbles. Before he could even decide, Izuku was walking through the parking lot of the hardware store. Was it too late to turn around? He shouldn't have told Mom about this, because now there were two people who would be disappointed in him if he chickened out. Could he make up some sort of story? It would probably be a lot of work to maintain a fake friendship, but he was already leading a double life with his vigilantism, so he could do it if he needed to, but then Mom and Eraserhead would be disappointed with him for lying to them. Ugh, what was he supposed to do? He's spiraling again. Hagakure whines. Ajuru pats her shoulder. It's only temporary. He didn't know if it made it more or less awkward that he didn't even make it into the store before he saw Kaminari. His apron was thrown casually over his shoulder as he walked away from the store, so he must have just gotten off his shift. He was fiddling with his phone as he put some earbuds in, but what caught Izuku's attention was the fact that he had the USB end of a phone charger stuck in his mouth. Of course, the analyst would react to that. Jiro rolls her eyes. It does raise some questions, Momo states. Can you really charge your phone like that? Yep, Kaminari chirps. Kaminari yelped and lost his footing as he stumbled back, wincing as he fell HRD on the asphalt. Izuku ran forward to help him up, panicking even more than he had been the past few minutes. He really couldn't do anything right, could he? This kid needs to stop blaming himself for all this Hawk's comments. Mirko scoffs. If only it was that easy. I'm so sorry, Izuku said frantically as he pulled Kaminari to his feet. I didn't even mean to ask the question out loud, it just came out and I was curious, but I swear I didn't mean to scare you and now you probably think I'm really creepy because I just came out of nowhere and whoa, calm down a bit, kid. Spinner comments. You should get used to that, Toga remarks, poking him in the cheek. It's truly fascinating the difference in the boy's confidence because of a single bad day compress muses. Kaminari cut him off with a laugh. It's no problem, dude, nothing's broken and I wouldn't be trying for the hero course if I couldn't take a few strong knocks. He rubbed his hip where he'd fallen and chuckled awkwardly, not that getting startled that easily is really hero-like, but tell that to Mike. Midnight comments. Hey, Mike reacts. Izuku shrunk in on himself. Sorry. For knocking you over. At this point, we could turn his apologies into a drinking game, Dobby suggests. Like I said, it's no big deal. Kaminari shrugged. How you been? Is your mystery project going well? It's had its ups and downs. Midoriya jokes. Izuku startled. Kaminari was talking about his vigilantism, even if he didn't actually know that, you might actually haven't been able to work on it in a while. He held up his arm to show Kaminari his cast, so, yeah, it's kinda at a standstill. Except for the hacking Aizawa drawls. Oof, dude, Kaminari winced, broken bones are no fun, but hey, at least you can get all your friends to sign your cast, so that's cool. So about that, Midoriya mumbles under his breath. Izuku shrugged sadly. Yeah, he knew that other people had their friends sign their casts. Kaken had almost the entire grade sign his cast when he'd broken his leg in second grade jumping off the top of the slide before he'd learned how to use his explosions to catch himself. Izuku had signed too because Mom and Auntie Mitsuki had thought it would be cute if his best friend was the first one to sign Kaken's cast. But when Izuku showed up to school the next day, his signature had been scribbled out with black Sharpie and silver explosions had been drawn over it. He'd never tried to sign anyone's cast after that. The hag let him get away with that. Bakugo asks confused. Apparently his silence was pretty telling, because Kaminari put his hand on his ST in exaggerated shock. Are you implying that you haven't gotten a single signature yet? That just won't do. Come here, dude. Nice one, Kaminari. I want to sign too. Look at our boys making friends. Izuku took a few steps forward and his eyes widened as he saw Kaminari pull a Sharpie out of his back pocket. I guess it's pretty lucky that they make us carry these things during our shift, right? Kaminari grinned and grabbed Izuku's arm to sign his cast, but then looked at him, suddenly insecure. Oh, sorry dude, you might not even want me to sign your cast and here I am, acting like an idiot because I think it's cool and… No, it is cool. Sign the demon cast. No, Izuku cleared his throat. I'd be honored if you'd sign my cast, Kaminari. It's just that I don't have a lot of friends, or really any friends, and you probably think I'm pretty lame and… No, none of that. Kaminari gently scolds Viridian. Izuku trailed off as Kaminari actually started writing. He had a signature on his cast. The first time you break something after graduation you'll have a few dozen, Karo. Tsu informs Midoriya. I have mixed feelings about that, Midoriya remarks. Good, because of friends. Todoroki asks, and bad, because we fully expect you to break something after graduation. Got it in one. Midoriya agrees. Are you busy? Izuku blurted out before he could second-guess himself again. Do you want to hang out? You don't have to, just because you signed my cast. Doesn't mean that you're obligated to like me or anything. Dude, I'd love to hang out with you, Kaminari claims. This is gonna be a thing zero size. Kaminari glanced between Izuku and the store a few times. Aren't you busy? Weren't you about to buy some stuff for your project? Nope, Dark Shadow chirps. Well, actually, and now came the awkward part. Like I said, I haven't really been able to work on it because of my arm, but I have this kinda weird grumpy uncle. And he wants me to try to make friends. Because I don't have any, obviously, because you can see that because nobody signed my cast and I don't want to disappoint him, and you're nice so… Izuku winced. I was wondering if you wanted to hang out. I have to admit I'm a bit distracted by the whole grumpy uncle thing. Joke chuckles. I know it's hilarious, Amplifier agrees. Especially when he acts like such a dad. Midnight chimes in. I can hear you. You three keep sitting close to me and none of you are quiet. Aizawa grumbles. Oh, now I see the grumpy uncle thing, Amplifier remarks, sending Joke into a cackling fit while the man in question sighs. So you came here looking for me because your grumpy uncle made you promise to make friends? Kaminari asked. That's exactly right. Absolutely. Right on the money. To his surprise, Kaminari's face split into a huge grin. That's hilarious. Dude, where do you want to go? And he's just cool with it. Minoma asks incredulously. Sure seems like it's Setsuna snarks. Izuku's jaw dropped. Wait, really? You're not creeped out. And you're not too busy. That's what he said. Nerd Bakugo huffs. Dude, I always have time to hang out. Kaminari said. Mom says I'm the definition of a social butterfly, but then again, that might just be the ADHD. He shrugged. Either way, I'm not gonna say no to a new friend. Kaminari says intelligently. Meanwhile, Aid, what now? My guess. Was that in his file? Midnight continues. No, it was not. Aizawa growls. I'll add him to the schedule. Hound Dog remarks. Oak. Izuku said. There's a park nearby, if you want to go there. Park day, park day, park day, park day, park day, park day. Izuku had passed the park a few times during his vigilante hours, and at 2 in the morning, it was a fairly popular spot for drag deals. Hopefully, it was a little different when the sun was still up. It wasn't a very long walk, and Izuku didn't really know what to talk about. It had been so long since he'd actually had a friend that he had no idea what he was doing, and just being himself would probably scare Kaminari away like it had everyone else. And now he'd been quiet for too long, and talking now would just make everything weird, but if he didn't talk then that was even weirder. And what's wrong with a quiet walk? Yamamo asks. Nothing, it's just something that happens when people are more comfortable with each other instead of a first hangout, Jiro explains. Kaminari was apparently braver than he was, because he was the one to break the silence. So what's your name, dude? I don't think you actually told me, and if you did, then I forgot it. Actually, that's probably more likely. I'm kind of an idiot. I can keep calling you dude, but usually, friends know each other's names. Dude, do you really have problems with names like that? Shiro asks. Sometimes, Kaminari murmurs. Izuku chuckled awkwardly. Great, yet another way he'd completely messed this up. It's Izuku Midoriya. Sorry, take a shot. Dabi jokes. Stop apologizing, dude, Kaminari said. Is Midoriya your real name? I mean, it's a cool name and all, don't get me wrong, but it seems a little too on the nose, what with your hair and eyes and everything, Yeah, but a lot of families changed their names to match their quirks, Ishido mentions. Or color in his case, Shiro adds. Midoriya said, green is kinda the DMNT gene in my family, so I think that's where the name came from. I really don't know. He needed to get the conversation off of him. He wasn't used to talking about himself, and it was surprisingly uncomfortable. So, with everything that happened earlier, you never answered my question. Can you really charge your phone by sticking the charger in your mouth? He does, he's pretty much the class charger. Hagakure giggles. Kaminari laughed. Yeah, it works pretty well. A lot of my friends at school will use me for that, so I'm pretty used to it. And it's nice that I never have to worry about a dead battery. Kami, you could say no, right? Kirishima asks him. Well, I do now, but at first Kaminari rubs the back of his neck. What? Did we make you feel that way? Ishido asks. We didn't mean to. Hey, I know, it's okay. Kaminari starts trying to calm her down. Izuku's eyes shone as he thought about the possibilities. Does that mean that your quirk is constantly producing electricity? Do you have to think about directing the electricity into the charger, or does it just go there automatically? If you consciously direct the electricity, does the phone charge faster? Izuku suddenly realized he was rambling and slammed his mouth shut. So much for not being himself. No, keep rambling, Kaminari whines. Just ask when we get home, dunce face. Bakugo scoffs. Kaminari, however, didn't seem put off by his questions, just a little intimidated. I don't have to think about it, no, but I can't actually direct the electricity I produce. It's pretty annoying because it just builds up around my body and I can discharge it, but it kinda just goes everywhere. He grimaced. I'm hoping UA will help me fix that. Wait, why not go to a quirk counselor if that's all he wants? Koda asks quietly. Quirk counselors can be expensive and the public ones are underfunded and overworked, Shoji whispers back. They had arrived at the park by that point and found an empty bench to sit on. Thankfully, it was just a normal park during the day, with no drag deals or other villains in sight. That would have been pretty embarrassing. Izuku couldn't stop himself from grabbing his notebook, glad that he'd thought to grab his bag on the way out the door. So you can produce and discharge electricity, but can't aim it. Do you think that you would be able to with practice? Or is that just an inborn limitation of your quirk? All good questions, Kaminari states. I've been trying for years, so I think it's just a natural limit. Kaminari frowned, or one of them at least. That last part was grumbled under his breath, which made Izuku even more curious. Ida sighs. The essence of being a hero Midoriya starts. Is sticking your nose where it is not wanted. Todoroki finishes. One of them. What are the others? Izuku's eyes widened as he realized that was probably a really creepy question. Not that you have to tell me, I just really like quirks and think they're really cool, so I'm sorry if I'm annoying you or anything. Take a shot, Dabi says. Kaminari laughed. It's not a problem, it's just kind of an embarrassing drawback. Izuku could think of plenty of heroes that had embarrassing side effects to their quirks. In fact, there had been a kid in the sports festival just that year that had to do most of it naked because of his quirk's limitations. Tato snickers at Mirio's expense. The boy himself laughed good-natured. Like I said, I can discharge electricity, but if I go over my limits, Kaminari smiled awkwardly, I kind of fry my brain and turn into an idiot for a while. You can say that again, Jiro remarks. Izuku's mind turned over the possibilities. That drawback couldn't be good for Kaminari's brain long-term. Did he get headaches from it, or did his quirk include a healing component to help his brain recover? He'd mentioned that he had ADHD, so could that be a result of going over his limits? Probably not, but the extra electricity running through his brain would make his mind work faster than the average person's, which would result in ADHD-like symptoms. Oh, Kaminari was waiting for his reaction. Adorable. Hagakure coos. Are we not curious about his ADHD being a side effect of his quirk? Audra asks. Well, yeah, but there isn't anything we can do about it now. Hagakure agrees. I guess Ojiro concedes. What's your limit? Right now. Izuku nodded and Kaminari thought for a second, just under 1,000,000 volts, but I'm working on raising that in preparation for entrance exams. And I did it. Kaminari raised his hand for a high five Zero was happy to provide. Izuku's eyes widened. That's really impressive. Kaminari grinned. You really think so? I've been kinda worried cause while my quirk is flashy, it's kinda strong to control. The electricians I've been apprenticing under have been helping me understand the whole electricity thing, but they can't really teach me quirk control, you know. Shame you couldn't do that. Ashido pouts. I can just use an internet rabbit hole. Kaminari dismisses. Bakigo growled. Don't pull another all-nighter. Izuku nodded. Quirks are difficult like that. The only way to really know their limits is to try things out. Speaking of quirks, what's yours? Kaminari asked. I bet it's some kind of intelligence quirk, right? You're really smart. Much of the theater cringed, winced, or hissed. Even the villains reacted, shifting in anticipation. He better react well. Kaminari narrowed his eyes at the screen. Izuku's smile faded and he scuffed at the dirt with his toe. I actually don't have one. Well, at least he'd be able to tell Eraserhead that he'd tried. It had been nice while it lasted, and there was probably some way to get the marker off his cast in case Kaminari didn't want to be associated with him anymore. It won't be like that. Hang on. Wait a second. Kaminari said quietly. What's that like? Really? That's his first thought. Izuku looked up. Kaminari looked vaguely awkward, but in a curious way, like he didn't know how to react, not like he was trying to figure out a way to get out of the conversation. While there was a little bit of pity, there wasn't any trace of malice or hatred like Izuku was used to from the kids at school. Was it possible that Kaminari was still giving him a chance, even after knowing he's quirkless? It seemed like almost too much to hope for. This is going well. Midoriya remarks. Relatively, Shinso adds. Izuku shrugged. I guess I just don't know any different. Kaminari thought about that for a minute. That makes sense. I can't imagine having a different quirk or not having a quirk at all, so I guess it's kinda the same for you, huh? This is so awkward. Minoma groans. Shukendo hushes him. Izuku nodded. Kaminari's response was refreshingly neutral. It almost made him afraid to ask his next question. Dodo, you hate me now. The fact that he feels the need to ask that Rocklock grumbles. Kaminari just looked confused. Okay, I know that I'm not very smart, but why would I hate you? Because, Izuku wished he had enough courage to say the truth in anything louder than a whisper. I'm useless. The FCK you are hell no you are not. Kaminari frowned. Are you saying that because you're quirkless or is it because of something else? Because I haven't met many quirkless people, so I have no idea if that's what you're referring to, and I don't know you well enough yet to figure out if you're actually useless or not. But, hey, if you don't hate me for being stupid, then I won't hate you for being useless. Dude, that's one way to do it. Aizawa comments. Is anyone else concerned about how much Kaminari is putting himself down? Midnight. Something to watch out for, Mike suggests. Izuku smiled and nodded energetically. Deal Kaminari didn't hate him, yet he was giving him a chance. It took all Izuku's self-control to hold back the grateful tears that threatened to fall, but he didn't want to ruin his chances at friendship by being a crybaby. Eureka coos. Stuff. Midoriya groans. Kaminari smiled, dissipating the heavy atmosphere. So, does this mean we're friends now? Because if so, I'm gonna need your number. This time, Izuku couldn't hold back his tears, making Kaminari panic. Oh no, what did I say? Nothing, Kaminari. You get used to it. He's just like that. You didn't FCK this up yet. Okay, on to the next one. Ishido cries out, waving her arms to get everyone's attention so they would settle down. Now playing cheat code. Support strategist vital weapons. Izuku glared at the calendar like it had personally offended him. It wasn't really fair, since the calendar obviously didn't decide that time should keep marching forward. But the fact was that the sports festival was in 3 days and Izuku had been too busy helping Shinso and analyzing the first years to plan what he wanted to do. Hell yeah, here comes the sports fest. Ishido cheers. Maybe we'll actually be able to see this one. Bakugo grumbles. Place your bets, Kaminari calls out. Shiro rubs his chin. Shinso makes it to the podium but not the top spot. No way, bro. Kirishima denies brothers going all the way. He glanced out the window of his workroom and watched Mei, who appeared to be in her own little world, putting the final finishing touches on Shinso's support item, while her own were teetering in a steadily growing pile on the floor beside her. That seems like a safety hazard. Tenya comments. It probably is. Mei dismisses. It seemed like everyone else had a goal for the festival. Katsuki wanted to prove he was the best, Mei wanted to impress investors, and Shinso wanted to get into the hero course. Heck, even his classmates were looking forward to showing off their inventions in the first round. So where did that leave Izuku? So what would an analysis student do at the sports festival? I guess, whatever they wish. Nedzutslimes. Why do I get the feeling he means that literally? Midnight whispers. He's Nedzu. Aizawa deadpants. He'd found his perfect place in the support course, so he didn't want to transfer as Shinso did. He didn't actually build support items, so he didn't have any to show off like Mei and his classmates did. He was just little old quirkless him, just like he'd always been. Like he'd always be. Sue tilts her head at the screen. He still wants to prove himself. Eureka hums in agreement. Despite the fact that he'd technically been staring out the window and should have seen her coming, Izuku still jumped a foot in the air when Mei slammed the door open and strode in, trying to wipe soot off her nose, but only successfully smearing it all over her cheeks instead. That's so cute, Toga squeeze. It's ready, she announced proudly. Where's extra credit, Kun? Oh boy. Shinso sighs. Probably in class. Izuku sighed, turning back to his current analysis. Like he always is at this time. Wow, what enthusiasm. Shinso drawls. The girls giggle while the boys' lips twitch as Midoriya pouts. There was a beat of silence and Izuku finally turned to see Mei looking at him suspiciously. Hey, what's got you down? She noticed someone else's emotional state. Power Loader gapes at the screen. Nothing. Izuku stuttered. Jiro snorts, real convincing there. The crosshairs in Mei's eyes narrowed slightly. Not buying it, Izukin. You're normally super excited, so... She's got his number. Tokage remarks. Izuku shrugged and forced a smile onto his face. It's nothing. You and Shinso are gonna do great in the sports festival, so will you, bro? Tetsu exclaims. Mei sighed. Oh, so that's what's wrong. She forcefully spun his chair around so they were face to face and leaned down so Izuku had to lean back to avoid being nose-at-nose with her. You realize you're gonna do great in the sports festival too, right? Heido giggles. She has a special kind of bluntness, doesn't she? Mirio lets out a booming laugh. You can say that again. Amajiki cuts Heido's response off with a please don't. I don't need to. Gehelu avmana. Not like you and Shinso do. Doesn't mean you don't want to. Hagakure sighs. But you want to. Mei countered. Izuku stopped. What? You heard her. Twice scoffs she should be more clear. You want to do well, May said it like it was obvious. You want to prove what you can, do you want to show all those stupid bullies that your notebooks weren't a waste of time? Sing it, preach, let's go, let's go, let's go. I guess it would PSS Katsuki off if I were to make it past the first round. Izuku chuckled. And the farther I get, the more I can help you, and Shinso, he's got the spirit. Lady smiles. Meanwhile, I am sensing danger. Kaminari comments, looking around before spotting Bakugo's scowl directed firmly at the screen. Ah, that's why. Exactly. May punched him playfully on his arm. So don't let me catch you saying that you don't need to do your best just because you don't need the publicity or whatever. Right, cheat code? Hell yeah, May agrees. Izuku scowled. I still can't believe that you made me make a logo. I'm not popular, not now, you're not. May grinned. But after UA, when you're not some helpless student anymore, your brand's gonna be the biggest in the entire hero analysis industry. Just look at Mastermind. Kemui would sighs. It's not like it's a very large industry to begin with. Izuku muttered. So, was there any reason you came in here besides to apparently scream some sense into me? May's face lit up. Oh yeah, extra credit. Kuin's weapon is done. I just need him to do the final tests and make sure everything fits so he can get used to it before the festival. Can you go get him, please? DMN May pulling out the puppy dog eyes. Eureka chuckles. Progress has been made onward and upward. May starts cackling. Now do you see what you've done? Ida comments, gesturing toward the mad woman much to his squad's amusement. Okay. Izuku looked back at the video he was supposed to be analyzing. If he wanted to keep up with Shinso and May in the festival without a quirk or fancy support items, he would need to memorize the weaknesses of every single hero student and come up with ways to counter each of their quirks. In 3 days. Fun. He says that like that's not a challenge you would thoroughly enjoy. Todoroki remarks. Stress can make us say stupid things. Midoriya agrees. Maybe he could make May wait until after school. But then Shinso wouldn't have as much time to get used to his new equipment. If only she could go get him herself, but then she'd probably make a scene and embarrass Shinso, which would be brilliant payback for ganging up on him with May about the logo and for taking those pictures that Izuku had had to steal back after the USJ. Shinso straightens. Izuku smiled slowly. May, I'm kinda busy right now, but I can give you a map to his classroom. Why? Shinso whines. It just told us why, Karo. Sue states, distracting the newest squad member away from Midoriya, biting his lip to keep from laughing. Hitoshi was bored. Famous last words. Kaminari snickers. Or maybe he wasn't bored. Maybe he was using his boredom to mask his nervousness. What if his training hadn't been enough? What if Midoriya's strategies for hiding his quirk's activation requirements weren't enough and everyone could counter him perfectly after the first round? What if... See this right here, Mina says, waving her hand at the screen. This is not the part of the sports fest we want to see. Seriously, those nerves leading up to it were a special kind of hell. Zero agrees. The entire class flinched as the door to the classroom hit the wall with a loud bang and May strode in, grease and soot smeared across her face as she gave her best mad scientist grin. Oh, who was he kidding? That was her default expression. They made eye contact across the room and May's grin got even wider as she made a beeline toward him. Oh, this is gonna be good. Mike rubs his hands together. Meanwhile, this is gonna be awful. Shinso starts cringing preemptively. Hi, Mike-sensei, I'm stealing Shinseken for an hour, May announced loudly. I need to make his babies? Haha, no wheeze why. Snort, I saw it coming, yet still I love this chick. Mike choked on his own breath and Hitoshi turned a brighter red than he had thought was possible without some sort of quirk involved. Before either of them could give any other reaction, May grabbed Hitoshi's hand, yanked him to his feet, and started pulling him toward the door like an overexcited puppy. Hatsum, May corrects. May, Shinso starts hiding his face behind his hands, phrasing. What's wrong with my phrasing? She tilts her head in confusion. Shinso lifts his head and then glances around looking for help, noticing everyone is pointedly looking away. Never mind. The class's exclamations were still audible even after the door slammed closed behind them. Finally catching his breath, Mike remarks. I love these kids. Izuku tried to hold in his laughter as May physically dragged a cherry-red Shinso into the lab, but he wasn't doing a very good job of it if the glare Shinso sent him was any indication. I hate you. Shinso deadpants in time with the screen. I hate you. Shinso said seriously. Sure you do. Izuku assures with a sit-eating grin. I don't know what you're talking about. Izuku tried to sound innocent, but the stubborn smile on his face kinda ruined the effect. You're a terrible liar, Deku-kun. Ochako giggles. It's a miracle you kept one for all a secret as long as you did, Karo. Tsu agrees. Yeah, denial was really doing the work for me there. Izuku sighs. Shinso glared harder, as if just staring at him strong enough would activate his quirk. You sicked Mei on me. That poor boy. Power Loader says blankly. Are you alright? Cementos asks. Izuku shrugged. You deserved it. Now that we're done embarrassing extra credit Kun, can I show him the baby I made? Mei interrupted. Oh my god, she this chick that makes more sense. I love her. Shinso and Izuku both looked at her in shock. You did that on purpose. Shinso exclaimed. Yep, Mei confirms, popping the pea. Izuku doubled over in laughter as Mei huffed, like Izuku really didn't have time to go get you himself. He's hacked the USJ, he could have easily hacked the announcement system if he wanted to instead of sending me, he really could. Ashido wipes a tear away as she finally gets her laughter under control. Izuku laughed even harder. To think I see why Present Mike calls us Power Loaders gremlins now, it's fitting Mike calls out. He's agreeing with you. Aizawa points out, annoyed. I hate both of you. Shinso deadpanned. First you kidnap me and now this. Why did I even agree to this? A chance to be everything everyone said you couldn't. Toga comments chipperly. Anyone would take that kind of chance. Spinner agrees. Is quite tempting. Compress adds. Because of this, Mei grinned and dumped a large length of metal ribbon on the table. Meet Hatsum Industries Baby 367 Amplifying Apprehension Armor. Both support and heroics teachers sit up straighter. Shinso eyed the ribbon suspiciously. What does it do? Mei's eyes glinted with excitement. Pick it up and find out. Do not do that. Ida suggests vehemently. Shinso scoffed. No thanks. I still haven't forgiven you for those taser marbles you handed me last week. Noted. Mei remarks. Oh, you're no fun. Mei pouted. Fun. This baby has 3 functions. I can add more later, but this is what I could pull together while still giving you time to practice before the sports festival. The ribbons reflect sound, so you can configure them to amplify your voice without having to transmit it and even change the way it sounds, so it can be used as a voice modifier, but it's gonna take some fine-tuning. For now, it can get close, but it still sounds pretty tinny and it's obvious that it's an imitation if the listener is paying attention. That shouldn't be a problem in the heat of battle. Ectoplasm comments. And it's just a first draft. Cementos agrees. But Shinso said slowly and hesitantly picked up the pile, almost throwing it as it was apparently lighter than he'd been expecting. So it amplifies and modifies my voice. What about the other functions? What do you think you used to make? Izuku asks, leaning closer to Mei's notes. Polyaramid definitely, a maybe titanium aluminum mix. Mei suggests. It almost looks like Eraserhead's capture weapon. Izuku pointed out. Good work. Izuku and I knew there was a reason I kept you around. Mei grinned. Hearing you two geek about him made me curious, so I looked him up and his scarf baby is so cool it doesn't seem high-tech at first, but there's so much hidden in it and look at her gush. Joke comments grinning at Eraserhead while he tries to disappear in said weapon. Mei Shinso interrupted her before she could start rambling. I know what Eraserhead's scarf does. Soi can use this to grab opponents and stuff. Well, I would hope so. Mei says incensed at the thought that it wouldn't. Mei huffed. Well, yeah, but Eraserhead's scarf takes a lot of practice to control and practice takes time you don't have and we can't make it out of fabric, since it has to reflect sound, so this version isn't gonna have the same flow as his. Think of those slap bracelets you had back in elementary school. If you slap the ribbon strong enough against something, it'll wrap around it automatically. We'll probably fine-tune it later, but this'll be good enough for now. I just had this mental image of a villain wrapped up in a giant Hello Kitty slap bracelet. Kaminari snickers. Kamiwa. Ciro asks, trying not to laugh. Peppa Pig. Ashido giggles. Stuff. Ciro demands. Super pets. Kirishima adds. Guys. Ciro begs. Bakugo turns to Ciro and looks him in the eye. My little pony. And with Ciro loses it. Shinso nodded slowly. That makes sense. That accounts for the amplification and the apprehension. Izuku said, running his hand over one of the ribbons. What about the armor? Did I not just say slap bracelet? Mei questions. Mei's eyes lit up with excitement and Shinso's darkened with fear in response as she grabbed the ribbon and slammed it against his arm. You can't just eat a starts, stops and sighs. Mei, wait, Shinso tried to protest, but before the words were even out of his mouth, the ribbon had wrapped itself entirely down his arm, encasing it almost completely. He stared at it in amazement. Whoa yo, that's cool, layers and layers this one. You can use the apprehension function on yourself to make an armor, Mei cackled. Isn't it an amazing baby, extra credit Kuin? It really is. Izuku grins, still leaning into Mei. But Izuku breathed. You've really outdone yourself. Mei-chan. Shinso took a deep breath and carefully reverted back to his default bored expression. It's okay, I guess. Snort, bit late for that. You don't fool us. I'll take it, Mei shrugged. Now, we've got a lot of work to do, so let's see you handle that, baby. Just one more and we can sleep. Chansumation. Yururika pats his shoulder consolingly. Tomorrow we'll have a sports festival. Todoroki starts. The aftermath of your dad's death. Ochako cringes. The next episode is starting. Tsu interrupts gently. Now playing Shadows. The horror movie hero's heist. Izuku concentrated on looking as lost as possible as he reviewed the state of the exercise so far. Of the 13 objectives, 3 had been claimed by the villains in the initial rush, 1 was in progress, and 2 were currently safe in the hands of the heroes. He ran through the list in his head. What? Snitch unclaimed 2. Vase at Hero Agency 3. Hostage unclaimed 4. Diamond claimed 5. Drags unclaimed 6. Weapons unclaimed 7. Explosives unclaimed 8. Bank claimed 9. Ransom in progress 10. Convenience store claimed 11. Car unclaimed 12. Crown unclaimed 13. Documents at Hero Agency Imen, that's a lot. Kaminari comments. I hope he doesn't lose track of something. Ashido agrees. You jinxed it. Zero claims. The claimed objectives were the easy ones that just required going in and stealing something without any need for information or special materials. The rest of the objectives all had something getting in the way, but Izuku and Hitoshi specialized in overcoming obstacles, so rather than being intimidated, they were just excited. So of course, they had decided to go after the most challenging objective on the first day. Go big or go home. Shinso smirks. What a spotlight thing to say. Ochako weeps. Oi. Izuku held back a smile when he saw his target around the corner. Ryu Hanzo. A transfer into the hero course from general education, his quirk was similar to Gang Orcus in that it gave him the head of a great white shark as well as the ability to do anything a shark could do, which meant that as long as he avoided the teeth and didn't get him near any water, Izuku would be fine. Hanzo's hero costume was simple, basically just a short-sleeved wetsuit with a blue and green wave design running up the sides. Izuku could think of a few improvements right off the bat, but he wasn't here to fix the heroes' costumes or give them suggestions for improvement. He was here to absolutely decimate them. Isn't he one of the support crew? Ojiro clarifies. I think so. Hagakure agrees. Izuku purposefully made his way through the crowd toward Hanzo until he got close enough, then started running. Mr. Hirotsu, he sounds so innocent. My gasps. That poor boy. Midnight says with fake sorrow. Hanzo turned and looked down at Izuku. Hi. Can I help you? Yes, indeed you can. Dabi grins. Oh, Izuku put on a worried expression, grateful he looked a couple years younger than he was. I'm lost. Could you maybe help me find my way home? It's a trap, Kaminari calls out. Immediately, Hanzo smiled and Izuku held back a smirk. Helping a lost child was one of the hero's objectives, so too bad Izuku wasn't actually a lost civilian. Well, not bad for Izuku, but bad for Hanzo. This vile. Absolutely vile. Minoma complains. Pretty sure that's the point. Kendo comments blankly. Sure kid. Hanzo puffed out his tea proudly. Just tell me where you need to go and I'll get you there. Hook, line, and sinker. Dabi chuckles. He certainly seems to know what he is doing. Compress agrees. Izuku gave him the fake address and Hanzo nodded and pressed his comms. Hey, guys, I'm just helping this lost kid find his way home, and then. I'll be back on my normal patrol, okay? No, you won't Toga sing songs. He didn't say anything else and Izuku relaxed slightly. If he'd given the other heroes the address or even the neighborhood they were going to, that would have made things a bit more complicated, but as long as he didn't give them any more information than he had, Izuku could still proceed as planned. I do wonder how extensive his backup plans might be. Netsu wonders. If it's anything like Mastermind, I really do feel bad for those kids. Tsukachi comments. The two of them weaved their way through the streets until they reached a place a lot less busy and a lot more abandoned. Izuku acted appropriately confused at street corners and let Hanzo help him as much as possible, but soon enough, they still ended up exactly where Izuku had planned. That poor boy. Recovery girl sighs. He waited until there were no witnesses before calling out, "That's it, that's my building." Izuku started running and Hanzo jogged after him. "You kinda live way out there, don't you?" Hanzo panted. "Well, if you're found, I should probably be heading back." As if he'd let you. Shigaraki grins. Hanzo was getting nervous, which meant that Izuku was running out of time. He skidded to a stop. Actually, there was one more thing, and the hero student has lost his chance to run. Shishida sighs. "I guess that's okay," Hanzo said, tensing slightly. "What is it?" Izuku channeled his inner fanboy as he grabbed his notebook and shoved it forward. "Can I please have your autograph? This is uncomfortably familiar." Mount Lady murmurs. Kamui Woods winces in agreement. Hanzo relaxed and took the notebook. "Really? I've never had somebody ask for my autograph before. This is kinda cool." The first time Mike whines loudly. Most of the theater cringes with him. Izuku waited on the S of his feet until Hanzo looked down to sign the notebook, and then he struck, punching Hanzo directly in the nose. He dropped the notebook, stumbling back and giving Izuku just enough of an opening to target his pressure points. They were bound to be a bit different on someone with shark anatomy, but if he focused on the places where his body was more human and hit strong enough in just the right places. "Hey, what are you?" Hanzo's eyes rolled back as Izuku punched his pressure point. He fell to the floor and Izuku waited tensely for a few seconds to make sure he was really out before running forward and flipping the SWs that would functionally break Hanzo's calm. He'd still be able to talk to the teachers, but not his fellow heroes. "Sorry, I need you alive for now." "Where did I stash that rope?" "For now." Yurika questions. Izuku can only shrug. "I wish we knew some of his plans." Means. It doesn't help that our Midoriya doesn't have the time or resources to come up with a plan like this one does. Shinso comments. That just means less spoilers. May dismisses. Underscore 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 Hitoshi perched on the windowsill and watched the pair of villains below. It was a girl with pigtails and a guy with green-gray skin and horns that looked large enough to pulverize both Hitoshi and Izuku if they made the wrong move, and that was without a quirk that made his fingers shoot out bullets. The duo had also managed to nab the diamond objective in the first few minutes of the exercise, thanks half to the girl's drill hair quirk and half to pure skill. From what Hitoshi had seen of their heist, he suspected that they had some past experience on the wrong side of the law, even if it wasn't enough to disqualify them from the exercise, and Izuku had agreed. Normal civilians didn't know how to drill through a safe that fast. "Aren't they from the rehab squad?" Shoji asks. "I believe so." Tokoyami confirms. He took a deep breath as he ran through the character that he and Izuku had discussed for Shadows. He needed to act like he already knew everything and let them know that, no matter what they did, he would always come out on top. Hitoshi made sure his voice changer was on securely before speaking. "Nice place you've got here. Dark, musty, perfect villain vibes. But then again, you'd know all about that, wouldn't you?" "What am I doing?" Shinso asks. "I think Izuku starts you might be playing information broker." "That is brilliant." Ida comments. "Complimenting villains now." Yurika teases. "I am merely embracing the spirit of the exercise." Ida defends. Again, Karo. The labs weren't very heavily guarded unless the 10 layers of security alarms and weapons systems counted. "Really, Deku?" Yurika asks, giggling. Izuku rubs the back of his neck sheepishly. A villain would immediately trip every single alarm and call a giant security team, not to mention every hero in the area, but Izuku wasn't a villain at the moment. He held his breath as he swiped Hanzo's hero license at the front gate, grinning when the keypad beeped and turned green. Ooh, can I do something like that? Toga asks. It would be a good idea. Shigaraki agrees. The rules of the exercises stated that the license wouldn't work anymore as soon as Hanzo died, but for right now, Izuku was a hero. Even if he was currently dressed in full villain gear, he could do more to look the part. Mr. Compress suggests. Even with the creepy aesthetic, he doesn't seem the spy type. Spinner points out. He waited for the gate to open and strolled right in, careful to avoid any people running around. He'd already hacked into the system and looped the footage, just in case anyone was watching, but from his research, this facility was more of a shell that was supposed to look intimidating than it was an impenetrable fortress, and the security team was just more HUC actors, not actual security guards. It would still be a challenge to get in and out, of course, but if he wanted to be a scary hero, he needed to work on stealth anyway. It was good practice and all he had to do was stay out of sight. I have some notes. Toga cheers at the screen. A guard came around the corner and Izuku froze. So much for that plan. Hey, the guard's eyes narrowed. You're not supposed to be here. No sit. Dabi deadpants. The villain beat me to the punch. Mike whines. At Hitoshi's voice, both villains jumped to their feet and started looking around. The girl's hair twisted into drill-like points as her eyes swept the room, and the guy readied his hands to shoot as he called out into the darkness. Who's there? Just a friend. Hitoshi took control as he jumped down from the window, landing in a crouch. Now, if you agree to be nice, I'll let go of Mr. Frankenstein here and we can have a friendly chat. If you don't, he'll attack you. Got it? A friend, he says. Minoma scoffs. The girl glanced between Hitoshi and her partner, tensing when she realized the latter was just standing there, eyes blank and limbs hanging loosely at his side. She cursed, a brainwash. Of all the rotten luck. Yeah, Shinso draws luck. Mei snickers working on what looks like an electronic mask. Hitoshi hummed, well, have you come to a decision? Fine. The girl snarled. Let him go and we'll talk. Hitoshi grinned and let go. Good, now let's get introductions out of the way. What are your names? The two exchanged a nervous glance and the girl looked at Hitoshi suspiciously, just cut to the chase. We know you're after the diamond. Hitoshi held up his hands in surrender. Actually, I'm not. At least, not right now. Now your names. Why aren't they after the diamond? Kaminari. Wonders. Maybe so they don't have people after them the whole time. Ashido suggests. That's not a bad idea. Siro agrees. The girl hesitated for another long moment. Akiko. But the guy answered. Now that wasn't too strong, was it? Shinso said. Now let's talk business. I think you're forgetting something, Shinso. Yururika pokes at him. Forgot right. He grins, swatting her hand away. Kiko crossed her arms. Fair is fair. Tell us your name first. Hitoshi's social anxiety was going through the roof, but he forced himself to look calm. He was used to acting CCKY to get a rise out of people and throw them off, so it was familiar in a way that was almost comforting. The longer he acted intimidating like this, the more he actually found himself having fun, which was something he hadn't necessarily expected, but he wasn't about to look a gift horse in the mouth. No, it was more fun to just roll with it. So if you enjoy your job, amplifier starts. You'll never work a day in your life. Joe cackles. Hitoshi made a show of thinking. How about you call me Shadows? That's as good as we're gonna get, isn't it? Maki laughed. Alright, Shadows, so if you're not after the diamond objective, then what are you after? Excellent question. Oh, just trying to make some extra cash on the side. Hitoshi shrugged. So how would you like to know who the snitch is? You were right. Todoroki nods to Izuku. You're an info broker. Akiko sighed in realization. I heard some rumors they were planning to add one this year. Hitoshi nodded, half wondering if Izuku had started those rumors himself, but couldn't get too distracted. He could always ask Izuku later, so, would you like the info or not? I wouldn't put it past that kid to do that. Gran comments gruffly, if we use this exercise in the future it is certainly something I'll keep in mind. Netsu agrees. Maki nodded. How much? How about a tenth of what you get from turning the objective in? Hitoshi offered. Either that or a favor. We'll pay the money, Akiko said dryly. We really aren't interested in owing any favors to someone like you. Shinso comments sarcastically, a hand pressed to his ear. Suit yourself. Hitoshi shrugged and tossed them an envelope from his pocket. Pleasure doing business with you. He strolled out the front door of their hideout and couldn't keep a smile off his face. He liked feeling powerful. Several heroes and students shiver. Thank All Might they're on our side. Literally. Saw the guard reaching for his comm and panicked. This mission, in fact, their whole plan, relied on him getting in, getting the objective, and getting out without being noticed. Before he had the chance to hesitate, Izuku pulled out one of his guns and shot a paint at the guard's CC. Sorry, but I can't let you call for backup. That there was a good shot. Snipe compliments. Nice one, Deku. Yuruka grins. There was a second when Izuku couldn't be sure if it had worked, but then the guard sighed and took out his token, dropping it onto the floor. He didn't say anything else and neither did Izuku. He looked around for a moment until he found what looked like a garbage chute and then picked up the token and shoved it inside. That would count as hiding the body in accordance with the rules, and one of Ectoplasm's clones would soon be there to pick up the dead guard, so he was free to move on. He gave a brief nod to the guard before stashing his gun and continuing on his way. I wonder if he'll have to hide any more bodies. Twice comments let's hope so. He had to pass 3 more security checkpoints on the way down to the basement, but none of them were manned and he didn't run into any more guards. He reached the final room and swiped Hanzo's hero license to open the door, whistling when he saw the sheer amount of experimental explosives that were inside. A large badge with a number 7 was stuck to one of the 3 pallets and Izuku grimaced, a change of plans, we're gonna need to steal a truck. Shinso deadpants. Izuku chuckles, well we are a team. Once he was a safe distance away from the villain's hideout, Hitoshi called Izuku on the comms, hey, I'm done passing along the info on the snitch. Is there anything else you'd like me to do before I head back to the apartment? A bit of help maybe, Mike suggests. But that would require another hero ID. Midnight points out. Moral support. Mike chuckles at Aizawa's deadpan stare. Give me a minute. There was a noise that sounded like an engine starting and Izuku cheered under his breath before responding. Sorry, I had to figure out how to hotwire a car. Yeah, since this job is going to take a little longer than I'd planned, could you go take care of the hero I stole the license from earlier this morning? Several people start laughing. Really? Oh, yeah, let me just kill someone for you. This is hilarious. Sure thing. Hitoshi said. You set it up so I can track his hero comm from my phone, right? Izuku said. There's gotta be a forklift around here somewhere, yo. Just make sure you call before you kill him. If I'm still inside the lab when his license deactivates then it's game over. Shigaraki chuckles. Then the game is over. Hitoshi nodded. Got it. No pressure. The villains suppress their laughter as the boss scowls at the screen. Izuku snorted, pretty much, yep, I mean, I have a plan B in case one of us gets caught, but Stillick, I found a forklift, so I gotta go. Good luck. Okay, now part of me wants one of them to get caught. Kaminari comments. Yeah, but the bigger part says no. Kirishima agrees. Hitsuhai rolled his eyes and started looking around for a place where he could change back into his civilian clothes. Do I even want to know? Shinso snorts, you'll find out eventually. He stands headed back to the dorms. Have fun with whatever, I'll be in bed. Good night, Dabi. Compress asks. Not today, Dabi snaps, stomping back to the villain's dorm, not noticing a heterochromic gaze following him. Todoroki. Izuku lays a hand on his friend's shoulder. Todoroki shakes his head, I'm fine. Izuku smiles at him softly, no you're not. Todoroki sighs as they reach their own dorms. The next day, the two boys keep glancing at each other as they wait for the theater to settle and the next set to start. Now playing.